Come on in. Class is about to begin. Another insightful day with myself, Shakka-Ahmose. Okay. Your channel. Let's get this going. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, great. So, blessings of the day to everyone. Lauren, you're the first one here. You're the special one for today. From now on, the first one here in the live is going to be the special one. Yes, Lauren. Lauren Sty. You get to be the special one for today. Babylon done. Peace to you. Peace, God, science. If y'all got real love for me, I want you to text somebody by now and tell them Shakka-Ahmose is on. They need to watch. We are going to highlight our brother Damon Dash today and some comments he, for whatever reason, feel is important to make about ancient Kemet, Egypt. Or ancient Kemet, misnomered, incorrectly called ancient Egypt. All righty. Come on in. I expect for my villagers to holler at their people and tell them to watch. I need you to like the video. I need you to click the bell so you can get notifications when I'm on. I need you to like the video so that the algorithm knows that Black content matters, right? Particularly this Black content, authentic Black content. Okay. Oh, I forgot to stretch my neck today. My bad. Oh, oops. I've been pretty busy. I used to stretch my neck every day because I like to be limber. I stretch my whole body because I enjoy being limber. Anybody who's ever trained before knows that training can make you tight. But you really want to be limber, right? Here we go. All righty. Babylon done. As you know, we do fireside chat style where I commiserate with the people who have taken the time to actually show up while I'm on live. I appreciate the viewer watching. However, you have to appreciate that those people who actually show up while I am live, that really, it helps with the energy of, helps with my energy, number one. It keeps me going. It's motivation to know that people are here with me. And I think it would be unfair to prioritize the later viewing audience over the people who took the time to actually come and spend time with me now, because all we ever really have is right now. And so out of respect for them, I give them the attention that they deserve and earn by showing up. So if I don't jump right into the if you like programs where the moderator jumps right into the subject matter, this might not be the show for you. What I would tell you to do is fast forward to where you see my PowerPoint up on the screen. That's when I'm into the subject matter. So it's amazing. People are so finicky these days. They're like, oh my God, I tuned in and you were talking for 40 minutes before you got to the subject. I could see if this was the 70s or the 60s and they didn't have fast forward and rewind and you had total control over what you were watching. But people want to be catered to and pandered to an unthinkable extent. So like I had to explain to someone the other day, there are some platforms when you tune into them, you're tuning in strictly for the subject matter. And particularly if it's a how-to video where you're going to learn how to do something, you want the moderator to, boom, jump right into it so you can get with the learning, right? This is a learning platform, but it's also a social platform, right? So, especially in a day and age where people don't really socialize anymore, I'm already a recluse. I already don't socialize. So this is the one opportunity that I literally have to socialize with people outside of my personal space, because there's no one else in my personal space, right? So if I don't socialize now, that means I literally go through an entire 24 hours with no communication with anyone. And that's not healthy for anyone. You know, I mean, it can be, but when done right, it can be, right? Solitude is good, but balance is the best, right? So when I come on here, this is my opportunity to meet and greet, explain a few things, talk, see where the people's mind, you know, is that. Are they still glad to see me? You know, am I still as welcomed as I was in my last presentation? You know, it's my time to, you know, do a little bit of homework. Oh, come on. So you're not gonna let me pin my comment? Hold on 1 second. No. Here we go. Okay, great. Okay, so okay. So the price for this presentation, just to let you all know, I do not do this for free. I do not teach for free, because to do that means I will not be able to teach any longer. I will have to go get a job at Chick-fil-A or something like that. I wouldn't know what to do. They probably have me at the window saying, "Hello, can I take your order? And by the way, let's talk about Kemet," right? Or let's talk about your religion or something like that, right? I'd be useless. So just to let you know, this is the price for today's presentation. All you have to do is find your way to my Cash App, which is at the top of the chat in the YouTube screen. It's $ Shaka-Ahmose. You'll also see it on the presentation. And that's just me taking care of economics. You know, we can't talk about Black men not taking care of our families and then get mad at us when, you know, we do what we need to do to make, you know, to increase our exchequer. Okay? So there's no shame in increasing your exchequer. And anyone who doesn't want to see you increase your exchequer is not your friend, let alone a supporter. All right? So that's very important. If you're looking for the Cash App, it's at the top of the. Just wanted to get that out of the way so I don't have to talk about it anymore. Okay, so that's out of the way. Okay. And yes, there is a policy here. You don't visit that Cash App and pay today's price. That means you have stolen this information. Okay, it's stolen from me. So we do it the African tradition. We do it traditionally, where we give you the product first, and then we expect you to do the right thing. Right? That's what's up. And exactly, as Koyo said. Please get those likes up to let the algorithms know we are in here, and that this platform has value. Okay. Just to let you guys know, I don't know. I think I may have dropped my camera one time too many when I was doing other types of filming in my residence, and I may have dropped my camera a few times because when I look at the playback, it just doesn't look so clear to me, and I'm like, what happened to my camera? So I have a great, really, really awesome Sony camera, but I have to have someone come and help me finagle all of that so that I can actually use it, and also upgrade to a podcast mic as well. So, you know, all of these things take time. I'm the kind of person, I don't rush to do things because I usually have so many different things going on that I have learned. Don't get too excited about any one thing that may or may not be up to snuff right at that second. Okay, so let's look. Let me just shout out the audience because they took time to shout out and show up. Ellen, Hotep, appreciate you. Round Table, back again. Fire, that's what's up. You know what it is. Absolutely. Duau, appreciate you. Hey, an old familiar face. Or should I say a young familiar face? Hotep Queen, Uncle Johnson Neb, good to see you here. Make sure you go back and check out part 1, 2, 3, and 4. I see you've been in Egypt lately. Glad for you. Absolutely. Always a pleasure to have you. George Hotep, I appreciate you. Absolutely. What's in the cup today? Hopefully some Hedge. Go to the Cash App, put something in the cup. That way you'll know what's in the cup today. But what's on the table today is we are going to be, we're going to be revisiting something that I said yesterday when we spoke about Black IQ and white people watching Black people on social media, but Black people don't realize it and don't know it. And they don't realize that when they say stupid shit or when they say things that are not correct and are inaccurate, while trying to present themselves as being very well read, what it does is it adds credence to the white myth of Black low IQ, and it makes the rest of us look bad. Now, my thing is this. Some people would say, well, everybody has the right to speak. That's fine. But when you're speaking for yourself, you need to make it clear that you're speaking for yourself. But when you're speaking on subject matters, that are done in the context of speaking for all Black people, you have to make sure you have your ducks in a row, that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. Because when you don't, you make the rest of us look bad. So rather than just me, the way my character is, I'm not just going to sit on the side and look bad. I'm going to catch the faux pas. I'm going to highlight it and say, hey, our brother or our sister slipped here for whatever reason. Katt has, because I'm referring to things that Katt Williams said, Katt has so many other things that he's dealing with that when it comes to this subject matter that he's not really well read in, it's to be expected that he's going to make faux pas, errors, and mistakes, and presumptions, incorrect presumptions. That doesn't mean that the rest of us are not on point. So we got Katt's back, right, to let people know that even though he went left when he should have went right with respect to an answer, we could go right for him. And I think that that's the way we need to, hold each other down rather than just get on here and me tear Katt down just because he didn't know something or just because he presented himself in a certain way and the substance was a bit contrary to what he was projecting. That brother has so much on his hands, so much on his head. And can you imagine the amount of people he's taking care of with respect to his own resources? So rather than me belittle my brother and undermine my brother, I just want to catch him and have his back so that when white folks are watching us, because I'm going to show you. I showed you a little bit yesterday that white people, I showed you one of the comments that somebody left in Katt Williams' Willie D interview where he spoke about the noses from the statues being taken off because of racial issues. And I showed you a white person in the comment, a young white person was like, I love Katt Williams, but he's 100% wrong about the nose. Now, mean-spirited white people will see that and be like, told you, they got low IQs. They're claiming to represent this pyramid building culture, yet they don't even understand why the noses are missing off the statue. They just jump into the gun thinking it's about race, right? As if we all aren't, as if none of us are well studied, as if none of us realize that our brother made a faux pas. And so I came in yesterday just to have his back, set the record straight. We do know and understand why the noses are missing. We understand that it was because of a practice that we started in Kemet in the pre-dynastic times when we were actually hacking up the bodies of the dead so that they would not come back to get revenge or take vengeance on some wrongdoing that had happened, right? And part of that hacking dealt with the hacking off of the nose. What did we do to confirm that? We went to a primary text where they singled out the nose being cut off. So we know that that was a preoccupation with the natives, right? The only thing that would make that primary source slightly suspect, because I always leave room for error, is that it's a late text. It's from the 4th century BCE, but it's still a native text, right? But because it's from that late, you have to be very careful with text from that late because you don't know who was pulling the strings to have that written and what was really being inferred, okay? However, the pre-dynastic grave attack practices or rituals do confirm that, and not only that, the primary sources of the pyramid text, the eschatological material that talks about what Asar goes through during his resurrection, right? What is the first thing Asar goes? What is the first thing Asar is told to do during his resurrection in the primary text? Answer that question. If you on top of your Kemet studies and you know ancient Egypt so well, and Shaka, I know what I'm talking about, then what is the first thing that Asar is told to do in order to start the resurrection process? Let me see how much you know. You can put it in the chat. And this is why we know that late text is correct. Okay? This is why we know that the presuppositions that were read aloud from all of those different scholarly texts that I read yesterday are correct, right? They bear they're borne out by the primary text. Okay, we're going to see. Okay, all right. So let me just hit up the I enjoy looking in the chat, seeing who's here with me, right? Okay, Hotep George, saw that. Number 4, we saw that was in the cup today. Okay, all right, Koyo, so much love back to you. All right, get those likes up. That's right. Kwame Hotep, Uncle Johnson, absolutely. Absolutely, without question. Without question, Ellen, right? Welcome. I mean, when you really think about it, I don't know about people who are in studios doing this, but when I come on this platform, I'm home. I'm in my residence. I'm inviting you into my home to spend some time with me, and thank you for allowing me to impart knowledge to you, right? And you can, and thank you for being willing to go through the process with us so we could do this together, right? So it's not just, they always say knowledge only has value in as the reach that it has. Whose life is it changing? Whose perspective is being broadened? You understand what I'm saying? So it matters, absolutely. Right. And this is really important. This is my stage. So don't tell me how to dance and sing on my stage. And definitely don't tell me how to teach on my stage. The thing that cracks me up when I read certain comments, when later on, when this part is done and you get comments on the YouTube, is when people leave certain comments as if they're trying to teach me something about this subject matter. It makes me laugh so hard. Because I know if I had a conversation with them live, all I had to do was ask 1 or 2 questions to show you they don't know shit about this subject matter. But yet they want to correct me and, oh, Shaka, you're doing this too much and you're doing that. Miss me. Okay, absolutely. Maya Aisha Yama Hafa. Okay, what a name. Maya. Okay, peace. Nice to see me online this often. That's wonderful. It's glad to be back this often. The consistency matters because actually what you're really seeing right now, and thank you, Maya, I appreciate that. What you're really seeing right now is the pre-launch to a degree. This is part of the pre-launch process of me beginning the crowdfunding for the Black themed comedic web series that I'm producing, which is Kemetville. And so in order to do that, I have to reassert my online presence, let people know what I'm doing, let them know that I'm still here. There's still so much more that I have to teach that I never did get the chance to teach you all. Because other people were choosing the subject matters for me, and the subject matters are always very limiting. And so I couldn't wait really till I, took time out on my own platform to teach. But a lot of that teaching is done in private. People are either booking sessions with me. And by the way, for those of you who would like to book a private session with me to get certain questions answered, all you have to do is go to Shakka-Ahmose.com and just look where it says 30-minute one-on-one with Shakka-Ahmose. There you go, just so in case you don't know. All right, boom, here we go. Right, so all you have to do is go to Shakka-Ahmose.com, and when you go to Shakka-Ahmose.com, you just look up in the menu where it says 30-minute one-on-one, Shakka-Ahmose and you. Q&A, it says 30-minute Q&A, and you can book a session. Okay, sometimes we go over 30 minutes, sometimes, it all depends on what we're talking about, what's going on. So people always come back, but that's where a lot of people get their questions answered if I'm not teaching it. Because a lot of things I do keep up my sleeve, a lot of things I do take off the table, because I don't think everything is for everybody. You cast pearls among swine. Next thing you know, people are running around on their channel acting like they did the research and they're teaching stuff that you just actually put on your channel, which is not cool. You got a lot of fugazi people out here. A lot. You hear what I'm telling you? There's a lot of fugazi people out here trying to teach history. Real talk. And it's unfortunate, especially when they're black and they're not doing right by the knowledge and the information. And they're really just, I don't like to use the term, I won't use it. They're just hustlers. That's all they are. They're hustlers, right? They're, I call them, they're conspiracy hustlers. And they try to attach their conspiracies to history. Why? Because history is subjective enough that you can interject your own narrative and other narratives that you're fascinated with and pull them into the discourse. Now, all that really does is create confusion. It retards the conversation, and it deters people from the straight and narrow on really discovering and learning and availing themselves to the historical record, which I think is unfortunate, because what you're doing is you're bringing people down to your level of knowledge and understanding. Most people, what they feel is they get a little bit of knowledge and they feel, I got enough knowledge to go online, teach, make some money, make sure I'm fascinating and charismatic enough so that people will hit me off. And that's what they do. And then they link up with other people of the same ilk. I won't name any names, though I'm dying to. You just got to watch out for a lot of these. I can't even call them culture hustlers. I won't disrespect the word hotep, because it's a sacred word to us. So I won't disrespect that word by calling them hotep hustlers. In fact, most of them don't even use the term hotep because they're really not part of the culture. They didn't grow up in the culture like I did, and like many others have, right? So they're not authentic. They're just going to read a few books, take a course here and there, right? One of these persons, who I won't name, took a course at Harvard on the pyramids, and then he comes back and tell you all of this. And these are the same people that juke you for your money with tours going to Egypt. It's crazy. When I tell you it's crazy, it don't get no more hustler scamming than that. It's bad. So we don't do none of that over here. Here we strictly deal with receipts. Everything on this channel is receipt based. All right, I'm gonna get a chain that's gonna say receipts. All right, that's my name. Receipts, that's my nickname. Right? Real talk. That's really what I wanted to call this platform, Receipts with Shakka-Ahmose. You know? But that's what's up. So, all right, let me get back to the chat so we don't have to be in here too long. In fact, I'm going to go to the, right here. No, do what you were doing, Shak. Stay on point. All right. Get those likes up. Please click the bell so you can get notified. And please subscribe. I did say please last time I checked, right? And please visit my website, Shakka-Ahmose.com, so you can grab a classic Kemetville t-shirt while you still can, okay? And before those prices go through the roof, right? Get yours now. I appreciate, I like that last part. Ability to embrace nuance. Michael, you're good. Takes one to know one. Takes one to know one. Okay? That's what's up. Okay. I appreciate that. I really like that. Your ability, I'm going to take another picture of that. Your ability to embrace nuance. Nuance is so important with knowledge, because you very easily could come away with the wrong idea about something unless the concept that you're dealing with is stretched wider and longer so that you could get a better view of it, right? And nuance does that. It helps you appreciate distinction, and I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Michael. Very much so. Hotep Dutch, okay. Hotep family, that's what's up. Oh, yeah, you definitely want to go back to watch part 1, part 2, and part 3, and part 4. Especially yesterday's part 4, because I spoke about how white people watch us. That's why I was so concerned about all of the Katt Williams interviews. I'm like, Katt, we love you. There's no question about that, right? That is unquestionable. We love you. We appreciate you because you have brought so much joy and so much happiness into our lives. Anybody that can make you laugh and make you feel alive during times in your life that may not be so happy or desirable, you have to appreciate them. So the black, I always said a long time ago, to me, the person who authentically inherited Richard Pryor's crown, Katt Williams. If Richard Pryor was alive, he would tell you that the greatest comedian alive right now is Katt Williams. And it has nothing to do with Katt Williams' intelligence or no. Well, no, it's when his intelligence is packaged in the medium that we all got to know him through, which was comedy. In that lane, he's a master. Untouchable, unfuckwittable. But when you step out of that lane into other lanes, you have to come with a certain amount of humility because other people have been, like you've been sacrificing for your career and hustling and putting it down and sacrificing and paying dues. Other people in other lanes have been doing the same thing. And history is just another lane where we do that at, especially battle historians like myself. Like, normally we take no prisoners, like at all. You say something wrong, we're going to crucify you. You get a historical fact wrong, we're going to hold your feet to the fire. Right? So, even though even though I am pulling Katt Williams and Damon Dash out front and center, we're doing Damon Dash today, but we're going to revisit Katt shortly because I showed you something yesterday. I said white people watch us, and that Katt Williams was saying things in that interview. And remember the part I did yesterday on how they talk about black people having low IQs? And I showed you the documentation. That's just a little bit of it. There's a lot of it out there, right? So when we come on these platforms and we start talking about subject matters that we're not well versed in, especially if it's supposed to be our own history, and you start saying some left-wing shit or some crazy shit about just history in general, it's going to make those rumors about us having low IQs look like they're more than rumors. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why now I'm going to show you something to prove to you that I was 100% correct. How white people sit back and laugh at us when we say things that they know are factually wrong and incorrect. It makes it look like we never made it to 8th grade. It makes it look like we didn't even make it to high school. In fact, one of the critiques that white professor, Godfrey, said was that if you look at the performance of blacks at the university level, it looks more like high school students. That's what she said in the article that the Wall Street Journal published. That's deep. The Wall Street Journal published that and never had their feet held to the fire and was never held accountable for the disrespect. One thing about black people are so enamored with whatever is going on in their immediate environment that we rarely, if ever, take the time to address big picture issues and hold people accountable. Meaning, as black people, where is our line in the sand as a people? Not as individuals, as a people. Like, okay, as a people, like our only line in the sand can't be when a racist cop shoots and kills one of us. If that's the only line that we have in the sand, that's a sad commentary on us. Right? That's sad. And I also mentioned that as long as this low IQ rumor persists, right? As long as this low IQ rumor persists, and it does. Imagine you got white teachers in the classroom teaching black children, which is a phenomenon all over this country, really believing and thinking this. You might not know, like I know, many of them think, feel, and truly believe this. And don't talk to Canadian academics, white Canadian academics like Jordan Peterson. He's definitely going to subscribe to the notion that black people on average have a lower IQ. Sure. And y'all think it don't matter. Okay. Okay. I have never persisted and talking to individuals that don't mind having their asses kicked in ways that they don't even know about. My thing is, if you like it, I love it. I'm not with that. I'm not with the shits. Right? Not at all. You know how many people be like, yo, I'm with the shits. Yeah, that's your problem. You with the shits. I'm not with the shits. No. So we're going to look at something I saw today. As I discovered something today that will probably help me get on air faster to present. I realized that when I come and do this, I have to spend 1 hour prior to this to set up. Like, it really takes me an hour to set up, to just get everything together, right? Posting on certain platforms, letting people know I'm going live, making sure everything's in place. That's an hour process. So from now on, if I'm going to come on at 3 p.m., I have to start preparing at 2 p.m., like literally at my desk doing this. So I spoke about that yesterday, right? Now I'm going to show you what I saw today when I was setting up. I was setting up, and this is to prove my point to you, that white people are watching Katt Williams interviews and they are using it to basically show how unintelligent we are. Okay? Watch. And that's why when you're talking about things of a historical matter, you got to know what the fuck you're talking about, or pick something that you do. Okay? Watch this. Okay? Let me see. Here it is right here. Watch this.
Katt Williams on Joe Rogan is going crazy viral, and there is a very important truth that many people will miss. Check this out, but listen and watch closely.
This is what the Anunnaki said. Yeah. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right? Right. People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist, or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So is that a ship wheel? I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a time-keeping compass.
Did you get that? Stop smoking weed.
You see that? Did you see at the end when he laughed at him? Did you see that? I want to show you that shit again because you need to look at that.
Katt Williams on Joe Rogan is going crazy viral, and there is a very important truth that many people will miss. Check this out, but listen and watch closely.
This is what the Anunnaki said. Yeah. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right? Right. People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist, or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So is that a ship wheel? I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a time-keeping compass.
Did you get that? Stop smoking weed.
And those are the same white. You saw the white guy at the end who was laughing at him like, haha, look at this dumb nigga. Yeah. Those are the same white students who sit in Harvard and tell black students that they don't belong there and that they're only there because of affirmative action. Because left alone to their IQ, according to the data, they would not be there. This is why it's important. I just saw this literally as I was setting up, and I was looking at another YouTube short, and you know how they run right into another one? It ran into the YouTube short that I was looking at had nothing to do with that. That YouTube short came up, and I said, motherfucker, exactly what I was talking about last night. White people laughing at us because we say stupid shit that has nothing to do with facts or reality. And did I mention it? Oh no, I'm going to show it today. I've already prepared, or rather, I'm in the process of preparing a response to the Katt Williams Joe Rogan interview, because it was a sad commentary on an individual's own education when he feels passionately about something. My thing is, if you feel passionate about something, the first thing you should respect it enough to make sure you're getting solid, accurate answers. Stable, solid, accurate answers. If you're not getting stable, solid, accurate answers that can be attested to by the historical record, leave it alone. Because you make us look stupid in front of other people. And I'm not with that shit. Which is why normally I try to stay off of social media. I'm not waking up saying, who can I make mad at me today? What powerful black celebrity can I piss off or cause to resent me because I highlighted their faux pas? I don't wake up thinking that. But when it comes to this subject matter, you see that Kemetville. You see these on my arms, you might think it's there for decoration, but it's not. Okay? And even if it is, it ain't there for total decoration. It has meaning. You understand? So, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Ice and Kofuma. He does barbershop talk often. Exactly. A timekeeping compass. If I was a white person in Harvard or Yale and I was studying Assyriology or Near Eastern culture, Near Eastern anthropology, Near Eastern cultural anthropology, if I was studying the Sumerian period, if I was studying the Assyrian period or the Akkadian period, and I heard someone say some stupid shit like that those were timekeeping compasses, time compasses, that they were all wearing on their wrist, all you have to do is look at the actual artwork to know that you're not looking at anything that's keeping time. So if you don't even have the respect enough to just look at the art, yeah, that shit is real sad. That shit is real sad. Like, to somebody else, it's just fly-by-night conversation. It's like, nah, dude, you took a moment out of history for egotistical reasons to make the rest of us look fucking stupid. Now, I know you were speaking for yourself, but you have to understand that when people invest in you, and Katt, people have invested in you. You said so yourself. While other people were performing to 3,000 or 300, you were performing to 7,000 and selling out. You said that, right? In the Willie D interview. That means that black people are invested in you. They're invested in you. When people invest in you, after a certain point, you're no longer just speaking for yourself. And when you are just speaking for yourself, you need to highlight that. What you should have done, my brother, is preface your statement with, from my perspective and to the best of my knowledge, this is such and such and such. Not, oh, you know that thing that's on, the thing that's on these people? This is what it is. It's like, dude, no, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. And you thought I was bullshitting when I said that white people are laughing at you. And if we are invested in you because we love you and we respect you, when they laugh at you, guess who else they're laughing at? Us. Yes. They don't see you as the great Katt Williams. They just see you as one next nigga. I hate to say it. They see you as one next dumb nigga that let some dumb shit come out of his mouth. Didn't I tell you them niggas were stupid? Don't know nothing? And that's exactly what you prove when you say shit like that. Sorry. That's what comes along with this. I'm not a comedian. I can't tell you what comes along with that. What I am is a battle historian. And as a battle historian, I can tell you that when you open up your mouth and you say stupid shit about history, that's a verbal ass whooping coming. And I know how brilliant you market and promote yourself to be. And you are when it comes to getting that dough and when it comes to marketing and promoting your name and your brand and all of that. Absolutely, no question. But everybody has a blind side. Everybody. Myself, I have a blind side. So I'm not going to jump into my blind side and fake it till I make it and talk like I know it. No. And there are many areas of my life where I'm like a brand new baby. And those are areas where many people, other people, regular people are extremely mature. Many of us had very late starts in various areas of our lives because we were focused and preoccupied with other things in our lives. That's why I try not to judge people. And so I'm not really being judgmental of Katt. I just want to pull his coattail, right? I just want to pull, if he still had the perm, I just want to pull on the perm and say, yo, bro, that ain't it. That's a little joke. I'm not a comedian, right? But y'all get what the point I'm saying. But that's real. That shit is sad. You heard? I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much, Rain Ascension. Retain Ascension. I appreciate you. Facts. His fan base is not too bright and they got him souped. Man, facts. That's real. I'm funny. Nah, I'm not a comedian. I ain't funny. Katt Williams is funny. I'm not funny. I just keep it 100. If I look up and say something funny, I got lucky. I wasn't trying to. Hold on. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he lost me. He lost me out that that ancient Mesopotamian story. It's like, nah, bro. Yeah. Then it said real sad twice. I'm going to put that up there because it's worthy of being read. I like what Magus said. All that stuff he said about Anunnaki was cap. And if you bring up aliens without Billy Mayer being the first contactee, I guess that, I don't know what the figure is, but it's a hoax. If Katt Williams read all those books, he knew he had to provide a source on his claims during the interview, which he did not. No, he did not. Okay? He could barely get through the Wikipedia article on the Emerald Tablet. Right? Thanks. Actually, no. What it is, Thick, is that I used to actually bodybuild professionally, and I took years off, like years. For the first time in my adult life, I wanted to know what it felt like to just have months of ease on my body. No heavy weight, no deadlifting, no chest, no bench pressing, no shoulder pressing, no squats, no none of that. I just wanted to let my body just like get a break after 25 years of training. You know, literally over 25 years of training. So I took a break. So most people in the past decade have probably been used to seeing me rather slender, but because of what I'm getting ready to do with Kemetville, I have to get in the best shape of my life. I realized that in order for me to pull it off successfully, I cannot be at half staff. I cannot be at, just running the mill every day old Shaka. No, I got to go get the old Shaka and bring him back just for Kemetville. So that's what you see when you're looking at, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just getting back in shape. That's it. In fact, I did something today when I was training and working out, right? In fact, look, I bullshit you not. Normally, I don't do this. I'm going to show you what I got on the table in my personal space. Hold up. I don't know if you can see it. See them weights on that table? All right? Yeah. Oh, and there's more on the floor. The bigger ones are on the floor. You heard? Yeah, bro. That's for me, that's breakfast. Real talk, that's breakfast. When I wake up, first thing, crack them abs. No question. Hit them abs hard till it hurts. Right? When the abs are done, next. Whatever's next. Anything after the abs, whatever's next. The first two things I do every morning, abs and stretching. Gotta stretch your lower back after eating and after sleeping, because your body gets stiff when you sleep. So when you wake up, the first thing you should do is once you start your abs, while you're resting for your next set, stretch. Because you should rest for at least 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So if you got 2 minutes, 30 seconds to rest between sets, you should use those 2 minutes and 30 seconds to stretch your lower back and other parts of your body as well, right? So, and that way, those are the things that I'm doing before I get here. So that way, when I'm here, I'm in mode, I'm primed to teach. You understand what I'm saying? On some real shit. But thank you for noticing. Right? Of course, we love Katt. It's no question. It's no question. If I didn't love Katt, I wouldn't be speaking on this. I don't speak on people I don't, well, that's not true. I will speak on people I don't love. But Katt and Damon both get a special privilege. I'm speaking on them. I criticize them, but I consider them one of us. Right? That's their family. That's the extended family. So, you know, one thing I always wanted to say about Katt, I have to say this. You know how I'm gonna tell y'all, because it's the way my mind works, right? Y'all hear all them stories that people have to tell about how Katt Williams gave them money when they really needed it, and even when they didn't need it. Everybody got stories about how Katt threw up all this money in the air, right? Spread the love. I'm an old cat. I know game when I see game. You know what that is? Katt was smart enough to buy everybody off on the way up. So by the time you get to where you're going and you declare war, everybody's indebted to you. Everybody owes you. People who would normally otherwise criticize you got to keep their mouth shut. Why? Because you blessed them. It's called buying people off. That's what Katt did. He bought people off. Now look, that doesn't make him a bad person. It makes him a smart general. That's what it does. Yeah, it makes him a smart general. I have a lot of respect for Katt. I really, as a person, forget as a comedian, as a person, I have a lot of respect for him. How he moves, how he navigates. Yes, I do. You know? And also for what he will not tolerate. Yeah, absolutely. I have a lot of respect for that brother. I think that's why I'm so excited to do this run. Because it's Katt Williams. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm a fan. I ain't gonna pretend I'm not. Fuck out of here. I was a fan long before these interviews. All you got to do is tell me, yo, Katt got something new. Yep, I'm there. Yeah. Because he going, with his humor, he could spark your brain. I'm like, Katt, don't. Katt, you are not Neil deGrasse Tyson. All right? Oh, I got to tell y'all something. If you ask me, Shaka, what's thank you, GMK. Damn, thank you, GMK. That DMK. Okay, I gotta block that out. If I see something like that again, I'm not putting that on screen. I was saying something I completely forgot what I was saying. Okay, let me see. That's funny as hell. Katt Williams is spitting that Gia TV knowledge. Yo, that Gaia TV knowledge. You spelled it Gia. It's Gaia. Somebody contacted me the other day and said, yo, you're on Gaia TV. So if anybody is watching Gaia TV, and I hope you're not, because it's a bunch of bullshit, but if anybody's watching Gaia TV, well, I don't want to call it bullshit because they might invite me on and I wouldn't want to destroy that relationship. But if you see me on there without my knowledge, please contact me and let me know. Okay? I don't like to be used like that. Right? Okay, just one more time. I just did that one more time, my last time. Okay? Let's see. Down here, we say grab him by the shoulder pads and pull him off the field. I like that. Hey, yo, Katt, we're going to grab you by the shoulder pads and say, brother, we love you, but we got the scholarship. Okay? That's what's up. Hey, Lavina, welcome back. Always a pleasure to have you and see you. Absolutely. Bye. No, that's not true. Society commented, but he's a comedian on Joe Rogan Experience. It wasn't made to make sense. But here's the problem with that. The problem with that is that the Willie D show is not a comedian show. The Shay Shay with Shannon Sharpe show is not a comedian show. Comedic things happen on these shows, but it's not a comedian show. You understand what I'm saying? These are shows where people are really letting their thoughts be known. They're communicating their thoughts to the public. And when you hold a certain position in society, what you say matters. What you do matters even more, but what you say matters. You understand what I'm saying? So, and yeah, he had the right to say it. Where's my braid? I graduated. I may put it back one day when I reach another level, but for the level I'm at now, I'm not allowed to wear that braid. That's what it says. Somebody asked me where my braid is at. So, yeah, I'm not allowed to wear that side lock right now. Facts. I never heard Katt stutter so much in my life. He know that was Katt. Facts. I think the thing that I find entertaining about Katt when he's doing that is he gets real quiet to make it dramatic. Like he's about to reveal this super, super unknown elite secret, and then he speaks cryptically. That's the other thing. He speaks so cryptically, right? Like it is secret I'm about to unleash. And I'm like, you ain't gonna facts. Yeah, just leave the subject alone if you don't, facts. I'm not up here trying to dump on Katt. Don't think that everything that I'm saying now, I would say if Katt was sitting right here or if he was sitting across, and I think that the conversation would be even better because he could speak in real time concerning these things. But I'm doing this to a degree in celebration of him because he matters. And if he didn't matter, I wouldn't be speaking on it, Now, here's the thing. While Katt matters, with all due respect, Kemet matters more. Kemet matters more. And because that is the currency that he chose to grab onto, okay, bro, you're not on that currency alone. You understand what I'm saying? You now got to fall in line with the rest of us, okay? So, now see, all right, so Loudy said the opinions of white people don't matter to him. They have a lot to deal with in their own communities. Yeah, but here's the issue. The issue is that they control the major institutions of this country. And our people have as much a place in those institutions and have as much to benefit and are impacted by those institutions as, if not more, than anyone and everyone else. So their opinions have to matter to an extent. And not only that, the end thing about that situation with them, with the whole IQ thing and them laughing at us, it's not that their opinion matters. It's what ends up happening to our own opinions of ourselves when white mythology about our IQ is brought front and center and legitimized. That impacts our opinion of ourselves. What do they say? If you have a child in your company or in your care and you call that child stupid over and over and over again, after a while, the child's going to believe it. That child is not going to be a child forever. That child is going to believe that he or she is stupid. And then they are going to grow up into an adult that somewhere in the crevices, nooks, and crannies of their minds, heart, and soul, they are going to believe that. Even after they have climbed out of that pit of self-doubt and that pit of self-pity and and self-deprecation, right? It's still always lurking in the background. It's like if you were a fat girl when you were in junior high school and all the other pretty girls used to tease you and the boys used to reject you, right? You might grow up to be dope. What's her name? I don't really follow her, but you might grow up to be Megan Thee Stallion. You might grow up to be, I don't know, Halle Bailey, I think her name is, or Halle Berry, right? The only reason I mentioned Halle Bailey, I got some idiot on social media pretending to be Halle Bailey, sending me messages like, oh, it's really me, Halle Bailey. I want to meet you and talk. The stupid, fuck out of here, right? But you might have been that fat girl that grows up to be the dope chick, right? But your dirty little secret is that deep in the crevices and recesses of your mind, you're still that little fat girl. You understand? Will Smith talked about that. In fact, it was Viola Davis, who I love. Viola Davis, I would love to work with her. It's anybody out there, get a hold of Viola Davis so she can help me with this Kemetville, please. Right? Look, at this point, you get me any black person of name and note that wants to work with me on this web series, they are in. Okay? I need to get Damon Johnson. I think that's his name, right? The brother from Shark Tank, Fubu. Right? Anyway, Viola Davis was talking about how Will Smith asked her on the set, "Who are you?" And she was like, "What do you mean, who am I?" She thought he was talking about the character. He was like, "Who are you, really?" And she was like, "What do you mean?" And Will Smith said to her, "I will always be that awkward young kid that used to get rejected by all the girls. I will always be that person. That's what I bring with me to every situation." So then he asked her, "So who are you really?" And she thought about it. She was like, wow. She went back to who she was. It's like Oprah. Oprah will always be that little traumatized young lady that's what made her. That was her. People don't realize these traumatic experiences, while they could be the driving force behind why people achieve big, usually because they're running from something to get to something else. And the more traumatic the experience, the more, even Monique talks about her traumatic experiences, right? So Katt Williams talks about his traumatic experiences. So at the end of the day, to some extent, we're all still that person, right? I'm still that little boy in the projects in Brooklyn in the late 1960s and in the early 1970s. I will always be that little boy. Always. That little boy is in me. So when I'm looking at the world through these adult eyes, and I think about all the things that I've seen since all the places I've been, all the relationships I've had, the people I've been exposed to, the knowledge that I've seen that very few human beings will ever see unless I show it to them, right? So, you know, life is deep. Okay, let's see. You right about that. Hey, we got to sponsor the show. You know the house tradition. When we get to sponsor the show, and we got to do this. Hold on one second. Let's get rid of this. Right? Let's get rid of the comment. I bet is in the house. That means this. Hey, that's how we shout out the actual sponsors of the platform. Right? Once they come in, boom, automatic. Okay. Oh, yesterday I was watching an interview. I should have put it in the description. In fact, I will. When this is over, I'll find a link and I'll put it in the description. Or just go look for it. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a show called Star Talk. Go watch it if you don't watch it already. Subscribe to his channel. I'm going to do a list too of black platforms that all black people need to be subscribed to. All black people. At the top of my list is Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Roland Martin. Yes, that's at the top of my list for black platforms that all black people need to be subscribed to. Roland Martin That doesn't mean I always like Roland Martin. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says and does. But what I love about Roland more than anything else is his sincerity and his authenticity, that he genuinely cares and loves Black people. That's all I care about. I believe what Dr. John Henry Clark used to say: Black people are going to fail because they need their leaders to be perfect. See, white people don't suffer from that. Donald Trump can brag about grabbing pussy on Monday and get elected to be president on Tuesday. You understand what I'm saying? White people don't care if their leaders are perfect. All they care is, leader, are you going to do our bidding? Because that's what a leader's supposed to do. Represent the people, right? Black people, all they got to do is come up with a scandal about your leader, and y'all, oh, I knew that nigga was no good. I knew because you need perfect leaders, because you're perfect as a person, right? Asshole. Okay? Oh, I love these questions. Question of the day. Oh, boss. Hey, boss, hit me up so we can talk. Boss, seriously, all of my contact is in the description. Hit me up so we can talk, all right? You be asking these dope questions. Okay. Things that I can't necessarily speak to concretely at the moment because there's so much going on, and I really am just one person. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Well, that's an interesting question. Did the miscegenation of the rest of North Africa occur at a similar time as Kemet, with the fall of Kemet? That's a really good question. I would say yes and no. It's a complicated question, but yes and no. And then I would have to explicate on either direction. But that was a damn good question. Okay. Okay. Photep. That was good. Photep instead of Hotep. That was really good. Yeah, I need that one. I took a picture of that. Photep. That's hilarious. Right? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Journey Must Show. Oh, you're going to learn a lot today. Guaranteed. But like I said, I come in my chat and I spend time with my people because they are the one who showed up. They are the ones who show me love. And they're like, Shaka, you know, we got you, da 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 da. So I'm gonna spend some time in my chat before I jump to the before I jump to the you know what, right? So okay, all right, that's about it. Let me see here. You know what I really like? I haven't seen any trolls in here in a long time. So before we get started, right? Before we get started, for those of you who don't know, my name is Shakka-Ahmose. If you've never been here before, I am the founder, producer, director of Kemetville. Kemetville is it's a vision, and it's a vision that I'm putting my everything behind and everything into. And so primarily it's a web series that's in pre-production. It's a Black themed web series set in Kemet, incorrectly misnomered ancient Egypt. And in order to bring attention to the web series, I recently produced a short film entitled also, I'm going to be sharing the reviews of the short film that I produced, The Last Night of Asar, which details the very last night of Asar and R.S.I before he is executed by his brother Set. Because, you know, everyone knows the story if you are up on Asar and R.S.I. So in order to get people interested in the upcoming web series, at the suggestion of a wonderful brother, Ron Lawrence, one of the hitmen from Bad Boy Records. I know Puffy and all his drama, that he ain't got nothing to do with that. He was the one that suggested, and Morpheus, Sean Waters, formerly of Force MDs, who's another well-known music producer, they both recommended that I produce a film about Asar and Aset, and that I participate in it. So I produced it. It's on my website, Shakka-Ahmose.com, or you can just type in kemetville.com. It'll take you to the same place where you can actually watch the short film in its entirety. It's 18 minutes, but I like to think it's memorable. It's distinct. You won't forget it. And a whole lot was squeezed into those 8 minutes because I'm drawing from different historical sources, mostly Plutarch, and his rendition of Isis and Osiris, right? Or it's Isis de Osiris, right? Isis and Osiris, but it's written in Italian initially. So, and because that's the tradition or the canon that was received in the West. So that's the version of the story most people know. Where Osiris is drowned, he's cut up, blah, 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 blah. So I squeezed a lot, but I wanted to explore what did their last night together look like. Osiris and Isis, Asar and Aset, to use their proper African names. What did that last night look like? And so that's what I put into my short film. So if you, I'm going to basically just let you take a quick look at the trailer, which I've been playing. And I'm going to keep playing as we gear up for the pre-launch to the crowdfunding round for the web series, Kemetville, the web series. So here we go. After this, we're going to get started with the presentation. Okay, so for those of you who have never seen the trailer before, for the that's really just a teaser for the short film, The Last Night of Asar. Please make sure that you go to kemetville.com, right? Let me help you out. There we go. Come on, go. Here we go. All right. So here we go. Where am I at? I'm here. Here I am. Cool. Right. So you can just go to kemetville.com so you can watch the full theatrical short in its entirety, and you'll appreciate it. You know, there's some dialogue. I wrote it, I produced it, I directed it, and it's just to get people warmed up and to allow them to see images that they don't get to see in that capacity. You know, white folks release a film on ancient Kemet every year, whether it's The Mummy or it's a film about Cleopatra. If I see one more film about Cleopatra, I'm gonna hit someone. But it's nonstop. And I've always resented the fact that Black people can't get one. And when we finally did get one, unfortunately, it was Jada Pinkett's production. And while a lot of people fault Jada Pinkett for certain things with that production, what they don't realize is that she didn't do that by herself. You know, there were a lot of people around her advising her, and I think they were giving her bad counsel, bad advice, you know. But in her favor, what a lot of people don't realize is that most people have never seen real images of the Ptolemies and what the Ptolemaic bloodline actually looked like. When you actually see those images, and the reason why they've never seen them is that most of those images have been expelled from Egypt. What Egypt did was they got rid of a lot of the dark images, and those images are now in private collections. So if you don't have access to those private collections, you will not know what those people actually look like. And so therefore, light-skinned Egyptians and Europeans can get away with telling you, oh, Cleopatra was white, or she was very light, and the Ptolemies were Greeks, all which is nonsense. They were not Greeks, they were Macedonians, Greek in culture. And they didn't understand what the term Greek meant in Egypt. The term Greek, the way the term Greek was used in Egypt is not the way we use it today, right? Greek was not just an ethnicity or a race in ancient Egypt. It was also a status. So you could have people who look like me who were classified as Greek. Not because the Greeks were black, as many people like to say. I don't argue that, whether they are or not. That's another conversation. Or that word, that's, you know. And the other thing is people don't study ancient Greece enough to know what they're talking about. They just lump in all ancient Greece together. They don't know the difference from a Dorian to a Pelasgian to an Achaean, right? To a Hellen, right? They don't know. To a Seleucid, to a Win. They don't know. A Mycenaean, they don't know. Because most people, and I keep saying over, especially on social media, are fucking stupid. That's just the truth. They're fucking stupid and uneducated and unlearned and historically illiterate. That's a hard pill to swallow. Because you got to look in the mirror and say, shit, that's me. Yeah. Right? Everybody ain't taking 30 hours in a 24-hour period to study. People like idiots like me do that. Right? Where all we do is just study, right? But it's our bread and butter. It's our job. It's what we do. So, but I was saying this before. Oh, I never said what was in, what the error was in Katt's interpretation of the artifact. That's why you got to wait for me to do the response to the Joe Rogan. You got to wait for me to do the response to the Joe Rogan Katt Williams interview. Okay? That's the whole point for you to show up and see. Okay? Are you kidding me? What kind of question is this? What are the positive sides of Kemet? How can we use it to benefit us today? Man, please. That's what Kemetville is all about. That's a great question. I might be acting a certain way right now and behaving, but that's an awesome question. Yeah, absolutely. Willie-ism, I appreciate that. And only somebody with the awesome, great name of Shabaka could have asked a question like that. And I appreciate you for asking that. Very much so. Can you be a citizen of Kemetville? Oh, we don't joke about that. We're serious about that. In fact, I literally have a list of people who I personally identify as citizens of Kemetville. These are people who support me. These are people who are like, Shaka, what do you need to do? Da, 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 and they don't hesitate. Like, there's no hesitation. What do you need? I got you. No problem. Shaka, what do you need? Yo, those are citizens. Because in effect, indirectly, they're building Kemetville. You understand what I'm saying? They're literally building it. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually, that really means a lot to me. A lot went into choosing that name because there were other names that I was, entertaining. But Kemetville, which was actually originally chosen for a clothing line that, ironically, it's on the t-shirt. But originally I was thinking in terms of a clothing line and what urban, I wanted it to have an urban feel, and I wanted people to feel like they belonged. Right. And so I came up with Kemetville, and it wasn't, and I was just so enthralled by the name that it wasn't until I was watching a film by, I don't know, at some point I already knew I was going to do the web series, but what made me actually do it was watching a film called The Harder They Fall that was produced by a brother by the name of James, and I think Jay-Z also participated in that. But that film was so great. The scene between Idris Elba and Jonathan Majors was so great that when I saw that level of acting, I said, look, if black people are ready for that level of acting, I'm prepared to actually do a web series. And the reason is that I love classics. The type of literature I love is classical literature. The kind of films I love are classical films, right? Like Denzel Washington in Macbeth, one of my favorite films. Most people would watch it and not like it because they won't understand Old English or Shakespearean English, Elizabethan English. They won't understand English in that term, because when you hear English like that, it's not common to the Western ear. It literally sounds like another language. But as a linguist, I can parcel out what is being said. And so I love the film. And it's in black and white. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. All right, but here's what you said. Entertainers are not our leaders. And I disagree with that. Because in the 60s, there was really very little distinction. Right? That movie, One Night in Miami. That's Muhammad Ali. Who else? One Night in Miami. Malcolm X. And there's two other people. Y'all can help me out with who the two other people are. Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, and I'm sure there were two other people there that were I appreciate that very much so. Very much so. I felt the same way when I chose it. Kingdom L, I appreciate you very much so. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. Hey, met you at the Big Farmers Market in Fort Lauderdale. You were extra kind. Oh, wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think taking the opportunity to be kind is important, because we don't often get the opportunity. We don't. A lot of times people don't give us the opportunity to be kind, or we're just not in that place where we have enough generosity to be kind. But I think that if you can, you should. And I appreciate you remembering that. That's you being kind to me today. I appreciate that very much so. Thank you, Chocolate Music. Very much so. Right? So, okay, let's get started, folks. This is why we're here. Okay. That's what's up. And you know what that is. If you're a fan of Shaka, you know you got to let him ride. Facts. I appreciate that. Right? Oh, that's a question. I'm not going to touch that. Right? Somebody said I'm not a linguist. Stop it. Okay, so hold on 1 second. I don't tolerate stupid people. Hold on 1 second. Okay, there we go. Right. This person's going to tell me what I know and don't know about linguistics, or how long I've studied linguistics. And this is what I mean about stupid people. You are not a linguist. Show us your degree. You got to have a degree to be a linguist? This is what I'm talking about. We have to suffer stupid people. Who said you have to have a degree to be a linguist? There are people who are mechanics that don't have a mechanic certification, but they're some of the best mechanics in the world. You think people in third world countries have degrees in mechanics, but you're telling me that they're not mechanics? They're fixing cars, and cars are moving on the road. They're fixing trucks and working on airplanes. Airplanes are flying in the sky, but they don't have a degree. This is what I mean about stupid being stuck on itself. And these are the kind of people that I ban on a snap fist. And I guarantee you that the person that put that in the chat couldn't hold a 5-minute conversation with me and make sense once I start slapping them upside the head with questions about linguistics. A bunch of morons and idiots. So you're not a linguist. Where's your degree? And I'm old school, bro. Eat a dick. Okay, there you go. Pardon me, people, but that's just how I feel. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I probably have more knowledge about linguistics in my small pinky than you have in your whole body. And that's a fact. Right? I might not possess the degree to show you, only because my interest didn't go to that extent to be able to acquire a degree. Right? Linguistics only holds but so much importance to me, and I'll tell you why. This is for the stupid person that made that comment. Right? I discovered a long time ago when I was studying philology. Yes, I study philology. When I was studying philology, I discovered a long time ago that Europeans, 19th century Europeans, made the error and the mistake that philology would reveal and would be the key to opening up the past. And what they ended up discovering was they ended up running into brick walls that philology and linguistics alone could not solve. And so once I understood the limiting capacity of linguistics, I determined, no, I didn't want to go in that direction to that extent where I needed a degree in it, right? I don't hold linguistics to that high of an esteem. But the mere fact that I am well versed in it, I have an ear for language, okay? And you know what the really funny part is? The moron that put that in the chat does not speak as many languages as I do, and I know that. Languages that I acquired on the way with respect to my erudition. I know that they don't speak as many languages as I do. Some ancient and some modern, right? Some languages that are considered dead, some that are not. But this is what I mean about stupid people. They're everywhere, but don't give them more attention than they deserve. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually presenting linguistics in my presentation, and that retard had to put that, oh, you're not a linguist. In fact, I'll prove to you in this presentation this evening that I know a little something about language. Okay, a little bit. Oh my God. I tell you. Oh, that's a good question. Oh, I love good questions. Hey, Shaka, how much credence do you put in Plutarch's version of the Osirian drama? I would love to quote Budge on that. Let me see if I can find a quote. 1 second. Because I think E.A. Wallace Budge gave a great explication on that. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Here it goes right here. Damn, I'm good. All right, this is a quote from E.A. Wallace Budge. It's from the book Osiris and the Egyptian Resurrection, right? So this is to answer that question that you asked. It probably won't fit. I don't know if it will or not. Let's see. Oh, wow, looks like it did. Okay. This is the answer to your question. This is E.A. Wallace Budge from the book Osiris and the Egyptian Resurrection. He said, the narratives of Plutarch and Diodorus contain a great many statements about Osiris and Isis, which can be substantiated by texts written 3,000 years before the Christian era. He's talking about the pyramid text, the coffin text, and the Pedet Imheru, or the book of coming forth by day. But they are arranged in wrong order, and many of them are joined together in such a way that it is certain, listen, that neither the classical writers nor their informants understood the original form of the history of Osiris. So that's my and if you want to know where that came from this. Here you go. I'll put the title on the screen. Okay. Here you go. Here you go. E.A. Wallace Budge, Osiris, Egyptian Resurrection, Chapter 1, page 17 and 18, second and first paragraphs, respectively, published 1911. Those are from my own personal notes. Okay? So that's the answer to your question. That I understand that it's an abridged version where the what did he refer to them as? The classical writers. It's that the classical it's an abridged version that the classical writers took license with. But for me, because it's the one that we know in the West, that was the version that I felt really lent itself to film. And the reason that's the version I feel leads itself to film is you have to understand. You can get the pyramid text in proper order when you read James P. Allen's work, right? If you go to earlier work, you won't. You'll find it all disjointed. However, the version that you get, even in the original text, I personally, it's so ethereal and it's so concerned with the divine that I don't feel that I personally don't feel that it lends itself to film. And that's what I was looking. I mean, maybe it does. Maybe if I went back in and decided, you know what, I'll do it this way, we'll do it this way. I don't know. But I thought Plutarch's version was the version that really, really you could have fun with film. Like give people something that's coherent, cohesive, chronological, sequential, step by step. We start here, we end here. Great, you know, that's it. And as they said in that, as Bud said in that, it says right here, the content in Plutarch's version can be substantiated by the text. That's all I cared about. As long as it could be substantiated by the text, the primary evidence, I'm good. Because you're dealing with the native stuff. And that's all I really cared about. Right? Okay. I know you people got to get unobsessed with my lock. Okay? I am not allowed to wear the lock right now. I might get back to it if I'm allowed to wear it later. Okay? All right, here we go. Okay, so here we go, people. 90. We are going to now present what we came here. For those of you who watch this later, all you got to do is fast forward where you see the PowerPoint on the screen. Here we go. And thank y'all for letting me rock and for letting me ride. This is the only time I get to be social. I have no other social part of my life. Zero. When I say zero, zero. The only thing in my life is Kemetville. That's it. Kemetville and a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. I have that's it. And work and exercise and eating right. That's it. And studying. That's it. Like that is my life. You heard? So, you know. I think somebody in yesterday's chat promised me an Ethiopian significant other. So I just send them over. Okay. Here we go. So let's rock. Present. Now comes the fun part. The part where we address what we came to address. Hold on, let me make sure I am where I am. I'm going to take the lower position down here just so that the screen can be closer to you guys. All right. So, present mode. Here we go. Our brother, none other, right? Our brother, none other than Damon Dash. Okay? There he is, people. On the screen. Our brother, none other. Damon to the Dash. So this is what he said. One of my favorite shows that I like to watch is a show called Diary of a CEO. I love that show, right? I love that platform. And it is highly informative. And Damon Dash was on there. And which I thought was an interesting choice. And so I personally like Damon. I enjoy listening to him. I think sometimes he's a little bit of a left field character, but he's an individual, and I appreciate that. So as an individual myself, I appreciate other individuals with strong character. So, and I didn't say they had to be perfect. Sometimes they have a lot of faults. Like I have a lot of faults. We all do. So what he said was, and this is what he said in the Diary of a CEO interview. Now you got to understand, millions of people are going to see this. Now hold on a second. What did I tell you earlier? Right? I told you that my main issue is when we as a community go on these platforms and we start talking about Kemet, and we start saying things that are not true. White people are watching. Like I showed you a moment ago in that cut with Katt Williams and that white person laughing at the end because the shit that came out of Katt Williams' mouth was factually wrong and incorrect. That is not a timekeeping compass that the Assyrian images are wearing. that the Anunnaki are wearing. That is not a timekeeping compass. So for him to claim that it is only shows that he's reading the wrong material, and that white people are going to seize on that as an opportunity to say, see, I told you. And you have to understand why this is important. Those subject matters are taught at the university level. Listen, I'll say that again. It's not like Katt was speaking on a subject matter that is not taught at the university level. For you to know what you're talking about, in my world, you have to at least be speaking at the university level. That's why everyone that I quote is a PhD. If they're not a PhD, it's hard for them to get quoted in a Shaka-Ahmose presentation. I'm not saying I won't, but it's going to be hard. It means that you were the go-to person and you only happen to have your undergraduate degree, or you are a PhD candidate. And so, like yesterday, I quoted someone's dissertation, but the dissertation was good. Okay, why? Because they were quoting primary text. That's why I used it. So I used it strategically. But for the most part, if you're not a PhD, I'm not going to quote you. If you're not from a reputable university, I'm not going to quote you. Okay, so I'm saying this because when Katt Williams and Damon Dash are speaking about subject matters that are taught at the university level, you don't think that privileged young white students are sitting in those classes? And you don't think that those same white students are watching your interview? You don't think that those same white students are now going to perpetuate the mythology that black people have low IQs when you're sitting on a public platform saying some stupid shit that is not true? Sorry. This is how we speak as battle historians. I'm not saying that to disrespect Katt. I'm not saying that to disrespect Damon. I'm saying that to check any black celebrities who are going to go on these public platforms, speak about Kemet, which we are territorial about Kemet. Why? Because we grew up in communities where we were literally raised by people like Dr. Joseph Ben-Jacquemin, Dr. John Henrik Clark, Professor Van Sertima, Sheikh Enter Diop, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. We were raised by these people, Professor James Small. We were raised, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. We were raised by these people. Professor Edward Scobie, Professor Charcy McIntyre, right? Dr. Pat Newton, Dr. Asa Hilliard, right? Dr. Theophilo Benga, Dr. Mario Beatty, Dr. Greg Carr, the New Jack Scholars out of Temple University under Malefi Asante and Theophilo Benga. We were raised by these people. ASCAC, First World. We were raised by these people. Professor Reggie Mabry, we were raised by these people, literally. Jacob Carruthers, the Kemetic Institute. We were raised by these people. You don't get to just come in this lane because you're a celebrity and you got fame and money and popularity and think that you get to be the expert on this when you haven't toiled on this path. You haven't paid dues on this path. You haven't sacrificed with us on this path. So now we're talking about ownership. I come from a class of black people that took ownership and responsibility for this culture. So you don't get to just sidestep and ride over in your coupe de ville in this lane and talk shit like you're the expert on this culture when you don't know shit about this culture. You got TikTok information. That's what the fuck you got, and running around on different platforms talking TikTok shit. Making black people look like we got low IQs. Instead of consulting with your brothers, because you know why? They think because we don't have Hollywood stamp that we ain't shit. These are the same people who claim to be against Hollywood, but they act Hollywood. If you so against Hollywood, why you don't reach down into the streets and reach down into the lower echelons of the podcast world and holler at brothers like myself or sisters? You know, it ain't got to be a brother. It could be a sister who's done her homework, who's really done her homework. You understand what I'm saying? And they're out there. There are sisters out there who have really studied the history and the culture of Kemet, and they know it. I don't know many of them, but there are a few, and I know they're out there. But you ain't searching for them. You ain't looking for them. Why? Because you have no respect for them. You have no respect for brothers like myself. Or that brother who, I think his name is Michael something, Michael Robinson or Michael Johnson, but he's always on Roland Martin's show, right? And he's their resident black historian. But y'all don't come looking for us. Y'all think we ain't shit. The only one who they give any credence to is Umar Johnson. And with all due respect, I love Umar. I respect Umar. But Umar did not come from our community. He was not raised in that sacred community. That's what it was. He was not raised in the United African Movement, UAM. He was not raised in the Black United Front, NBUF. He was not raised in CMOTAP. December 12th with Ilombe Brass. He did not come out of an authentic pro-black community. He claims his pedigree from the bloodline of Frederick Douglass. Great. And how my brother refers to himself as the Prince of Pan-Africanism, I will never understand that because I think it's disrespectful while people like James Small are still alive. People like Dr. Leonard Jeffries are still alive. People who really toiled and paid dues. Leonard Jeffries worked with Alex Haley when Alex Haley was producing Roots. And you running around claiming to be the it-all, end-all, be-all of the black movement, you can't do that. You ain't gonna do that in my presence. I will make it a point to check you. I will. There's no question about it. In person or online. I got no problem. I'm good with these. I have no problem. Size, none of that shit mean anything to me. And that's no disrespect to Umar. I'm talking about that's a general statement for anybody and everybody. I don't bite my tongue when it comes to this because I'm a product of this. When you're looking at this, you're looking at sleepless nights of our parents that went to war with the New York City Board of Education. Y'all don't even know how multiculturalism came into being. I literally watched in the kitchen of my home that war being fought. While Dr. John Henry Clark and Leonard Jeffries and Dr. Ben and Van Sertima and Shaka Dope and Francis Cress Wilson and all of these people were fighting every night to produce and create a black board of education so that we could impact the school curriculum and the textbooks that were fucking up the minds of our children. I was a part of that war. I grew up in the trenches of that war, watching our parents, and these are the elders of our community that went to war, and they get no credit. Dr. Adelaide Sanford, no credit. You get a bunch of attention-grabbing niggas that come along that want all the credit to be brilliant about a subject matter that they don't know shit about, and they have no respect for the communities that they actually come from that put time into this shit. Because you know why? We ain't great until a white person told them that we's great. That's why. So to me, you're not authentic. You're not authentic. You're not. It's like how you got cornflakes and then you got the knockoff. You got Cheerios and then you got the knockoff. I don't eat cornflakes and Cheerios, but I'm just saying, right? You got Nikes and then you got the knockoffs. You got Adidas and then you got the knockoffs, right? Or you got whatever and then you got the knockoff. So when I look at fugazi people that want to run around on these platforms where you spent 90% of your time in Hollywood, but then you want to jump the grandstand and say, oh, ancient Egypt was black. When Kevin Hart did that and they canceled him in Egypt, he ain't say shit about ancient Egypt since then. Why? Because it doesn't jibe with your price tag. It's too expensive a discussion for you to really get into, Kevin Hart. Yeah, and no disrespect to you because I'm a fan of yours, not just as I'm a fan of yours as a person, as a black man, and as a businessman who has integrity. Because I feel Kevin Hart has integrity. I don't care who don't like him. Right? That's my opinion. I just watch how he moves. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. I'm not here to explain how he got a 4-picture deal or all this other shit. He wasn't in Hollywood. You know, people forget Kevin Hart was making moves on the internet when other comedians were not. That's how he got noticed. I saw it because I remember Who is this little motherfucker? Who is this dude standing on? And he was out in the street on a corner with a bullshit iPhone making films and showed people that he had a following. But his following was where? Online. He didn't have to be in clubs. But if you don't know that and you're mad because you're out there in clubs, but the Hollywood bigwigs is not seeing your following, we can't get caught up in that shit. That's between you and Kevin Hart. Don't drag us into that shit. We're not going to turn on our brother to make you feel good and make you feel better. Nah, that's bullshit. Just like we're not going to turn on Katt Williams for somebody else. Fuck them too. This is a family. It's a family squabble. But family squabbles got to understand old school shit. You don't air your dirty laundry. And when elephants fight, the grass suffer. That's an African axiom. But y'all don't really give a fuck about African culture, so you don't practice what the culture preaches. You don't care about African axioms. When two elephants fight, the grass suffers. So two elephants like Katt Williams and Kevin Hart don't need to be fighting publicly because you're two elephants. You are giants. You don't need to be fighting publicly because the grass suffers, right? I got points of contention with people who may be giants in my arena. Like Umar Johnson has earned his right to be called a giant. I would not call him the Prince of Pan-Africanism, but he got his marketing game down. He got his promotion game down. So if the brother knows how to get a platform open and he's pushing the culture, right? Or he's defending us where he is capable of. He deals with that DSM shit, that prescriptive psychological literature. He deals with that shit very well, and he knows it very well, and he speaks eloquently to it. And I think that we should support him in that context, in that capacity. I stand for that. I respect that. Period. Plus, not only that, I had a conversation with Professor James Small the other day when he called to check up on me. I don't know how many of y'all have Professor James Small call to check up on you, or Dr. Walter Williams, Professor Walter Williams call to check up on you. But these are men who call and check up on me. These are esteemed elders throughout our community who call to check up on me. Shaka, you okay? Shaka, you good? Okay. So when these men do that, right, and they co-sign somebody else, I got to step back. And Professor James Small called me and he co-signed Umar Johnson. It's no longer for me to question. Whatever grievances and gripes I may have had about Umar Johnson prior to that point, nothing else for me to talk about. All I could do is have his back and hold him down. That's it. Why? Because the elder spoke. Period. That's the African way. You understand? That's the African way. Now, if it gets to a point where the elder is no longer present and that brother transgresses, it's a free and clear road. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want, but I can't do that now. That's respect. I gotta like, whoo. Well, Professor Small smoker, and I cannot forget Booker T. Coleman. I will not forget him, even though he uses another name now, Hiawatha Khomeini, right? I knew him as Professor Booker T. Coleman, who was an incredible student of Dr. John Henry Clark and who did his master's thesis on the life of William Leo Hansberry, one of the dopest lectures I've ever heard. Ever, and I still have it. I'm going to make my complete lecture collection that I've collected over the, y'all will blow your minds. Y'all want to hear you want to hear the elders that made Shakka-Ahmose? It's going to be on my website, part of Shakka-Ahmose University. But yeah, when you grew up around people like that, you know, Akhenaten, and the ATM philosophy of photovoltaism. What? Part 1, 2, and 3. I have all of that. These brothers dropping knowledge, you know, real knowledge. Yeah. Yes, I'm still doing music. I love when y'all ask about my music. Yes, I'm still doing. Are you listening? You still bring Egypt with a black man lately? I got a remix recently. I will share it with you, but let's get back to Damon Dash. And I appreciate those of you who still ask about the music. Yes, absolutely. I appreciate you. I appreciate the love, people. I genuinely do. Genuinely. Right? Kev was in the films before the iPhone. Dame Dash put him in. Oh, I heard about that too. That Dame Dash, because Dame Dash was talking about how he put Kev in Paper Soldiers in 2002. Yeah, but that was just love that Dame showed. But I'm talking about what Kev was doing on his own. to get his own following. And I think that what Dame did should be celebrated and respected. And I really wish, and I'm not gonna lie, it does bother me. Oh, that's true. Yes. I have to mention my mother. My mother was yes, Ivy, thank you. Ivy. I appreciate that. My mother was a part of that community without question. That's why I was raised up in it, because of my mother and her second husband. Absolutely. There's some truth to that. Yeah, there's some truth to that. That's why you want me to marry an Ethiopian woman. Look, you got to send me the Ethiopian woman you want me to marry. She got to hit me up. See, I was talking to somebody the other day. I'm old school, right? I'm from the, what? Hold up. Somebody got my birthday? Oh, what? Yo, Vivo, we the same day. Oh, that's right. Vivo, what's up? I know who that is. What's popping? That's one of my peoples. There you go. That's one of my clients. I appreciate often, man. You got to hit me up for, in fact, I got to throw you a session, a 30-minute session, because you get them so regularly. So hit me up for a free one on the house that's on me. Just hit me up. All right? Let me know when you're ready. 30 minutes, you and me. We just go on it one-on-one. Okay. South Carolina. I spent my childhoods in South Carolina. I appreciate you. Oh my God. Some of my earliest childhood memories are just walking down the road with no shoes in 1970. 7 with a 0. 1970. Walking down the road in July and August of 1970 with my brothers and my sisters and my cousins, and we just walking down the road, throwing rocks, chasing dogs chasing us. Just a little bunch of, you remember that Spike Lee movie? I think it was called Crooklyn, where they show the kids going to the South in the summertime. It was like that, because my mother is from South Carolina. She was born in I think Spartanburg, Darlington, Florence area. My mother currently lives in Africa, for those of you who don't know. She's been in Africa now for like 20 years or something like that. And my mother's in her 80s. I miss you, mother. I love you very much. And my mother is certainly the reason why I am the way I am. But no, my son does no longer wear his lock. No, he does not. Like, I no longer wear my lock. I will probably return to my lock at a later point, right? You got to eat to live, but eat to live? Oh, come on, man. Elijah Muhammad, Eat to Live was like 1989 for me, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Absolutely. Right? So let's get back to the presentation. All right. So Damon Dash, our brother, why are we calling him to task today? Or why are we highlighting him? We're not calling him to task. We are highlighting him because I got his back. Okay? Damon, I got your back. That's why we're doing this. Okay? So what did Damon say on the CEO, on Diary of a CEO? This is what he said in his interview. And for some reason, he has gone from interview to interview, literally saying the exact same thing. I'm going to show you, because the next time is from another interview, the one he did on Willie D. So in the Diary of a CEO, and that's a picture of the interview. Go look at it. Go look at the Dame Dash video interview, Diary of a CEO, where he said this. He said, so when I look at hieroglyphics, I never see school. I think parents love their children the most. No one's going to love their kids more than the people that made them. Those should be the people teaching them. That's what Dame Dash said. He said, when I look at hieroglyphics, I never see school. Right? So what does that mean? Let's look at the Teachable moment breakdown. Dame's inference is that the term or concept of school does not appear in the pharaonic script that the Greeks referred to as hieroglyphica or hieroglyphics. That means sacred carvings. The proper name Mdu Inter or Meduneter, right? And therefore, school was not part of pharaonic culture or reality. One may conclude by this statement that children in Kemet did not attend any kind of formal school to attain their education. Now, did he only say that on Diary of a CEO? No, because when he went to Willie D, what did he say on the Willie D interview? This is Dame Dash, our brother, right? Here's the title. Dame Dash Live. Dame Dash snaps, talks entrepreneurship, Liar Cohen, Kanye West, and new business ventures. But he was not only talking entrepreneurship, he was not only talking Liar Cohen, he was not only talking Kanye West and new business ventures, he was also talking ancient Egypt and Kemet. This is what I mean with these high-profile black celebrities running around YouTube and social media giving interviews. For some reason, they are inspired, and I love it. I'm not beating them up on it. I love it because they're telling you that ancient Egypt and Kemet is the standard. That's first and foremost. So shout out to Dame Dash, and he got a beautiful Ankh tattoo that he wears on his arms. So shout out to my brother Dame Dash and Katt Williams for letting people know that ancient Kemet is the standard. So we got to celebrate these brothers for doing that. Okay? They're not running around talking about Jesus, the Bible, Yahweh, slave culture, slave religion. They're not doing that. They're running around from platform to platform. Now, you know who is doing that? Kanye West. Mr. I'm Jew, we Hebrew, this dumb shit. Right? They're not doing that. They're holding up Kemet as the standard. So we got to celebrate the brothers for doing that. But when they open and when they misspeak, miseducate, and mislead, not on purpose, unintentionally, when they make that faux pas, that's when we got to have their back and give the correction. Because we don't want people who admire them, watching them, discover later on, oh, wow, you know, they were misleading us, they were miseducating us. Just know that it was not on purpose. They don't know. That's why you have a show like A Teachable Moment with Shakka-Ahmose. So I'm using this moment and these interviews as a teachable moment. And I thank them for being generous enough and big enough to allow me to do that. I just wish one of them would contact me so we could have a great discussion about it. So this is what he said on Willie D. I never saw school on any hieroglyphic. Have you? Now look, 2 interviews. So when I look at on Diary of a CEO, when I look at the hieroglyphics, I never see school. On Willie D, I never saw school in any hieroglyphic. Have you? Now, hold on. And then Willie D said, absolutely not. Now stop, because I should have had Willie D's picture up here. I was going to do it, but it would have took me longer to come online. How is Willie D going to sit there and say absolutely not? And I love Willie D. I grew up on the Ghetto Boys. And I love Willie D as a black man, as a person, and his integrity and principles. Right? How is he going to sit there and say absolutely not? Is Willie D saying he reads the hieroglyphics? Or is Willie D saying he reads the Medu Neter, or that he went looking for it? So if you didn't go looking for it, you should not say absolutely not, because then you're co-signing what Dame Dash said. So now you got ignorance co-signing ignorance. That's supposed to make us look good when there's already a rumor out there on the mythology that black people have a low IQ? You can't do that. You brothers got to get out of this Hollywood shit where you think that because you got fame and celebrity and some money, if you got money, which really doesn't matter, it's inconsequential with this subject matter, but you cannot think that because you got a following and people know who you are, that therefore when you open your mouth and you speak, you're correct. Because that's incorrect and you're incorrect. Okay? And then your big brother Shaka, because I might be older than both Dame Dash and Willie D. I don't know. Although me and Willie might be the same age, I'm not sure. In fact, let me find out. Hold on one second. Am I older than Dame Dash? Let's see. Yep. So I'm older than Dame Dash. So Dame Dash, as your brother, and let me see Willie D. Hold on a second. He got a Wikipedia page. Okay, Willie D got me by a year. Okay, okay, all right. So Willie D is older than me by a year. I'm older than Dame Dash by a few years. Okay, now, but as your brother, right? I'm telling the both of you, It's 2024. We've had the answer to these questions since 1980, if not earlier, 1979, 1980. Sister Dr. Raketi Amen, at the insistence of Saber Jacob Carruthers, traveled all the way to Africa to study the Medu Neter with Shek and Tejo. And Theophilo Benga, to the best of my knowledge. Now, if she's studying with those scholars and she brought the knowledge back here, it's inexcusable and unacceptable. Ankh Mira, Let the Ancestors Speak, his book on the hieroglyphics and Medu Neter. Dame Dash, did you ever think to buy a book on the hieroglyphics and the Medu Neter? So written by your own people who read it and study it and write it, who have the PhDs behind their name. Have you ever respected that subject even enough to go study it so that you can make sense when young Black people are listening to you? Because I know that Dame Dash works with schools and he works with principals. How are you going to work with schools and you're miseducating people? I got to ask you that, brother. I sent you a message. I sent you an email to your email, but you didn't respond. So I have every right to hold your feet to the fire for these misstatements, because we could have spoke about this had you had the temerity to reach out to a brother and say, hey, Shaka, I got your email. Maybe we can have a Zoom talk or whatever, right? Now, I emailed him about the web series because I'm just looking to link up with people to work with me on the web series. But you know how it is with these celebrities, right? They get mad on Hollywood for shitting on them, but then they act Hollywood and shit on us, right? We're not good enough for them to respond to in an email or respond to in a text. Or so, okay, then you gotta take this teachable moment. That's what this is. This is a teachable moment. You heard? Oh, what was that on his wrist? When I do the response to the Joe Rogan, I will show you what that was on the wrist. Okay, so let's get back to it. Please don't forget, if you want to show your appreciation for the for this podcast, I guess this is what this is, for a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. My Cash App is at the top of the chat. It's $ Shakka-Ahmose. We appreciate support because it matters, right? Look, let me just not bullshit y'all. I don't do anything else, right? I don't give my time to other people who are not worth it. I'm not going to go work on somebody's job when I know my value, okay? It's that simple. The other part of it is, if I take my knowledge and I just put it in a course and I wait for y'all to go buy the course, there's a good chance you may never see the course and go buy it, so you ain't going to learn. So my only option is to come on here and teach your ass. But like I said at the beginning of this broadcast, this is not free. We do this the old traditional African style, right? I'm giving you the product, which is the teaching. I expect you to go visit my Cash App and pay the price for this presentation, which is $10. That's not a lot of money, right? People blow $10. They put a lot more than that on bullshit, right? So anyway, let's get back to the presentation. Okay. How much Beyonce charged people to come to her concert, right? I'm sure it's a lot more than $10. And I'm sure many Black people pay it. Okay, so here we go, right? So this is what they said. Dame Dash, I never saw school on any hieroglyphic, have you? Well, Dame, I didn't know you read hieroglyphics. And the problem I have with Willie D is Willie D didn't press him on it. When he said that, what Willie D should have said was, well, brother, do you read the hieroglyphs? I didn't know you read the hieroglyphs. How long have you been studying that? Right? But they don't do that. Willie D just falls in line. Absolutely not. I have never seen the word school on any hieroglyphic. But then Dame Dash went even further. He said, I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. Well, Dame, maybe you was in the wrong pyramid, and in the wrong period, right? He said, I think parents are supposed to teach their kids. He said, but you're trained to give your child away to an adult you don't know to teach your kid how to survive in life. Now, I told you at the beginning of yesterday's podcast that what amazes me about Katt Williams and Dame Dash, this is why you never throw a Black man in the garbage, is that I told you, Even when they're wrong, they're correct about certain things in their incorrect statement. Part of the statement is correct. When he says parents are supposed to teach their children, he's correct about that. And I'm going to show him what the perspective was in ancient Kemet about that. We don't use the word Egypt because that's an incorrect word. Egypt is a fake word that they put on Kemet. Okay, the correct term is Kemet. So we're going to show you and take a look at how did parents in Kemet think about teaching their children. We're going to look at that. We ain't got to guess, Dame. We don't have to pretend that we know. We can actually know. So we're going to look at this one more time. He said, so when I look at hieroglyphics, I never see school. He felt that was important enough to say that the hieroglyphics are the standard. Ancient Kemet is the standard. And in the standard, I don't see the word school. Right? And therefore, the parents should be teaching them. He said, I've never seen the word school in any hieroglyphic, and I've never seen school in any pyramid. That's what Damon Dash said. Dr. Theophilo Benga, the peer and protege of Dr. Shaka-Ahmose R.S.I and partner of Dr. Shaka-Ahmose R.S.I, in his timeless classic, African Philosophy, the Pharaonic Period, 2780 to 330 BC, Damon Dash, I suggest you get this book. Willie D, I suggest you get this book so you don't have to parrot what somebody else is saying and end up looking like you didn't know what you were talking about, or like you didn't do your research, because you didn't. I want to read to you, Damon, Mr. Dash, CEO Dash. I want to read to you a translation from one of the ancient Egyptian texts, so-called ancient Egyptian texts. Okay? And this is from page 567 to 571. There are very few human beings on the planet that can read and write the hieroglyphs like this man, Theophilo Benga. Very few human beings. His knowledge of Greek is better than most Greek-speaking people. His knowledge of classical Greek. Greek people don't speak classical Greek. This man has in-depth knowledge at the PhD level of classical Greek and the hieroglyphics, the Medu Neter, or Eden Kemet, the speech of Kemet. So when he's writing something, you might want to pay attention and listen. This is what it says on page, it's quoting from one of the native texts. It says, I would love, this is the people of Kemet speaking, a father to his son. He says, I would like to make you love books more than your mother, and to make sure that the excellence of books permeates your being. Damon Dash, did you hear that? That's from Kemet, from ancient Egypt. I don't incorrectly called ancient Egypt. I would like to make you love books more than your mother, and to make sure that the excellence of books permeates your being. Then he continues, to be a scribe. That really is the greatest profession of all. So this is a text. The text that we're reading is from the instructions of Kemet. This is Kemet in his tomb. So you're looking at this man of Kemet, right? Talking to his son. That's what we're doing. This is from, I forgot I had this here. This is from the instructions of Kemet. Look it up, Damon Dash, my brother, who I have so much respect for, who I would love to work with one day. Okay? Willie D, look it up. The instructions of Kemet from Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt. He says to his son, I would love to make you love books more than your mother, and to make sure that the excellence of books permeates your being. To be a scribe, that really is the greatest profession of all. There is nothing at all like it in the country. The future scribe, even while a child just beginning to grow up, is already greeted with respect. He gets sent as a bearer of messages. The errand done, he does not go back to wearing the laborer's loincloth. So depending on your status in ancient Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt, depending on your status, that would determine what you would wear. So people could look at you and tell whether or not if you were poor, if you were middle class, or if you were a noble. He continues, the mason at his building trade, he is always exposed while he builds. He wears a simple cloth, his arms immersed in clay. All his clothes are smudged with dirt. He had to eat his bread with unclean fingers. See, there is no profession without a boss except the scribes, because the scribe is his own boss. What do we call that? Entrepreneurship. I give a whole course in Kemetic entrepreneurship because that's where entrepreneurship began in ancient Kemet. It's called Kemetnomics. Hit me up if you want to take the course. Okay? This is in a 3,000 to 4,000 year old text, in an African text, in ancient Egypt, incorrectly called ancient Egypt, in Kemet. He's telling you the scribe is the only profession where you do not have a boss, because the scribe is his own boss. So if you can write, all will go well indeed for you. Focus on no other profession. Now watch this. Look what he says next in the text. Even a single day at school. Boom. I'm going to stop it right there. Because we doing real African. People don't know black history. They think they know black history. They talk shit. All they know is Rosa Parks getting up on a bus and Martin Luther King, I have a dream, and being judged by a character. You don't know black history. Because if you knew black history, you would have never let that stupid shit come out your mouth saying you don't see the word school in the hieroglyphics. Where the fuck do you think that text came from? It came from the hieroglyphics. More appropriately, the hieratic. And maybe that's the problem. You're looking in the hieroglyphics. Stop looking in the hieroglyphics and start reading the hieratic. The hieratic is what they wrote their scholarly text in. They were not writing books in hieroglyphics and metal nature. That is onomastica writing. That is government official writing when you're using the hieroglyphics. When you're writing for the people, right? When you're writing in the idioms of the people, you are writing in hieratic or maybe cursive medu nature, cursive hieroglyphic, or demotic. Fuck Coptic. Coptic don't count. We're grateful to Coptic for what it allowed with the key to the language, but Coptic is not a language of Kemet. Okay? Who this? Oh, I can mention Sunwa. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, no, I can shout out Sunwa. I didn't see that. Why didn't you give me a chance to see your chat before you try to dump on me in the chat? I didn't see it. I got to shout out Sunwa. Sunwa definitely, absolutely tried to turn black people's head towards Kemet. Oh, no question. No question. Yeah, I thank you for reminding me. That's all. Look. This is how stupid black people are. If you don't celebrate Sunwa, you ain't my big brother. Dude, why do you ain't give me a chance? I'm in the middle of teaching. He thinks I gotta, I don't know. Maybe he thinks these eyes on my arm could see his statement in the chat. I should block you from just being stupid. Right? Nah, bro, fuck your thank you. You should have been respectful before I'm blocking you from my spot because you were disrespectful. Goodbye. Yeah. Now, all you had to do was just mention Sunwa's name, wait for me to see it, and I would have shouted him out. I have a lot of respect for Sunwa because Sunwa is the one who sparked Professor Walter Williams. And a lot of people shit on Walter Williams, which is wrong, because Walter Williams, before any other scholar in the black community, was the one who broke down the late period better than anybody else. Nobody else was really dealing with the late period. Shaka and Diop did. Dr. Ben, not too much. Right? Van Sertima, not really. Right? Not to the best of my knowledge. To my our scholars from our community. Right? Walter Williams was the one that did that. And I always try to tell people, if you don't understand the late period of ancient Kemet, you're missing a lot. You're missing a whole lot. Okay? And that's because we got that knowledge in the black community because of Walter Williams. I give credit where credit's due. I don't agree with all of Walter Williams' conclusions. I don't agree with everything he says. But what I do agree with was his general knowledge of that period and the ecumenical councils of the churches. Ain't nobody fucking with Walter Williams. Nobody's on his level. I don't care. I disagree with his conclusions about the metal nature and the hieroglyphics being deciphered to an extent, right? But I hold Professor Walter in very high esteem, right? Absolutely. Yeah, all Freeman had to do was just say, yo, shout out, you know what I'm saying? Well, I thought one of my mods was in here, Kyle Bet, but he be in and out. So I got to get some new mods that really be in here like that. Just to add on, right? So I just showed you in the text my brother Damon and my brother Willie D and Katt, before Katt started running around saying the word school is not in the hieroglyphs. Well, you might be right. It's not in the hieroglyphs. It's in the hieratic. The hieratic is the other form. It's the colloquial script. It's actually not even colloquial. It's actually the priestly script. That's why it's called hieratic. Okay? It's called hieratic because it dealt with the priest caste. They were the ones that used that script to write down the literature. Right? You could not be a priest without being a scribe. Doubt it. Highly doubt it. The lower priests would have had some scribal education, but the higher priest, the higher your scribal education, the higher your priesthood. So priesthood was really, really based on education. It was an education-based priesthood in Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt. Here we go. That's funny. I don't know what that was all about. No, Kemet had money. You just have to change your understanding of what money is. That's why you got to take my course, Kemetnomics. Kemet had money. Yes, that's why they have a word for it. It's called hedge. Hedge means money. Okay? They wouldn't have a word for it if they didn't have it. Oh, no question. No question. Yeah, boss, I definitely, we need the link, man. Holla at me, for real. Okay? Facts. This part right here, facts. They could surpass the college grads if they just read. Because, and here's the secret. And I learned this from one of my tenants years ago. I had a tenant who was attending Columbia University, which is like a 5-minute walk from my home. Like where I live, I'm surrounded by universities and museums, all of that, right? I literally live around the corner from Museum Mile, where you got the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Guggenheim, Museum of Modern, all of that stuff is right. Museum of Natural History, where DeGrasse Tyson works, is really another like a 25-minute walk from my home, right? The Hayden Planetarium, all of that. So I grew up in all of these places like he did. That's why we have so much in common. In fact, I've been to Tyson DeGrasse's classes at the Museum of Natural History, where he gives his presentations in the observatory room. So, in fact, I would take my son to go. So let's see. And shout out to Simon for taking us, right? So let's see. No, look, just because Coptic came out of Kemet doesn't mean it's Kemet. Okay, there's a lot of things that came out of Kemet that are not Kemet. Why? Because there were a lot of people in Kemet that were not Kemet. So people, for some reason, don't understand that. It's like sometimes I look at my people and I just be like, damn, we some, I didn't say you, I'm saying we. I said, we some simple-minded motherfuckers. You know? I didn't say that people were passing around pieces of paper with numbers on it. I didn't say that. Right? When you go to the store today, are you passing around a piece of paper with numbers? No, but you still got money, right? Most people don't even use cash anymore, but we still got money, right? This is what I mean. I just said a second ago, our people are simple-minded. I'm not shitting you. You already know I take no prisoners and I show no mercy. If you say some stupid shit in the chat, I tell you, don't come here trying to teach me. You are not qualified. I'm not trying to sound unhumble, but you really don't understand like the level of study that I engage in. Don't try to teach me in the chat. It's gonna, unless you want me to highlight some dumb shit. Okay? No, a moment ago you said Kemet did not have money. Right? This is what you said. Kemet didn't have money, but they were building pyramids. That's what you said. Right? And then I said they did have money. Right? And then you said, to prove your point, you said Kemet was not passing around pieces of paper with numbers on it. I never said they were passing around pieces of paper. But just because they were not passing around pieces of paper does not mean that they did not have money. If they did not have money, they would not have had a word for money. In fact, words, plural. The main one being hedge. Somebody who told me I wasn't a linguistic, but I know the word for money in ancient Kemet, which is hedge. Look it up. Okay? So, you know, and I like how you said this with a question mark. That's what I said. That's really adorable. He put a question mark on it. I like that. Nah, people don't really understand. Sometimes I go easy on people. But when I'm in teaching mode, I'm in an arena. Like, this is like a gladiator arena to me when I'm teaching. So be careful what you put in that chat. Right? No. See, this is what I mean. You can't save people from their own stupid shit. It's the ego. Your ego gonna always keep you in the stupid seat. Remember that. I think you mean currency. No, motherfucker. I said, hold on a second. Just hold on a second. Hold on, people. We're going to have a teachable moment because that's the name of this platform. Give me 1 second. Okay? Hold on 1 second. Where we at? Hold on. I'm going to do this the fast way. I'm not going to even go into my private stash. We're going to do this the fast way. All right. In fact, I'm going to let you watch me do it. We're going to go into the Vigus dictionary. Hold on 1 second. Right? I'm going to let y'all see. Here we go. I don't normally let people see me work. Here we go. This is like just some real basic shit that I do if I'm on the fly. Okay? Y'all can see my screen. We're in the Vigus dictionary for the hieroglyphics. Okay? For the Medu Necha. Here we go. We're going to type it. Oh, I can't do it like that. Oh, yeah, I could do it like that. Hold on 1 second. We're going to type in money. Let's see what comes up. Hedge, money. Presentation, hedge, silver, money. Right? Another word, sati, money. Hedge, silver, money. So don't fucking come in my chat talking about currency and all this other stupid shit when the glyph says money. The fuck is wrong with you people? God damn. The fuck? I'm talking about, here we got another dumbass. You not explaining it right. No, you're not explaining it right. It's biblical times. It's money. What does money mean? Look it up. Do I got to go to? I have no tolerance and no patience for stupid people. None. Zero. I cannot unstupid you. I cannot un-ego you. That's where your manhood comes in. Your manhood got to be able to check yourself. so you don't end up getting checked. Okay? Money. Talk about that can't be what it was called. No, it was called Hedge. Look, the stupidity don't stop. Laugh out loud. That can't even be what it was called, Shaka. That's the definition. Money. The whole point of translating something is to translate it into a vehicle and a medium that you understand. Money. So now, hold on one second. Right? Here we go. Hold on. Collectively, money. Hold on. Some of the money. Something. Here we go. Yes, it's a property. Right? Now, here is money. Here's the key word, right? The key word, we are going in the dictionary. Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay, watch this. I'm going to show y'all something. And this is why I avoid stupid people. And this is why white people say black people have a low IQ. I got somebody in my chat trying to argue me down about something I just documented, that ancient Kemet had money, right? Then when I proved it had money and I said it had a word, he tried to say he didn't say that, and I showed his comment that ancient Kemet did not have money. That's what he said. I'm going to go pull it up again. Kemet didn't have money, but they were building pyramids. Now hold on to something. Now hold on. Let's present, right? I'm sorry to interrupt the presentation, but if y'all gonna say stupid shit in the chat, you already know me. I'm with it. Hold on one second. This is, matter of fact, hold on one second. Let's look at this, right? I'm going into the dictionary. Here we go, right? The Oxford here we go. This is the new Oxford American Dictionary. Now, in the dictionary, let's do it there. Here we go. Money, right? A current or medium of exchange in the form of coins and banknotes. Coins and banknotes collectively. Now, I never said Kemet had coins. I didn't say Kemet had banknotes. But now you got to look at the term in other contexts that they give it to you, right? Formal sums of money or the assets, property, and resources owned by someone or something. These qualify as money. I hate to tell you that. These qualify as money. Okay? Payment for work qualifies as money. And it does not have to be in the context of banknotes and coins. As long as you are paid for your work, it might be in the form of pigs. It might be in the form of chickens. That is the money that you are receiving. You just don't have the correct definition of money. You have a narrow definition of money. So you're stuck with the wrong idea that Kemet did not have money. Wages, a wealthy person or group. A wealthy person or group can be qualified as money. You walk into a room, you tell your homie, yo, where's the money at? And your homie says, yo, that's that group over there. That's the money. That's money. Now watch this. Somebody said hedge means silver, so I'm explaining it wrong. Now I'm going to explain it to another dummy. Here's money. In a thesaurus, what is a synonym for money? Silver. Right there. Silver. Money. Now, who's going to be the next dummy to step up in my chat to get shot down? Money. Damn. This is why I don't fuck with black people. I'm going to tell you the truth. They like the idea of having a low IQ. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not bullshitting you. And I said earlier in my broadcast, don't come in my chat trying to teach me. Because all I'm going to do is show you how stupid you are. Period. I live for that shit. You got to understand something. Every fiber of my being lives for that shit. You really want to fucking get embarrassed in my chat? You lucky your face ain't being seen? Come on. God damn. And some people, no. They're not trolls. You know those white people that say black people have low IQ? The shit that I showed you, the documentation yesterday, motherfuckers like that prove it. That's why I'm on here teaching. But what they don't realize, I'm not on somebody else's platform. I will stop what the fuck I'm doing to show you how stupid you are right now. And then I'm gonna look at your parents and wonder what the fuck is wrong with them that they produce somebody so fucking stupid. That's just how it is. I told you, I'm a battle historian. I don't play with this shit. Why? Because growing up in all of those organizations that I grew up in, they showed us what white people thought of us in real time. In real time. When Arthur Schlesinger wrote that shit, The Disuniting of America, and was talking shit about black people and how stupid we are, and Professor Leonard Jeffries almost lost his chair, had to sue in the courts on court TV because they tried to de-chair him at City College as the chair of the Africana Studies Department. Like, people are really warring for your fucking brain, you dumbass. They're warring for your brain. I'm not built like you. And you damn sure are not built like me. And that's for the retard who said I'm not a linguist. I might not be a linguist, but I know where to find what the fuck I'm looking for. And I'm not going to open my mouth and say some stupid shit. No, they're not. No, hold on. Let me say this. On behalf of Loudy, Loudy's not trying to be disruptive. Loudy's not even trying to antagonize me. And neither is the other brother, Dashrab, Dashadab. They're not trying to be trolls. It's just that when you study this stuff, like we all study it, everybody is not necessarily going to see the same thing. The reason that I'm sensitive to this subject matter is because for most people, like that retard yesterday who said Shaka, that retard today who said, Shaka, you're not a linguist. What he fails to understand is that my interest in ancient Kemet is not linguistics. My interest in ancient Kemet is economics, because I always wanted to understand economics, because I didn't learn economics traditionally in an higher education institution. Because to me, Kemet is the ultimate higher education institution. So I figured I'm going to learn about economics. I want to learn from them. And so I understand economic terms that were used in Kemet to denote certain things. I understand how economics worked in Kemet. That's my specialty. That is what I thrive on. I live for that shit. You understand? But I studied that just so I could understand modern times. I wanted to understand finance in modern times. But because my mind is wired all up in and through Kemet, I needed to filter it through Kemet so I could understand how it works today, how I can understand the stock market, how I can understand. Why do you think they use terms like a bull market or a bear market, right? Even that concept and that idea comes from Kemet, right? They're called animal spirits. You have to understand how animal spirits work in the stock market, right? It's some real shit. There's a reason why they use the term bullish and bear. These deal with animal spirits, which basically reflect how the public feels about what's going on in the market. Whether they're scared to spend money, or they encouraged to spend money, like what are the trends showing? And these are described in animalistic terms. You understand? See, everybody calls Africans savage when they use animals to express abstract concepts. But when motherfuckers on Wall Street do it, you call them fucking geniuses. You can suck my big black brain, okay? Most of you, whether you know it or not, have been rendered stupid beyond your imagination. I'm here trying to reverse that tide. That is a hell of a fucking thing. That's like standing in front of a dam and trying to plug it with your pinky or your ring finger. That's because that is the strong flow of ignorance. There is no stronger flow. There is no flow stronger than the flow of ignorance. So I learned early on. This is no bullshit. I learned early on. I cannot argue against every stupid person on social media. I cannot address every stupid statement on social media. There's too much ignorance out there. So I said, I'm going to pick and choose those people who I genuinely respect. I respect Katt Williams. I respect Damon Dash. I respect Willie D. These are my brothers. So because they are a part of me, they are a part of us, I chose to use them as the models for a conversation. That's it. It's no different if me, Willie, and Damon Dash were sitting around the table at a holiday for family or a barbecue, and we just got into a discussion about this. That's what it is for me. But there are some serious things at stake, and that is what I showed you yesterday. You need to go back and look at that, people. And what I showed you earlier, that white boy laughing at Katt Williams saying that stupid shit. People really think that we have, like, you got to understand, one of the most dangerous things that you can encounter in America is a white person and you don't know what's behind their mind, what's in the back of their mind. Why? Because there are too many instances where white people have power over you. And if you are dumb enough and green enough to walk through this land thinking that, oh, white people are harmless. It don't matter what white people think. White people are incidental. Now, there is some truth to that. It shouldn't matter what white people think when it comes to certain things. It's like, I don't give a fuck about what Egyptians think. I damn sure don't give a fuck about what white people think when it comes to our identity, when it comes to our culture, when it comes to our history. But the unfortunate truth is, because we don't live isolated on some, look, we ain't living in our own section called Black America. There is no one section called Black America. Don't let nobody lie to you. Don't let nobody lie to you. I live in the middle of Manhattan near Central Park, and I can guarantee you what used to be a black area, 80 to 70% of my neighbors are white. Walking their dogs running back and forth to Central Park. So we don't live on some island somewhere. Now, maybe in other parts of America, it's still highly segregated. Like maybe in Chicago, the black neighborhoods are still super, super black. In Oakland and Compton, the black neighborhoods may be super, super, super black. It ain't really like that in New York anymore, right? And many other places. But in New York, when you go to Brownsville, East New York, it ain't super, super black like it used to be. Gentrification is real. It's real. So when you're interacting with people and you are going through processes where people who don't look like you might have to determine whether you get to a green light or a red light, motherfucker, you better care about what they think. You better, and if you don't care about it, now here's my thing. I ain't mad at no black person who doesn't care about what white people think. That, however, does not absolve you from having to understand how they think. Caring and understanding are not the same thing. But I always tell people, very few people know a whole lot about things that they don't care about. So I would suggest that if you want to understand what they think, start caring a little bit about what they think. Because if you don't, you might get caught slipping based on what they think. You understand? It's that simple. It's that simple. I tell anybody, I have no respect for any creature that does not work to understand its adversary. You're not really a soldier. You're not. You're a clown. In my world, you're a clown gonna get caught slipping because you thought you had the luxury of not having to care what your adversary thinks. You don't even understand warfare and how it works. So do you think I give a fuck if you don't like me? I don't care. I'm not here to make stupid people happy. Yeah, right? Yo, facts. 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 That's facts. And I didn't even go deep into my real notes. I didn't go deep into my real notes. If you really, 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 really want to get into the economics of ancient Kemet, take a class with me and I'll show you shit you've never seen before. How do I know? Because black people don't like to read. They only like to read easy shit. They don't want to read the hard shit. They don't want to read the footnotes of symposiums that are being held in Turkey right now about our history and what we did. Because we don't care about that kind of shit. We don't. But don't come to me when I put in that work. It's like lifting a certain amount of weight. I got a lot of homies that come to my house and they see the type of weight that I work with and that I lift. Like Sanetta comes here. He loves Sanetta comes up to see me and he looks at my big ass 70-pound dumbbell. He loves to say, oh, you can't lift that. That's how him and Reggie was here. Both of them. You can't lift that. So wait a minute. You think because you can't lift it that I can't lift it. And I keep telling people, I'm not you and you ain't me. And that's not just lifting weights. That also comes to studying. I'm not you and you ain't me. Let that rest on your ego. We are not the same. I struggle to make sure we are not the same. I wake up in the morning and I go to sleep to make sure that you and I are not the same. You need to really think about that when you step to me in any capacity. That's in any capacity. We are not the same, okay? On some real shit. No, facts. They did it to themselves. They didn't know just how to back down and say, oh yeah, Shaka, yeah, facts. And the whole world saw it. You embarrassed yourself. You understand? I showed you in the primary evidence, and then I showed you in the dictionary. Yeah, I mean, come on. Now, fiat is not silver. No, okay, and now, now you're done with it, okay? Now you're done with it. No, right? Come on. Come on. All right, thank you. We don't get out. Right? Right, that's my whole thing. My whole thing is I don't want us to say shit that's not right. I don't want us to look bad in front of white people. That's what I care about. I care about how my people look, and I'm defensive about my people. That's one thing I'm not going to lie about. That's one thing I'm not going to lie about. I love black. All right, see, you got to understand something. Most people who are getting at me in the chat, they're not my age. They don't have enough memory of black people to remember how beautiful we really are. This age that we live in today will not let us show that beauty. It's not set up for that. I grew up in a time in the 1960s and the 1970s and the 1980s where you could really see us like in our natural state, just as regular people. And I saw how beautiful we were. I remember that. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And because of that, like I love black people with a passion. I get angry at us. I get short-tempered with us. I have low tolerance for the ignorance of which we have an abundance of, but I still love us. I love black people the way Tupac loved black people because we had a very similar up. In fact, the residence that I live in, Tupac's mother is the one that made this a private residence. Afeni Shakur, thank you. Every time I come home and every time I go in my fridge or I'm in my kitchen doing something, I say thank you to Afeni Shakur because she was one of the people that made this a private building, a private residence. That's right. Yes. In fact, Tupac's cousin, and I'm putting my business out there. I shouldn't have other people's business. Tupac's cousin, Jeff Dixon, the head of Disturbing the Peace, Ludacris record label. The residence right above me, they own that. Tupac's family's all up in this residence. Okay? So it's just where we come from. You know what I mean? Like we really love black people. And we love being black. And so because of that, we're protective. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta say, I'm not coming from a mean-spirited place. The shop is dope. The shot up is dope. I fuck with the shot up. Loudy, I fuck with Loudy. Like these are my peoples. This is a family squab. This is a family squabble, that's all. And I'm using my bully pulpit to put them on blast because they don't have the controls. I got the controls. And that's facts. I got this. There's no question about it. You understand? But my thing, I read Sun Tzu, The Art of War when I was in the 6th grade. Shaka, did you ever drink or smoke? Why did I stop? I'm from the hood. What kind of question is that? Did I ever drink or smoke? Look, I started smoking weed when I was 12 years old, and I drink intermittently throughout my life. But once I reached a certain age and I realized that my mind was my greatest asset, the only thing I would drink, the only kind of alcohol I would drink now is it's a Chinese beverage called baji. You got to buy it in the health food store. It's strong. It will get you drunk as far as it is strong like Hennessy. But it's made from distilled plants and herbs, right? So I'll drink baji maybe once or twice a year. If I just to get rid of parasites, one day of a year I might drink hard liquor like tequila. What's that thing black people like? Hennessy, vodka. Like I'll take all 3 shots back to back just to kill whatever's in me that doesn't belong. And then that's it. I won't touch it again until next year. Because alcohol is carcinogenic. It's cancer causing. It's not good. It's not something that you should be putting in your body. But growing up in the hood, come on, y'all don't remember tray bags from the 1970s and 80s. $3 for a bag of weed, a tray bag in a little manila envelope on Vice Avenue in the Bronx, right? On Daly Avenue in the Bronx. Or you go to the 9, Webster Avenue in the Bronx. Or if you in Brooklyn, right? You at Gowanus Projects or someplace like that. Or you in Bainbridge and Bed-Stuy and you trying to get some weed. Yeah, man, I remember them days. Of course. I lived that. And what did we drink? OE. Like what you call it? Daniels from Run DMC. Right? Talk about how he used to drink OE. Yeah, we used to drink that. Malt liquor. Mad Dog 2020. You know? But once you reach a certain life, I think when I really embraced my culture and when I embraced my identity, like when my identity locked in, I just realized that those things were not assets. Those things were not made for my benefit. Those things were not going to make me an asset to myself or to my people or to my family or to no one. And I don't think it's a bright idea to pursue a lifestyle that makes you your own worst enemy. That's real talk. It's not. I don't, and there are too many things out here that lead us to become our own worst enemy because it exploits our appetites and our certain hang-ups that we all have. So those things are there to exploit us. And I think that the hardest part was my biological father being being on the periphery of my life as opposed to being at the center of my life. That made it a challenging thing too, because once you reach a certain age as a young man, you really have to have a certain type of guidance in your life so that you don't go left, right? And so in many respects, although I grew up with my father, I also grew up without a father because there were times when my father was just not in the picture. And those are the most important times of a young man's life. When the young man is in his teens, fathers need to be real close, up on them to guide and direct them just to get them to that point. It don't matter if they like you. You ain't there to be their friend. You know what I mean? You ain't there to be their friend. Let their success be their friend. You are there to help them make right choices and understand things. Right? That's just what it is. So let's get back to Damon Dash with his. Now, I just proved and showed in the text, ever since I've been sitting up here, all I've been showing is in the text what the facts are. I'm not making nothing up. I'm not sharing with you my opinion. I'm not sharing with you my perspective. I'm showing you what the facts say, right? So let's get back to it. What do the facts say? Because that's all we should care about. Stop telling your children what you believe and start showing them some shit you could prove, right? Look, it says right here, there is no profession. This is from the text of Instructions of Kemet. There is no profession without a boss except for the scribes, because the scribe is his own boss. So if you can write, all will go well indeed for you. Focus on no other profession, even a single day at school. Now, I hate to tell you this. In fact, there it is in the hieratic. You said you didn't see it in the hieroglyphics. Here it is in the hieratic. Even a single day at school, right there. Learn to read hieratic. It's in the fourth stanza. Even a single day at school. Come on. This is in the British Museum hanging up on the wall. You mad because you don't know black history? That's black history, bro. Damon, Willie D, Katt, that ain't space aliens. That dumb bullshit out of here. That's black history. That's the hieratic. Even a single day at school. Even a single day at school is time usefully spent. And what is achieved there, like the mountains, lasts forever. That's an excerpt from the instructions of Kemet. What did Damon Dash say? When I look at hieroglyphs, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid. Well, stop looking at the hieroglyphics and start looking at the hieratic. That's from Kemet. Ancient was incorrectly called ancient Egypt. You want the serial number for the museum piece? There it is. EA10182,4. That's from the Papyrus Celia 2. Description, papyrus, hieratic, literary text, teaching of Kemet, the so-called satire of the trades. 19th dynasty. This is around the time of Ramesses. Egypt, found and acquired in Egypt. Where's that? Africa. That's what's in the fucking museum. And you motherfuckers are sitting around on podcasts saying stupid shit like I ain't never seen the word school in the hieroglyphs. Like you read the fucking hieroglyphs. You don't know a fucking thing about the hieroglyphs, Damon. And don't be mad at me when you meet me. Don't beat me up. Because I genuinely respect you. And I really genuinely do. I appreciate Damon. I'm sorry. And I don't like it when I hear how Hollywood niggas treat him. Like when he asks people to post his shit and they ignore him, I don't appreciate that. I think when I hear that, that breaks my heart. It makes us, it's like, it's one thing for us to talk shit about how white people treat us. But then when we turn around and treat each other, like even though I had a disagreement just now with Dishab and Loud, they're still my peoples. I don't care. They just got to take that L. Why? Because that's facts. I didn't stand up here and give people my opinion. My opinion is worthless. I would never give my people my opinion about anything, but if I do, I'll tell you it's my opinion. I'm not up here to give you my opinion. What are my thoughts? This is off topic. I would like to pick your brain and find out my thoughts on modern dating and the passport ball movement. I'm not trying to be unpopular with the sisters, but I got to be honest. Like, how can I put it? Let me put it to you like this, and I'm going to be short on this. If this was the 90s, when black people were still hooking up under normal circumstances, there would be no need for passport brothers. Right? There would be no need for passport brothers. Because in the 90s, there was still enough normal social etiquette between us that we knew what the signals were to hook up. Right? Everybody's expectations were acceptable, which made us acceptable to each other. The internet and social media and marketing and promotion, people marketing their lifestyles, marketing their aspirations, putting on shows for people, right? What their lifestyle is, right? I know millionaires that's broke as fuck. I'll say it again. I know millionaires that are broke as fuck. Multiple millionaires that broke as fuck. Running around YouTube and social media convincing people that they're filthy fucking rich. And it's like, no. In fact, you never really were. But you need people to believe that. That's part of the marketing. Why? Money attracts money. So I remember when I lived in California for a little while, and the shit that blew my mind, my godmother, a very special woman, she threw a birthday party for Danny Glover, the black actor from Lethal Weapon and the original Color Purple. You remember he played Mr., right? My godmother threw a birthday party for him in California, and all the black celebrities came. She wanted me to experience that, so I went out to California. It was my second time in California, and that was my first time really being introduced to black California. Baldwin Hills, the Valley, just the different places that I got to go meet with and whatnot. And the thing that blew my mind was when I saw how broke most of these motherfuckers were. Like, because I was out there days before the party. In fact, I went out there, I think, like maybe a month or two before the party because she wanted me to be out there. I was living in Long Beach, too. I was living in Santa Monica, Long Beach, Marina Del Rey, all that area. The Promenade in Santa Monica, all that shit. And I had some experiences out there like a motherfucker. But I probably wouldn't ever go back. I don't particularly care for the West Coast like that. But I need museums and libraries and all that other shit. Days Before the Party sounds like an album. That's a good one, Shaggy. Right? So, I like that. He needs to go visit. He needs to go visit the attempt. Right, the put it right. Absolutely, absolutely. The Ipet-Isut. Absolutely, he needs to go visit that. Absolutely, yes. But the whole thing on the Passport Brother movement is, I brought that up because I'm somebody that's had a lot of relationships, a lot, and I'm not ashamed to say it, exceedingly beautiful woman. That's what I like, and that's at the time that's what liked me. But the internet changed a lot of things. The internet made people feel that certain aspirations were in much closer proximity to them than they actually were. Therefore, you have people now, the trend is, particularly for women, the trend is to bypass what years ago they would have jumped at. Now they bypass that in lieu of something else, they have what I call horizon aspirations. They see something on the horizon that is potentially better than you or I or whatever, so on and so on. And it's only over a certain amount of time before reality begins to creep in on them, realizing what a horizon is known for: mirages. So they have fallen in love with mirages. And in the meantime, men have to go without in mass. So if men have to go without in mass because the majority of females have what's called, they're living a horizon culture, what's out on the horizon, right? Then that means life is still going on. Life is not going to stop and wait for people. So you can't expect people to stop and wait until women in mass come back to their senses and start acting normal again, where it's normal for a guy to flirt with a woman in the street. It's normal for a guy to catcall or whistle, which some women, all women are not offended by that. Some women take it as a compliment. Sorry, that's just the fact of the matter. But when you get a bully pulpit voice of women saying, think about the dichotomy. When you get a bulk of women over here talking about we don't want to be treated like sex objects, and then you get a bulk of OnlyFans people over here, and women who are not even OnlyFans, but just go to their regular 9 to 5 looking like they belong in the strip club. So I was thinking about something yesterday because I was having a conversation with someone. I'm going to say this to you. And this is what men have to deal with, particularly in America. You have a contingency of, like, black women are very into their divinity, right? And the black goddess syndrome is something that has been very prevalent, particularly since the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. And I know where that came from because I grew up in a community that kind of really put that out there, the whole black goddess vibe, right? Now, here's the dichotomy that black men in America have to deal with. And you've never heard what I'm about to say, so pay attention to it because everybody will benefit from it. It'll start to get you to rethink some things, right? Women, particularly black women in America, and let's deal with that passport question. Black women in America, with respect to the black goddess syndrome, whether they say it or not, there's an element of them, they want to be worshipped. as a black goddess. That's why you have the black goddess syndrome. They want to be worshipped. They want to be held on a pedestal by their man and worshipped and treated as such. Okay. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I'm looking at something. That's what I do as a scientist. I look at things as they are. They want to be worshipped. This is a social science, right? Now, the problem with that is that most women, from a primal perspective, from an evolutionary perspective, do not respect men incapable of conquering them. Men capable of conquering them, they respect. They will pull out everything for them. The red carpet, everything. Because men who are capable of conquering them usually have an abundance of resources or access to. Right? So therefore, her desire is acquiescing to your capacity to do or not do. And you having the capacity to do or not do, you have the arbitrary choice of, quote unquote, conquering her or not. But the average woman does not respect a man incapable of conquering them, because women really look at men as two ways: weak or strong, period. Strong or weak. There's really no in between. And most women don't want an in between man, because if he's in between, that means he might really be in between. You understand what I'm saying? That's just what it is. So most women like a strong man with a strong character that has the strong resources to back that up, to buttress that. So it's not just image without substance. You understand? So there is a measure of conquering that comes along with that. And the average woman, because of her evolutionary wiring, see, women don't, that's one thing that women fail to understand. You don't control your evolutionary wiring. You try to, but you don't. Men don't control their evolutionary wiring. We try to, but we don't. We put in fail-safes in culture to try to control these things so that they don't harm society and they don't undermine the greater good of institutions like the family unit. But these things still exist and they persist. And when these things are enabled by technology, these different prerequisites and preferences, evolutionary preferences that we have, shit is going to be out of order like it is right now, right? So what does that leave the black man with? A woman who wants to be worshipped and conquered at the same time. That's a dichotomous situation within herself. That's a form of insanity to somebody on the outside. How can I conquer you and worship you at the same time? Oh, that's what you want from me? Oh, okay, this conversation's over. Thailand, here I come. Philippines, here I come. South Africa, here I come. Ethiopia, here I come. Kenya, here I come. Wherever we're going to be welcomed at with open arms with women who are square with traditional relationships, who are not threatened by a man and his mediocrity. She just accepts him as a man. That's all any man really wants, to just be accepted as a man, right? That's all any man wants to be want. They just want to be accepted as a man. No, I ain't got shit, but I'm still a man, right? So when you encounter a woman who's still at that level of understanding that all of this shit, fuck all the technology, at the end of the day, it's about men and women. And if you lose the capacity to operate and move and relate to men as a woman, you don't belong in the same room with men. And you don't even belong in the discussion of having relationships with a man, particularly if you have not been taught how to relate to a man. If you have not been taught successfully how to relate to a man, it's like men who have been taught how to relate to a woman. If we haven't been taught these things, and these things are not a part of our culture, it's best that we leave each other alone, because all we could do is harm each other. I don't think that nobody, and black people, men and women, we harm each other a lot. It's not because we're intentionally bad people. It's because we're freeballing it, right? We're trying to wing this shit like white people with black skin. So there's nothing in our culture that really teaches us how to do this, because we don't want to be Africans. We want to be Native Americans and every fucking thing else. So since we don't want to go back into our cultural handbag and treasures and pull out a system of behavior that teaches us how to interact with each other. Since we don't want to do that, then we just rather run to everybody else's front yard. We rather run to the Philippine front yard. We rather run to the Japanese front yard. We want to run to the German front. We want to run to anybody's front yard but our own, because we don't want to get our own vineyard together. Now, I'm going to show you something on video tomorrow. A white woman saying that black people have the curse of Cain on them. And a white man was trying to shut her down as a racist. If I was there, I would have told the white man to shut the fuck up, because she's right. Black people do have the curse of Canaan on them. But you have to understand what that curse was saying. The curse was saying the reason that Canaan, out of all of the children of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, it said, cursed be Canaan, the children of Ham. You will be drawers of water and hewers of wood for your brothers. Why? Because you failed to keep your own vineyard in check. You're so busy trying to be a part of somebody else's community and somebody else's party that you neglect your own. And so because we choose to neglect our African history, our African behavior, our rules, what did I just read from? The instructions of Keti, the Sebayet. We said, fuck the Sebayet. We are more interested in what anybody else and everybody else is talking about than we just said, fuck it. Not realizing you only get to come around this life one time. And the majority of your life is going to be alone and miserable. Why? Because you chose to say, fuck your own history, where all of the solutions are in your history. All of them. You think Kemet just built pyramids? You don't think Kemet has a solution for your relationships, male and female relationships? No, but you don't bother to read the Sebayets. Don't worry, I'm putting the Sebayets together for you so we can solve that problem. But that's not the point. The point is, with that passport shit, until we decide to come back to organic and give up GMO. See, that internet bullshit, like dating app. I've never been on a dating app. I don't know what a dating app is. That probably explains why I don't get no dates. Right? So, and I don't go out. I don't go to clubs. I don't go to bars. I don't go to parties, which means that I don't meet people. I wouldn't know how to meet someone today. Right? If you're working with me and we're producing something together, then maybe something like that could happen. If somebody just hits me up out of the blue and just like, Shaka, I want to come spend some time with you. I want to go get something to eat with you or whatever, then something like that might happen. But again, I'm from the 90s and the 80s where women were not afraid to, I like you. I want to be with you. And they just make it fucking happen. That's how most men end up in relationships. It's not because they chasing somebody. It's because a woman was assertive. She was confident and she knew what she wanted. And boom, and she reached out and she grabbed it. But the problem is that if you have horizon aspirations and you are invested in mirages that are never going to come, then you got to remember, you're doing that in a limited time span. You ain't going to be on this planet forever. You can't expect a person who is time conscious to sit around and be like, oh, like I shouldn't say this. There's an incredibly wonderful female that I would get with at the drop of a dime. And she calls me all the time. But when she does, it's just to blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, when she's done, I'm like, are you done? All right, cool, click. You ain't wasting my time. I'm not wasting your time, right? That's it. So I got to teach. I would say, black woman, get back to your GMO shit. I'm sorry. Black woman, get off this GMO shit and get back to your organic, right? Getting back to your organic means dealing with the messiness of a real relationship. That means potential heartbreak, people cheating, people just doing stupid shit because they're human beings and they're not perfect. And we're doing this in an imperfect society. How dare we look for perfect people in an imperfect society? What the fuck is wrong with you? Nobody's perfect. It doesn't exist. As my godmother used to say, the same godmother invited me out to California. When people use the word perfect, she would say there's no such animal. The Sebayets tell you there's no such thing as perfect. Go look in the Sebayets. It tells you there's no such thing as perfect. So stop looking for perfect. And stop fucking with these dating apps. Because I watch a lot of Forensic Files and Snapped. It's always some crazy shit happening from these dating apps because that's GMO. You're meeting somebody GMO. It's like you're treating a person like they're an object in a fucking supermarket, and you're just going down the aisle shopping for what you want. That's not how people connect. That's not how people connect. You're totally using these to connect with somebody. That's not how people connect. People connect because of a vibe. People connect because of energy, because this person makes you feel a certain way. That's how you connect. So sorry to go off on this whatever shit. But anyway, let me get back to one. But yeah, and the reason why I mentioned the woman and the role and responsibility on them is that, let's make no mistake about it, right? The man and the woman are the prize. The man is the prize for the woman is the prize for the man. But here's the thing. Women are a special kind of prize. They're like a prize plus. And if they weren't, many of the things in history would not have happened. There are many times that men raided civilizations because the real booty was the woman. They wanted access to the woman. That's what the slave trade was about. People think the slave trade was about gold. No, it was an opportunity to have access, free access to all. They had heaven on earth. They had all the pussy they wanted in Africa and in America and in South America. Yes. White men have had their way with black women in ways that black men could never understand or appreciate, unless you're a Jay-Z or a Drake or one of the Jacksons, or you're some celebrity. You understand? I'm telling you, you got to understand this shit. So women themselves have their own psychological processes because they went through that. Right? So we got a lot of shit to work on, but ignoring each other and looking for solutions with other people's daughters and other people's sons, to me, is not the solution. To me, that's not the solution. But I can only speak for myself. You understand what I'm saying? I will always believe that while we are our greatest problem, we are also our greatest solution. And that's just how I look at it. So, you know, I can't think of anything that can replace a black woman. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck how bad they get, how crazy they get. I don't care. Black women are the shit. So, with all of their craziness, with all of their imperfection, with everything. See, I got to remember, I grew up in the 70s when black females used to be getting ready for church, and they put that lotion all over their skin, and their hair be looking all nice, and they have the dresses on and shit. And then you get to church, and that woman be so fine. From the older woman to the middle-aged woman, you be looking at your friend's mother, knowing you be like, damn, she fine. You don't want to say nothing to your friend. Or you be looking at your friend's sister, you be like, damn, you just, you know, or whatever. Right? And then you got to go to school through the week and see all these beautiful black girls sitting in class next to you. Oh, Lord. You got to forgive me when I start talking about it, because let me just say, I was very appreciated by black females growing up, and they never hesitated to express that. So I have a certain kind of relationship with black females that is kind of dynamic. Sometimes it can get a little crazy, as y'all have seen across the internet. You've heard some of the wild shit that has happened in my past. Where shit really got crazy a few years ago, but that's just part of it. It's part of the craziness. But I'm not going to let a horrible experience like that make me think that all black women are out to get me and all black women mean you harm. That's bullshit. That was just something that was personal that got a little crazy, and people abused the internet for it. And you know, it's stupid shit. But I also say this. The internet is something that's still fairly new. So what we're going through now with our social dysfunction as far as linking up with each other, I think that that's something that it's just a period and a stage that we have to go through so we can see what doesn't work, so that we can eventually get back to what actually works. And what actually works is us just acting like normal, nerdy, crazy people that do stupid shit, like call each other up and say, hey, you want to go get something to eat with me? Hey, you want to go walk in the park with me? Hey, can I just come over and sit on your couch and talk shit for a little while? Just that kind of shit. Because that works. That's what works. Right? Do you know what men love? I'm going to tell you something. And this is some real shit. When I look back at all my exes, the thing that made me the most excited, and I'm going to get back to the presentation, I promise. The thing that men love the most is when a woman just calls him up out of the blue and says, even if it's a text, what you doing? That shit has so much power. Oh my God. When a woman just calls you, you could be working and busting your ass, because most men, and here's why. Most men feel like most women or men, most men in this world are very isolated. So they feel that most people don't give a fuck about them anyway, whether they live, die, blue, green, whatever. Right? I feel that way. Most men feel that way. Right? They feel that most people don't give a fuck about them. There's plenty of articles out there about it. Right? This woman who said, remember that there was a study, a woman who, she did an experiment. She assumed the identity of a man, and she did an experiment, and she went through life as a man for a year. And she said by the end of that year, she wanted to kill herself. She said she had no idea how isolating it was to be a man. And so because most men are already hyper isolated, when a woman sends a text like that, in fact, don't even say, what are you doing? Just say, what you doing? Just type that. Them 3 words. What you doing? It's like a laser beam shooting through a fucking iceberg. And it starts to melt the iceberg because you care about, it's like somebody gives a fuck. It's like, oh shit, somebody checking for me? It's like, what am I doing? I already know my response is thinking about you. It's like, but that's just what it is. Yes, absolutely. I ain't ashamed of saying it on the air. My ex Nicole, yeah, know the one that was running around spreading all these rumors about me, false rumors. When that girl would hit me up and say, "What you doing?" What that did to my world was just like, there's nothing like it. Especially if you're really into the girl, like if you really like her and you're really attracted to her, and you say, "Oh, what you doing?" Oh my God, so powerful. All right, that said, let me get back to what you call it. Somebody here got to get booted out of my chat. So I check for Dane Calloway. No, we don't do fugazi around here. Goodbye. We do not do fugazi around here. We do not do fake historians around here. No, I'm sorry. We do not do fake shit. Certain names, if you put them in my chat, you're going to be gone. I'm telling you right now. Like, I don't say certain names. Like, if I don't respect people, I just don't say their names because I don't want to be disrespectful, especially if it's a black person, right? I don't want to be disrespectful. But if you put their name in my chat, you gone. So I check for name. Man, you out of your fucking mind. Okay, anyway. Back to us not having school in the hieroglyphics or in the pyramids. You got to be crazy. Or unread. Right? There it is. Here we go. Get your hieratic down. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Even school, every day. Right? Even a single day at school is time usefully spent. And what is achieved there, like the mountains last forever. Excerpts from the instructions of Kemet. So, he continues in the book. There are several copies of the instruction to Kemet. The Salutatu Anastasi's 12, Chester Beatty 19, and Amherst papyri, 2 wooden tableaux at the Louvre Museum, plus numerous Ramesses ostraca, some 98 known today. Now stop. Stop. There are 98 copies. Damon Dash, Mr. There is no school in the hieroglyphics or in the pyramids. There are 98 copies of the instructions to Kemet in hieratic throughout different museums all over the world and in texts and books, textbooks. If you're studying Egyptology at the university level, how dare you, my brother, go sit on Willie D Live and Diary of a CEO and say, I haven't seen hieroglyphics in the pyramids or I haven't seen the word school in hieroglyphics. Do you really belong on Diary of a CEO? A CEO is supposed to have their facts together. A CEO is supposed to know what the fuck he's talking about. You're a general. I heard you describe yourself as a general. A general don't, well, as a general, you should look to your subordinate officers who fed you bad information and you should penalize them. for letting you go on talk shows and miseducate people and say shit that's factually incorrect. Now, I'm only saying that because I know you're strong enough to handle that. I wouldn't say that if I thought you was weak, okay? Because the other part of this is I'm going to show you where Damon Dash was correct, and that's the part that's going to blow your mind, okay? Damon Dash is not a stupid person, okay? He just went left when he should have went left when he should have went right in one part of the statement. But when you look at his overall sentiment, he was 100% correct. And the text in Kemet is going to prove him right. So I got to shout my brother out because that's why he's Damon the fuck Dash. You understand what I'm saying? Watch. See, that's how I am. I can, but only with strong soldiers because it ain't nothing to them. You understand what I'm saying? Here we go. Hold up. I don't know who that person is. So what I would recommend is don't mention other YouTube wannabe historians in my chat. Just to be safe. Don't mention them in my chat. If I don't know them and they haven't spoken with me, I'm not giving nobody any fucking credibility. You got too many fake motherfuckers on social media trying to convince people that they're historians, and they're not. Okay? So no. You come in my direction, you're going to get embarrassed. One way or the other, you're going to get embarrassed. And I will put it out there to embarrass you. Okay? Well, hold on. I'm not debating this. Dame Dash is hard to work with and very rude. I'm on Jay-Z's side. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that, right? I always tell people, judge people after you've worked with them because you don't know what the other side of that formula was, right? You don't know what the other side of that formula was. So I find that when you put people in certain situations, it's like if you meet girls, right? Let's say you're dating and you're meeting girls. You're not going to be the same way with every girl that you date because every girl that you date is going to be different. So you have to be flexible. You have to work accordingly with the people that you want to work with. Now, if you are incapable of doing that, you are your own worst enemy. If that's who Dame Dash is, ain't nobody can save Dame Dash from Dame Dash. I think he's smart enough to know that. What I don't like about Dame is when I see him on air and this is, I could be wrong, when he appears to be intoxicated, maybe like a little bit of drink or something like that. I don't care for that. Sometimes he's slurring and this, that, and the third. But, people go through shit and they got to do what they got to do to cope. But I don't support that shit, And so I lost male family members that were important to me to alcohol. So I just, no. You got to, after a certain time in life, you got to give that kind of shit up. Because what it means is you're not really planning on winning. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know who King Kai is. So I don't know about Dragon Ball Z and all that. All right, so here we go. Present. Share screen. Yeah, we cooking today. We on 3 hours. I don't go past no 4 hours, so let me get to it. Hold on 1 second. Because y'all know me, sometimes I have a habit of going 7 hours, right? And I haven't heard my Cash App go off once. Like, what's going on, people? I'm up here giving it up. What's up? My Cash App is at the top of the chat. Okay? Where that love at? I ain't here dancing for free. I told y'all what the price of this presentation was at the very beginning. Okay? Here we go. Let's go. I know if I don't see that Cash App, I'm going to cut this shit short. Okay? Here we go. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Okay. All right. And there we go. Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay. So bang, bang, right? So here he is talking about the instruction to Kemet, right? In the book African Philosophy, the Pharaonic Period, 2780 to 330 BCE. If you don't have this book, I feel bad for you because this book, if you really study Kemet and you really want to have Kemet incorrectly called ancient Egypt, if you really want to have an understanding of it, you really need to get this book, African Philosophy, the Pharaonic Period. Pharaonic from the word pharaoh, the Pharaonic Period. You need to get this. All right. It's by Dr. Teachable Benga of Temple University, San Francisco State University, and Brazzaville. All right, in the Congo. So this man is a living legend. Do not, and y'all need to celebrate him while he's alive on some real shit. Like this man in my world, this is the superstar of my world. It's not the Jay-Z's and the, I don't know, whoever else is out there that people consider superstars, the Drakes and whoever. This is the superstar of my world. Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Ben, Teachable Benga. These are the superstars in my world, right? Even the brothers that study hard today, the son Jetty, Reggie Mabry, who else? Infodishi, right? I might not get along with these people or personally like these people, but that doesn't mean that I don't respect the walk of life that they're in and what they devoted themselves to. I certainly do, right? So I had to shout them out, and there's many more. So where we at? What's his name? James something? I can't remember his last name. Anyway. And Brother Jabari, absolutely. And his queen, Anika, for sure, right? I respect all them people. Here we at. So, now listen to what he says about the instruction to Keti. He says, the frame scenario is this. A man named Keti from Chadet or Taru, a northeastern frontier town in the Delta, travels to the court to enroll his son Pepe at the school for At the school for scribes. Damon. This is Teachable Benga explaining to you what's going on in the instructions of Keti, because there's a backdrop behind that story. In that story, he is taking his son, he's going to the court to enroll his son Pepe at the school for scribes. And what is that school called? It's also called what? The School of Books. See, when you don't know your own history and you don't study and you think all the other you think the only superstars are people with a fucking record deal or a movie deal. It can't be just a bunch of motherfuckers from the hood who actually study. We can't be the superstars in your world. So that's fine. But we gonna call you out there and hold you accountable to the dumb shit you saying out your mouth from interview after interview after interview, making us look like we got a low IQ, like we don't know what the fuck is what in our history. The fact is, the word school is in the writings of ancient Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt. Okay? The child is to be, what does it say? It says to enroll his son Pepe at the school for scribes, also called the School of Books. When I look at the hieroglyphs, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. You wasn't looking. You know why? Because you didn't contact Shakka-Ahmose and say, hey, brother, can I get a 30-minute class? I got some questions. Because you don't really give a fuck. So if you don't really give a fuck, then you ain't supposed to know. Okay? The child is, now listen to this. The child is to be trained among the children of top officials, the highest in the palace. On the way, Keti gives his son a pep talk, destined later to be used in the most prestigious of what? School textbooks. When I look at hieroglyphs, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. Look, bro, school textbooks. From Dr. Teachable Benga, PhD. He got his PhD from Montpellier University, France. Look him up. Taught at San Francisco State University and Temple University. He was the main professor and overseer of the PhD department in Black Studies at Temple University under Malefia Kayasanti, which gave to us Dr. Greg Carr, who works with Roland Martin, and gave to us Dr. Mario Beatty, and I think both of them teach at Howard. Them and their wives graduated with PhDs from that program. When you run in the motherfucking streets and y'all niggas and y'all partying in the clubs and don't know shit and making us look stupid in front of white people. I'm not with that shit. Because I know they got a science that says we have a low IQ, and they preach that shit to their children. And their children look at you when you walk through the door and like, oh, isn't this cute? These Negroes think they belong here. Oh, isn't that cute? And you don't think they're going to give your child a hard time? And then you're going to complain later about how they treat your children? Your children deserve to be treated like that. Why? Because you are willing to run around on social media platforms proving to the world that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. You think this conversation is a joke. You think it's barbershop talk. Okay. Okay. That's what you think. It's not barbershop talk. Motherfuckers busting their ass studying to get this knowledge over the years. This ain't no 5% of shit in the street. This ain't no Nation of Islam, and I'll say it, bullshit. This is the real shit. And I ain't trying to disrespect black people, with all due respect. I love my people in the Nation of Islam. I just, I have a thing about Pakistani culture being passed off as African culture. Yeah, that Ahmadiyya faith from which that Bible that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was using, that's from a Pakistani lineage. Which is why Orthodox Muslims don't accept it. Do your due diligence on the Ahmadiyya faith. It's some Pakistani bullshit. And that is the biblical text upon which Elijah Muhammad, or the Quranic text, along with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, based his premises. Okay? And yes, I have read thoroughly The Theology of Time. I have read thoroughly A Message to the Black Man. I have read thoroughly How to Eat to Live. And all of that was in the 80s and the 90s. Okay? Late 80s, very early 90s. So, and with all due respect, I actually knew Dr. Betty Shabazz. That's Malcolm X's wife, for those of you who don't know. Okay? I got to sit at her feet while she lectured and presented, and that was an honor and a privilege for me. Okay? So, I keep telling y'all, I'm walking history. School textbooks. Damon Dash, Mr. I've never seen school in the hieroglyphs. Damon, my bro, I know you will probably never contact me because, your shit don't stick to you too good and I'm not a celebrity. Yeah. I'm a celebrity in my motherfucking work. All right? Now, I know that, look, the point I'm making, bro, is Joe Wiggins, you tripping, right? Here's my thing. I don't want to hear that shit about whites are not that bright themselves, because most black people are not in the room where all the bright white people are doing bright shit. It amazes me that people who, and I had to put that out there because it amazes me. He said, I feel you, but whites aren't that bright themselves. They're brainwashed just like us. They use destroying the planet and don't even know it. Well, I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. But there's a lot of not truth to that. You got to understand, my thing is, if you're going to attack them, then attack their economic philosophy. Because at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, is it white people that's doing it, or is it capitalism that's doing it? And if it's capitalism that's doing it, then capitalism is a philosophy. It's an economic philosophy, right? Who are the architects of capitalism? Free market capitalism in particular, which is what we have going on in the world today, purportedly, right? Who is it? Is it John Maynard Keynes? We know it certainly isn't Marx. Is it Friedrich Alan Hayek? Is it Milton Friedman? Is it Thomas Sowell? Right? Most of these names probably many of you don't know. I don't know. But is it a color and a race, or is it a philosophy? And if it's a color and a race, or if it's a philosophy, where did it come from? Because I'm going to tell you right now. 1 minute we like to accuse white people of copying us, but then we want to blame them for everything wrong in the world. My thing is, you might want to ask yourself where they got those ideas from. Who did they get them from? I keep trying to remind you motherfuckers. I think part of the problem is that in many respects, they got a lot of ideas from us, but because of that 2% of Neanderthal in them ideas get twisted with them. I hate to say this. I always say white people are human. I always say they're human beings. They're human beings. I have to remember that they're 98% human being, or 97%. You got to account for that Neanderthal in them. That Neanderthal is fucking real, Jack. And that Neanderthal was not Homo sapiens sapien. We are Homo sapiens sapien. African black people are Homo sapiens sapien. Europeans are Homo sapien with a splash and a dash of that Neanderthal. And that Neanderthal in them is why you see them do a lot of the crazy shit they do. Real fucking talk. It's in them. I know, because I spent intimate time with them and around them. That Neanderthal shit is really in their genetics. So when they do crazy shit and we just look at them like, what the fuck? Like, what would possess somebody that's that Neanderthal shit at work? Like, damn, you cut the bitch up 81 times? Like, damn. Like, wasn't once enough? Like, crazy shit. Right? So, I'm just fucking with you white people, but y'all are 2% Neanderthal. That's the genetics. Right? So, I mean, we can't be ashamed of our genetics. You shouldn't be ashamed of your genetics. They're just your genetics. That's all. But we also have to acknowledge the role that genetics play. If we're going to talk about genetics, and white folks love to talk about genetics when it makes them look good, but are you willing to talk about genetics when it makes you look like a psychopathic serial killer because of certain aggressions in your Neanderthal genetics, and why you always have this compulsion to go to war? If you look at white development in post-Roman Europe, talking about the Holy Roman Empire, which gave birth to what we know as modern Europe today, right? The Renaissance, so on and so on, Industrial Revolution, all that shit, right? Most of that was war. Dr. Leonard Jeffries gives an excellent presentation on how the majority of their history has been defined by war. Like, they don't know any other way. In fact, they talk about that in ancient Kemet, in their writings. But in their writings, they refer to them as Asiatics. That's what white people were referred to as. They were lumped in. Well, what do they call Europe? Western Asia. Most Western Asia. Right? So, let's get it. Puppet. Present. Share screen. Yeah, Damon Dash, you got to clean that shit up, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to clean that up, bro. You can't be running around from interview to interview and be comfortable with the fact that you're miseducating people, right? When I look at hieroglyphs, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid. I bet you seeing that shit now. How many times I done read this word school in this shit? Right? Let's read this again. The frame scenario for the instruction of Ketti is this. A man named Ketti from Chadet or Taru, a northeastern frontier town in the Delta region, travels to the court to enroll his son Pepi at the school for. And you talk about pharaohs. One of the main pharaohs from the old kingdom is named Pepi. The pyramid text is from Pepi. So you're talking about pyramids. Pepi's pyramid texts are one of the main corpus of the eschatological text of ancient Kemet, of incorrectly called ancient Egypt. Ketti went to enroll his son at the school for scribes, also called the School of Books. The child is to be trained among the children of the top officials, the highest in the palace. On the way, Ketti gives his son a pep talk, destined later to be used in the most prestigious of school textbooks. School. When I look at hieroglyphs, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. Y'all can't be in these interviews talking shit and think I'm not going to eat your asses alive. Should have did your homework. Shakka-Ahmose is here. The instruction of Kemet. The document dates back to the 12th dynasty. Oh, stop that. Hold on. You talking all of this shit, Damon Dash. And I hope somebody sends him this video. You talking all this shit from interview to interview about how you never seen the word school in hieroglyphs. And you've never seen the word school in the pyramids. But here is an ancient, here is a document from Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt, that dates back to the 12th fucking dynasty. Bro, that's before the new kingdom. That's before King Tut, before Ramesses. That's before the Hyksos invasion, before the third intermediate period. The 12th dynasty, this is the middle kingdom, the classical period. This is their classical history. That means it was old and classical by the time you got to Ramesses. By the time you get to Ramesses, by the time you get to Pianki and Taharqa, by the time you get to Semiticus and Necho, Shabaka, Stabakon, hell, by the time you get to Amos and Amos Nefertari, by the time you get to Teta Sheri and her husband, Sennacherib, those are the head of the clans. Sennacherib and his wife Teta Sheri, they're the head of that clan that created the new kingdom. Before you even get to them, this is already classical literature where they're talking about school. How dare you fart your ignorance all over the airwaves to miseducate black people when our people, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, have educated the fuck out of us to know this shit? Because you think you better than us. That's why. It's not white people that think they're better than us. It's people in your own community who think they're better than you. You never see the mainstream motherfuckers reach out to the so-called conscious community. Actually, no. Damon Dash did, because he's that real. He hollered to that brother who is the nutritionist, and they got into their little difference or whatever about diabetics and what to take. But at least Damon hollered. And Damon is trying to fuck with, I'm trying to, maybe y'all can warn Damon Dash about them so-called conscious brothers he's supposed to be fucking with, okay? Because everybody in this lane is not real. There's a lot of motherfuckers out here that I said are Photep hustlers. They're not even Hotep hustlers. They Photep hustlers, as in faux, as in GMO. You follow? They chasing that paper. And ain't nothing wrong with that. But I just think you're going to get a lot more paper with a real product, an authentic product that withstands the motherfucker test of time. You understand? That's some real shit. So, facts. Yeah, but my thing is this. It's not about them being lied to by the capitalists, white folks being lied to about the capitalists. You got to understand how racism works. Racism works in such a way that even a poor broke, and Toni Morrison said this, even a poor white person still has greater value in a white racist society by virtue of the color of their skin and their racial belonging, their racial hierarchy, the pecking order. So a foreigner will come to this country and look at poor white trash, to use a white term, white. It's not a black term. Poor white trash is the term that wealthy white people use to describe poor white people. Okay. So, but when you get foreigners, some Asian woman from China or Japan, she'll get poor white trash and think she has something special just because he's white. That's what you call race equity, right? So race equity is part of the economics of America. You have to understand that. It's part of the economics of the world. Race equity. There's a dollar value attached to it's like in New York. Let me tell you something. In New York, the wackest white dude could bag the baddest black chick just because he's white. And New York is all about the come up. So they look at white boys as the come up. In the 90s and the 80s, because of rap music and things like that, black dudes was getting a lot more play. But now, because the economy has become so much more harsh and restrictive, it's right back to that. Don't be a single black dude in New York and think you're going to get a date. It ain't happening, bro. You ain't meeting no black chicks in New York. It ain't happening. It's not happening. It's not. Look, I'm telling you, it ain't happening. Well, I had to remind myself the other day. I had to stop saying things like that because I don't go out. I'm speaking from my personal experience. I don't go out and I don't socialize. And so because I don't go out and I don't socialize and I don't do dating apps, I'm just going off of what I remember from the past. And from what I remember from the past, it was very much like that. Right? Like the wackest, bogus white dude in New York could bag the baddest black chicks because his race equity represented a come up. Facts. Facts. I'm telling you. It's probably like that in California too. Probably. So, but I cannot shit on black women in New York because they have been very good to me throughout the years. So I cannot say shit. Sorry. I can't. Black women have been very good to me in New York. So, but just because they're good to me don't mean I see the problem is that I peep shit. And because I peep shit, I can still speak to it. Even though they've been very good to me and they've been very kind of me, it doesn't mean that I don't see what goes on. I'm not stupid. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just the truth. It's just the truth. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not here to slam sisters. I'm just telling you the truth about what it is. You know how many times I've been in New York where I just wanted to go anywhere by whatever means of travel, just get anywhere but New York, just so I could be in a place where black women and black men naturally just draw towards one another, like over and over again, whether it works or not, whether it's good or bad or not, they just over and over and over again. Like that's where their value is. I always just want to be in that place, right? Real talk. That's why I love Trinidad. Woo, I love me some Trinidad. Let me get me started. Shout out to my trickies. Trinidad was very kind to me. Few places I've been and have lived have been very good to me, you know? So, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's hard for me to bash on black women, bro. I have memories that most men couldn't pay for. So, unfortunately, I have to live off the fumes of those memories because these days, I don't understand dating. Like, I just don't get it. I don't know how it works. So it will just be me and fucking Kemetville. I'm dating Kemetville and I'm dating my motherfucking platform. That's it. You heard? Like, that's my life. So until I encounter a brave soul, she's going to have to be real brave. And I think kind of crazy, but, you know, man. I tell you, I don't care what anybody says. I'm old school. And I'm kind of a romantic. But I've learned to check that shit in my older years. Because I grew up on film and music, like really heavily dated in my life. And the kind of mother I have. But my favorite kind of woman in the world, is a woman that can make you laugh until you spitting food out your mouth. That shit you can't pay for. I'm sorry. Like a goofy chick. Like, you know, people say, yo, I'm not a goofy. Then fuck you. I don't want you. I want a goofy. I want a woman that's goofy that can make me laugh my ass off and she's just silly. Like that is the best. Because laughter creates levity. It releases endorphins and oxytocin gets in your blood. So you just high being around her. You know, not only that, wit is also a form of intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I understand Katt Williams. Comedians have to be witty. And witty is a form of intelligence, so you can't take those brains for granted. I just think that them trying to present themselves as intellectual is a bad look, because now you basically you're veering into another lane that you didn't prepare people for, nor have you been vetted. You didn't vet yourself. You think because you read a few books that you were intellectual and that you're well read. Nah, my dude, I would not ever come on a platform unless I vet myself. Like, I put in work before I come up here. I don't just show up, oh, I'm Shaka the Great, let me talk shit because I got an ego and therefore I know. Bullshit. I respect the minds of my audience and my followers too fucking much. Too much. How many? I'm just going, because if I don't, I'm just going to be one more person that lied to them. I'm just going to be one more person that miseducated them out of my ego and trying to get some fucking money. I'm going to be no different than everybody else, so why come to my platform? My platform has to stand out head and shoulders above the rest as being vetted. Like, nah, bro just came with receipts. That's it. Like, anything that he put up there is unquestionable. It got to be like that. If you're not coming like that, then you're wasting people's time, from my opinion. Like, do your homework. And it takes time to do homework. Y'all don't see me when I'm sitting here for a whole fucking day just reading, just studying, going through my notes. I found PowerPoints in my fucking collection that I put together that I've never shown people yesterday. I was like, what the fuck is this? I know why I put that PowerPoint together. I just now remembered. I was having a debate with my mother who lives in Africa, and we were debating about Jesus and the Bible. And I was explaining to my mother that, who I love, Uncle Johnson, may she live forever. I was explaining to her that if you are going to respect the historical narrative, that's all it is. It's a narrative. If you're going to respect the historical narrative, we could barely call it historical. So let's use the quasi-historical narrative, right? Because Jesus is not a matter of history. People have tried to make him a matter of history by interpolating his name into historical text. Josephus, Tacitus, so forth and so on, right? But he's not necessarily a matter of history. People have tried to make him history by the church capturing universal pedagogy in the West, vis-a-vis Eusebius, so forth and so on, right? And, the Augustines, the Tertullians, the fathers of the church, the early church fathers, all those people, the Origins, all of them, right? So I was explaining to my mother that if you're going to look at Jesus through a quasi-historical lens, then you got to be honest about the people he was a part of. He wasn't just an individual. He came from a community. And the community that he came from were Hellenistic Jews. Now, here's the thing. If you don't know anything about Hellenistic Jews, I didn't say this to my mother, but I would say it to somebody else. If you don't know anything about Hellenistic Jews versus other Jews, then shut the fuck up, because you don't know what you're talking about. And my mother responded with Hellenistic, and this is a very educated woman. My mother said, Hellenistic? What's that? What's Hellenistic? And I was like, oops. See, you here trying to debate me about Jesus and so on and so on, but you don't know what a Hellenistic Jew is. So I kind of had to end the conversation, right, at that point in time. So I said, let me put something together for my mother so she can first understand that first century Palestinian Jews were heavily Hellenistic. That means they were Greek in their thinking. So if they were Greek in their thinking, then you have to look at the doctrine of what Jesus is supposed to be saying in that literature. Do you look at it through Jewish eyes, Hebrew eyes, or do you look at it through Greek eyes? And that has to be asked, especially if the whole fucking book was written in Greek. You can't claim that these are Hebrew ideas, reformist, apocalyptic Hebrew ideas just translated into Greek, when the community that put it together themselves are Hellenistic. Unless you're fucking stupid. And most people are historically illiterate and fucking stupid. And I have to live in a world with all of these kind of people who then want to come in my chat and try to teach me. It's like, It's weird. Some weirdo shit. You understand? Weirdo shit. I got you. As long as y'all got me, I got you. That's fair. As long as y'all got me, I got you. That's facts. Okay? I told you at the top of this is not a free presentation. It costs $10. That means I got how many people watching? $118. There needs to be 110 hits on my Cash App with $10. That is respect. Okay? And hit the likes and hit the bell. That's respect. If I respect your mind enough to give you that real shit, respect. Okay? That's 10 $1 bills. That ain't shit. Okay? You wouldn't miss that if you went to the store. Okay? Here we go. Now, let's see here. Another thing too that y'all gotta remember, we can't shit on black people when they do things because white people are paying them if we not gonna pay black people. Like when I talk about my Cash App and things like that, don't send me no super chats because I ain't gonna see it. It's in my Cash App, and my Cash App is at the top of the chat, and it's also in my presentation. When you see it, you can see it in my motherfucking presentation, right? When I share my screen, right, and I do something like this. Boom, right? And I come right here and it says Cash App, $ Shaka-Ahmose. I know you can see it. It's right there in your face, right? So ain't no white people paying me. If white people pay me, I got to tell you a different story. But then you can't get mad at black people because we all got bills to pay. We all got families to take care of. We all got to live on this earth. We all have to produce and acquire energy. That is money. I am not shy about that shit. If you want to use the language, it's called Hedge. I need fucking Hedge. I ain't up here fucking preaching to look cute. I need it like you need it. So I make sure that when I'm doing my research, that I'm bringing you the best possible shit you can get. If it ain't the best, go to one of them whack YouTube channels where they selling you conspiracies and bullshit. Or talking about subject matter that don't even fucking matter. So let's read this. This shit goes back to the 12th dynasty. How you gonna run around YouTube, Damon, talking about I ain't never seen the word school in the hieroglyphics or in the pyramid when this document goes back to the 12th dynasty of Kemet, wrongly, incorrectly called ancient Egypt. It says, now look, it goes back to the 12th, it dates back to the 12th dynasty, but it owes its fame principally to copies made in the 19th dynasty. So they got copies being made. It ain't like it's one book. They said about 98 known to date. Some 98 Ramesseid Astraka. They said they made 90 in the 19th dynasty. That's why it's Ramesseid Astraka. Ostraka. The text provides valuable insight into ancient Egyptian attitudes to the intellectual vocation. The values it extols are the love of books and learning. That's why I tell you, you motherfuckers don't understand me. This shit is not in your blood. Why? Because you turned your backs on it. You think everything else is important. You will not raise sons like this. Because you don't give a fuck about the Sebayets. You don't care about your own history. You don't give a fuck about being black until it's in fashion and it's in vogue. So I'll tell you in 2 seconds, get the fuck out of my face. You don't know me. You are not built like me, and I'm not built like you. I respect this stuff. 1,000%. Ain't nothing to talk about. I am not nice about this shit. Okay? Because it's a matter of life and death. When we come from histories of black men giving over to alcoholism, being out of the house, our children got to come home, daddy's drunk, this one is all kind of crazy shit. Daddy's in prison because some stupid shit. All you had to do was read him this and give him the values, the love of books and learning. Don't complain about the black men that you don't raise. Fuck. If you want beautiful black men, then raise beautiful black men. So some young girl coming up behind you can meet one and encounter one and find one. The fuck? Or you thought that beautiful black men were going to be produced by white people? Is that what you thought? Fuck out of here. Right? You want to blame everybody else for your failures. No, look in the mirror. Anytime I see a black woman fucking up, I look in the mirror and I say that's my failure. Why? Because we didn't raise the kind of daughter we want to see for ourselves. Period. My fault. I have to be responsible for it and take accountability for it, just like you. And the women have to do the same, right? The values it extols are the love of books and learning and the exaltation of the intellectual life, education, and what? The writer's profession. Those were the values being taught in the schools, in Kemet, in the culture. Writing here is understood in the old etymological sense as an accomplishment shared by all the literate professions. For all these reasons, this is a text of immense psychological and pedagogical value. I told you earlier, this shit has everything to do with pedagogy. If you don't know what pedagogy is, don't fucking run around on social media platforms talking about the word school is nowhere to be seen in ancient Egyptian culture, in the hieroglyphics, or in the pyramids, or on the wall. Don't fucking do it. You're not intelligent enough to use the fucking word. Sorry. I'm a battle historian. That's how I come at this shit. I'm not nice when it comes to this. That's why I don't go on people's platforms anymore. Because I know if somebody on the platform says some stupid shit out of their mouth, I have no filters anymore. I used to have filters. I don't have filters anymore. I'm in a raw state all the time because I'm working on that web series, Kemetville. So I had to give myself 1,000,000% over to it, which means I'm always in that frame of mind. If you open your mouth and say something stupid about ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet, I'm up in your ass, period. I don't give a fuck who you are, how big you are, what platform you are. I'm going to show the world how fucking stupid and uneducated you are, and I'm just going to make your parents look bad. Sorry. Here's to them. They should have raised a child to read books and love learning. That's the value system we're talking about. That is the axiology we're talking about. Period. No fucks given. But I say it with all the respect in the world. I don't mean harm. It's just that I'm not nice about this. You understand? I'm not talking to any one individual. I'm talking to anybody and everybody. Well, I like my man on social media. He goes, anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Look, I know that anybody can get it. That's why I study as hard as I study. Period. Anybody can get it. What's to stop some PhD from challenging me on social media to a debate live? First of all, I would look like a bitch if I didn't accept it and I back down. Right? So if I accept it, I'm not accepting the debate with a PhD on social media just so I can barely make it by the skin of my teeth. No, I'm going to accept that debate to embarrass the fuck out of them, to say you got destroyed by a 10th grade dropout. That's why I'm accepting the fucking debate. And the money. Yeah, y'all know I do this for money. Yo, for Hedge. You know what I mean? For silver. Do it for the silver. Right? It is what it is. But that's why I don't go on people's platforms anymore, because they have other guests on their platforms with a low fucking IQ, and then they're going to say something out of their mouth, and I'm going to be all over their ass, and I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm not. Shakka-Ahmose and Teachable did not go to the 1974 UNESCO conference for us to sit here and be fucking stupid and do what they did to those fucking racist Egyptologists. Right? Professor Mercer Cook, who was the ambassador to West Africa under John F. Kennedy, did not discover Shakka-Ahmose's work and agree to translate it from France into English so that we could read it, so we could sit here in 2024 and say some stupid shit on platforms about the word school not being in pyramids or in the fucking hieroglyphs. Because you don't know your own fucking history. Damon, you my man and you my brother. I fuck with you. I don't care what anybody say about you. But that shit pissed me the fuck off. Katt, you my man and you my brother. I fuck with you too. I love both of you to fucking death. But when you're talking about Kemet, I love that more. I respect that more. Infinitely more. It's the gift that keeps on giving. And I ain't gonna sit there and let you motherfuckers make us look like we got low IQs in front of these white people. I ain't gonna let you do that. Too many people have made too many sacrifices, not spending time with their families, not spending time with their wives and kids, just so they could go get the information and make us improve our IQ. The fuck? And you disrespect that fucking legacy by thinking it's cute to sit on fucking flat platforms and say stupid shit about ancient Kemet. I don't respect that. I got your back. I got your back, Damon. I got your back, Katt. But I don't respect that shit. No, I don't. Hit me up for a 30-minute session and I'll teach the fuck out of your ass. You want to know about ancient Egypt? You want to go sit on the platform and talk intelligently? Hit me up. But you ain't got the balls to do that. You ain't built like that. People don't like to be confronted with what they don't know. It makes them feel uncomfortable. It causes them cognitive dissonance. I know, I'm human. I'm the same way. Because when I step outside of this lane, I'm like a vulnerable baby. When it comes to other things that I just don't know shit about, I'm dumb as the day is long. So I got to have some female explain this shit to me. Sweetie, explain that to me because I don't really understand it. Explain marketing to me, right? Even when I wanted to understand marketing, where did I go? Ancient Kemet. What did I study? Marketing in ancient Kemet, in ancient Egypt. I did. Most of you don't even know that subject exists. That's where marketing began, in ancient Egypt, in Kemet. You didn't know that. Look it up. Right? Look at that. Hey, I'll show you. You think I'm bullshitting you? I'm not bullshitting you. Watch. I'm going to share my screen with you. Like, people really don't know how deep this shit is. Like, they really have no fucking clue. And they're going to go from the cradle to grave being fucking stupid. Watch this. Marketing in ancient Egypt. It don't even occur to a motherfucker to type this in. Beyond pyramids, the secret business strategies of ancient Egypt. You got white folks studying your ass to fucking win, and you motherfuckers don't even know it's a fucking thing. Another fascinating aspect of ancient Egyptian business was their use of what? Branding and marketing. Stupid motherfuckers. There's whole books and whole schools of thought. They teach that shit in the fucking universities. At Harvard and Yale. At Oxford. Stupid motherfuckers. Oh shit, what happened? Oops. I don't know what happened, but my connection got fucked up. I think it was too much energy I was giving off. But I'm not, like, this is some real shit. I shouldn't be drinking this stuff because this stuff makes my brain like go on hyperdrive. It's like raw organic cocoa with maca and black seeds and what else is in there? Turmeric, cinnamon, bee pollen. It's a bunch of shit, right? I call it a hot cup of Shaka. I'm trying to come up with another name because I want to sound narcissistic, right? That's what's up. Oh, it's adorable, right? That's what's up. I'm excited about it too, right? Nah, it's not. Them folks ain't coming down on the conscious brothers. The problem is that you got too many motherfuckers out here representing themselves as conscious and they're not. So what happens is they fuck up the brand. You understand what I'm saying? It's a brand, like Katt Williams said, it's a brand, right? Being conscious or being woke, it's a brand. And then you got people that are either threatened by it, right? So they fuck it up. Like how they tried to make the word hotep into a derisive term. And I told you that was the black homosexual community. I'm not shy about saying that shit because they did that. They ran a smear campaign against the word hotep for their own personal reasons, which I was thinking about earlier today, or I think it was yesterday. I thought that was pretty fucked up. And here's why I think it's fucked up. You could say a lot of things that you want about ancient Kemet. Were they anti-homosexual? Yes. Yes, 100%. But look at here. They never outlawed it. See, I don't want to talk about that part. They never outlawed it and they never made it against the law. Did they ridicule people? Yes. Did they make fun of people? Yes. Did they institute in their moral and value literature that is incorrect, deviant behavior? Yes. But they never outlawed it. They didn't put people to death because of it. They didn't stone people because of it. The most you might have got was just teased. You might have been ostracized. And that's it. But yet you turn on ancient Kemet while embracing a culture that has done everything under the sun evil towards people with deviant lifestyles. Right? I don't particularly subscribe to such a deviant lifestyle, but for those who do, that's between them and God. That's between them, God, and the society in which they reside. And I always tell people, contrary to what these idiots on social media say, America is not ancient Kemet. So they need to stop with that bullshit. Oh, the Grand Canyon is pyramids and bunch of idiots. When the rocks cry out, bunch of fucking retards. Right? The problem is that when people get information and they don't have the background training to know what's bullshit and what is not, they just run with anything. It sounds good. If it sounds good and they don't vet it, you don't do your vetting, then you stuck on stupid. It's your fault. You chose to sit in the stupid seat. Fuck. No, bro. This is called, oh, you don't know what this is called? Somebody asked, is this the new HOK? No, bro. No. This is not the new HOK, bro. Let me show you what this is. Okay, did you see that? If you didn't see that, let me help you out one more. Okay, this is ATM, a teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. Get those words right. So when the t-shirts come, you can have your motherfucking t-shirt. Okay? That's what's up. A teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. Okay? That's what this is. That's where you are at. Know where you are at. You are in a teachable moment. All right? This is real. Right? And let me show you something even more real. Right? Boom. That's real. That's real like a motherfucker. You heard? And this is real. Right here, our folks don't need nice. We are stiff-necks and hard-hearted. And that's very true. I used to wonder why Dr. Ben would shit on the audience when he was talking to them. It's because it's hard. It's hard on you when you know the facts and you know what is right and you know what is true and when you know what is best for your people. But then your people turn out to be your number one enemy because of their egos. Everybody want to be the man. Everybody want to be the one shining. You know how many people don't like me from the Kemetic community because of all the attention I get? Oh, nobody dislikes me more than the Kemetic community. Y'all don't see them fucking with me. Y'all don't see Mfudishi fucking with me like that. Jabari fucking with me like that. Y'all don't see none of them dudes from the Kemetic community fucking with me like that. Right? Temple of Anu or this temple or that temple or this shrine or that shrine. They don't fuck with me. They don't invite me. I get more love and respect from white folks than I get from all of them. Right? But that don't mean that I love white folks more than I love them. No, it just means that I understand that there are qualities about myself that could sometimes be unattractive. There are qualities about myself that could sometimes be offensive. I understand that. So I don't fault them for that. And I don't love them and respect them any less. I love my Kemetic communities. All of them. Everybody I named, from Mfudishi to Temple of Anu to the Shrine of Ma'at to Baba Heru, all of them. I love all of them. How can I forget Queen Afua? I love the Kemetic community. Shout out to Supernova Sloan. I love the Kemetic community. Love, because in them, I see the best of myself. In them, they remind me of who I am. When I see the Kemetic community, and particularly when they're all dressed in white, one day I'm going to explain that science to y'all about the white. But when I see that, they remind me of what my mission is. They remind me to stay on the path. Just their existence. Just the existence of a Temple of Anu. Just the existence of a Shrine of Ma'at. Just the existence of a Saw Aset. Just the existence even of a Shekem Meshekem. Ra'un Nefer Amen. Whose teachings I don't agree with. But or the teachings of Ashby, the Ashby, Muwata Ashby and his wonderful wife, right? I love the Kemetic community. Dr. Faraji, right? I love all capital letters, L-O-V-E, because those are there's only two members of the Black community that I really, really relate to. It's some real shit, right? I relate to, well, because I was produced in that sacred community I just finished talking about, I relate to them. Just not the way that they express it. I'm not into that guru, hippie, float around yoga shit. No. I love yoga, don't get me wrong, I'm into yoga big time. But I'm not into how they yogify it. You know, they make it some Far Eastern guru type shit. I'm not into that. Right? I don't take that approach. And then the ones who are solely based on religion, I don't fuck with them because I know that they don't understand the real underlying components of it. What they think is religion is really something else in ancient Kemet. If I showed you what those symbols actually mean, you'd probably bug the fuck out. Yeah. That's what you would probably bug the fuck out if I show you what those glyphs actually mean. Right? And you're not going to get it studying metal nature or linguistics. I told you, I already learned. Philology is limited because philology is too narrow an approach to understand why the language is what it is. To understand why the language and the script is what it is, you have to go to the basic needs of the human beings that were doing it. Until you do that, all that shit that you think you know, somebody like me gonna laugh at your ass. Period. And no, I'm sorry to hurt your feelings. You don't know anyone like me. Okay, I can tell you that shit. Okay? I can tell you that shit. You do not know anyone like me. Okay? Hold on one second. I don't know anyone like me, so what the fuck? All right? Here we go. So let's get back to the text. Y'all got me in here all fucking day long. But I'm having fun. I don't care. I love y'all. Right? So let's do this. I love Damon too. I hope you don't get too mad at me for this. Right? But I told y'all before, this whole thing was about pedagogy. And you can't talk about pedagogy and think that you're not talking about school books. And schools. Fuck wrong with you. Right? So it continues. Learning a Damon. Listen, somebody call Damon Dash and get his ass on the phone so he can learn something. Right? Learning and knowledge. Those were the ideals of ancient Egyptian society. Yet somehow that society has been stigmatized as bucolic, rural, peasant, etc. It was a society that believed that only education guaranteed real immortality. It was a society that believed that only education could guarantee real immortality. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like? The Gnostics. Isn't that what the Gnostics taught? Or the Essenes? Right? Wasn't Jesus supposed to be in the scene? They taught that only knowledge was the salvation. Wonder where they got that from. Wonder where. Look, there's some things I could tell y'all about Christianity that no one has ever told you, and it would fuck your mind up. You would be like, oh, shit. Yeah. But I can't tell y'all everything in every moment. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Right? So, but this is some real shit. Right? In ancient Kemet, they felt that only knowledge could make you immortal. Okay? And they're going to prove it right now. Watch. They're going to show you how. Okay? Tight screen. Oh, we cooking today, baby. That's because I had enough sleep, too. Right? You don't let me get enough sleep and work out before I come. Oh, it's going. When I have control of my energy, you do not want to put anyone in front of me because it is not pretty when it comes to this shit. Here we go. Now, look at this. Learning and knowledge these were the ideals of ancient Egyptian society. Yet somehow that society has been stigmatized as bucolic, rural, peasant, etc. It was believed that it was a society. Let's read this carefully. It was a society that believed that only education guaranteed real immortality, because the name of an author would what? Remain for eternity. You see that? Think about it. I'm going to show you what they're talking about. Watch this. Watch this. Just think about the Bible, right? The name of an author would last for eternity. To this day, you still know these names. Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, right? Paul. What did they all do? purportedly, mythologically, they all wrote. So to this day, you still say the names of people you never met, don't know anything about, don't even know if they existed. So they are not the ones that made the writing immortal. It's the writing that made them immortal. So you don't understand what writing is. See, Katt tried to talk about Thoth, using that Greek name. He didn't even know the correct name to use. Jehuti. Katt, Mr. Katt Williams, our brother, the correct name is Jehuti, not Thoth. That's some Greek shit. Where the word thought comes from. It comes from that name, thought. Okay? The proper name is Jehuti. Okay? The African ibis. The African ibi. The ibi bird. Who you say ibis is ibi. The African ibi bird. I wish y'all understood the orthography as it travels through time so you can understand how most of these words are actually supposed to be pronounced. Like when people say ISIS, that's an incorrect pronunciation. If you're going to pronounce it with the orthography that was in vogue at the time, you have to pronounce it correctly. It's not ISIS. It's Isi. The S on the end is silent. Isi. That's how you say it. Isi. Okay? Osiris is not Osiris. If you pronounce it correctly, it's Osiri. Osiri. Okay? They're the proper orthography for each period. Whether you're dealing with Aramaic, whether you're dealing with Syriac, which is a form of Middle Aramaic, whether you're dealing with, I'm not a linguist, I forgot. I'm not supposed to know this shit. Only some retard out there thought you understand? So, so there's different, the orthography, there's a particular orthography that is localized in time. So when you're speaking words that come into existence at a certain time, you should use the appropriate orthography so that you're saying it accurately and correctly. Or correctly. Right? So here we go. That's funny as shit. He spelled it correctly and then asked me how it's spelled. Oh, actually, no. That A, that first A got to be an E. That's all. Just change the first A to an E, and then you'll be good. Okay. Oh, hell no. Joe, you smoking cigarettes? Nah, bro. I can't fuck with you, bro. Nah, we don't do that. Okay, so where we at now? Just want to see something if I saw. Yeah, I don't worry about divisive people. You know what I mean? It's like, always remember this. Darkness does not like light. Remember that. Darkness resents light. Also remember, darkness chases the light, which freaks me out, right? My thing is, if I don't know what I'm talking about, why the fuck are you watching me and why are you in my chat? Why wouldn't you be somewhere watching somebody who knows what they're talking about? Because that tells us how you spend your time. You spend your time watching people who you think or perceive as not knowing what they're talking about. What kind of logic is that? I don't watch people that don't know what they're talking about. You will not ever find me watching somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about. Unless I have a legitimate reason for watching them, right? So when I watched the Club Shay Shay interview, it's because someone sent it to me and said, yo, he's talking about ancient Egypt. So I was like, oh, okay, so let me watch it. When he did the Willie D video, when that was released, somebody sent me another text. Yo, they actually sent the link. They're like, yo, he's talking about ancient Egypt again. So I watched it, right? Same thing with Joe Rogan. In fact, I will show you somebody asking me to break down the Joe Rogan thing, right? So that's just what it is. In fact, I can show you that shit right now. Hold up. Look. Let me see something. Can I do that? Am I still sharing my screen, first of all? No, I'm not. Hold on 1 second. So if I do this, right? Hold on. Kind of scared to do it, but fuck it. Right. Oh, Oh, no, I ain't even fucking gonna try that. Hold on a second. Because these things take so long. Oh, boy, here it is, right here. So I'm just gonna come back right there. Cool, right? So I'm gonna share my screen. Watch this, right? Present, share screen. Like, y'all think I'm bullshitting you. I ain't bullshitting you. Somebody literally be asking me to break this shit down. That's why I do it. Watch, right? So, presentation mode. This is what I'm supposed to be doing later on today, right? Responding to comments. So this brother here said, Shaka, we need you to break down the Joe Rogan Katt Williams interview. That's Icon 101. He follows my channel a lot. So when he sent me that, I went and I watched it. But look, come on. I already got my response coming. The Joe Rogan Katt Williams interview, No Humans Built the Pyramids, Conspiracy Theories, Historical Fallacies, Miseducation. I'm already going to break it down. This is the upcoming response to and the breakdown of the Katt Williams Joe Rogan interview. So, yeah, I'm already on it. So when you see that I'm getting ready to do that breakdown, you might want to show up because I'm going to show you some shit, right? Katt Williams, again, was talking about some shit he don't know nothing about. Talking about the motherfucking emerald tablets. Fuck out, man. That ain't no scholarship, bro. You put that in the fiction section. That's where you put that. You put that in the fiction section. Right? So that's what I mean. They heard so much love, girl. I appreciate you. Right? That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right. That's coming. I got a few of them coming. If my business manager would stop messing around. But I got a few of them coming. All right. So I got a few of them coming. It's gonna be some hot shit. You heard? Let's see. I just want it done right, you know. So here we go. Let's get back to the text. Because I love the fact just knowing that black people are seeing what they're supposed to fucking see and being taught correctly. I can't stand that shit. Everybody wants our money. Everybody wants your money. You know? And it's like, all right, you want the money? Okay, cool, but what the fuck are you giving me? Is it some fugazi shit that I'm going to then have to find out later? Oh, shit, I was taught wrong. All right. So where we at? Right? So it said, the name of an author would remain for eternity. The imagery in which the ideal is couched is not simply beautiful. It is also highly evocative. A book is said to be more precious than a painted stela, of greater value than an intricately inscribed wall, etc. In ancient Egyptian philosophy, an individual's name was considered a sacred quality intrinsically connected with its bearer's personality, the ka, or the part that is invested in the statue, okay? And name was an integral aspect of the human personality. So if your name is an integral part of who you are, and your name is inscribed on the statue, then what does the statue have? It has that intricate part of who you are. That's why it says your essence is in it. The essence of the person is in that statue because their name is carved on it. You understand? That's why they had to decommission it and break the nose to make sure that the statue no longer had life. So that the ka, because the ka comes in through the nose. If you don't understand the culture, don't talk about it. Stop making us look fucking stupid. A name was an integral aspect of the human personality. It was a vector of the individual's full social status. Heard that? Your name was a vector of the individual's full social status. That means your name can have you fucked up in life or it can have you living well in life. Okay? The best way to perpetuate one's name and thus, in a certain sense, to continue living after this earthly life was to write books. We may say that ancient Egyptian society itself achieved that ideal of authorial immortality. For thanks to its prolific legacy of philosophical, theological, sociological, historical, religious, medical, astronomical, scientific, literary, poetic, and other works, pharaonic civilization has left an enduring imprint. In that sense, it remains eternal. And that's why it's still the standard. How crazy is that? Ancient Kemet, or Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt, is the standard of excellence because it produced books. Yet, Damon Dash, who is holding it up as the standard, Damon Dash, who's holding ancient Egypt up as the standard, or Kemet, he's holding Kemet up as the standard, is saying that the very thing that made it the standard, they didn't have. That's crazy. That's weird. That's some weirdo shit. That's somebody who didn't study shit. Do you understand? That's not a personal gripe. None of the shit that I say, but I'm talking about these brothers is personal. I'm talking about, look, this is how we see it. When we sit around in a group and we talking about history, like, we don't spare people's feelings, right? If you ever seen me and Reggie go at it, it's not pretty. And he always ends up on the wrong side. He always ends up on the bad side. But Reggie is, oh my God, Reggie's a beast. All capital letters, man. If y'all knew the shit that Reggie actually knew, woo! Y'all would fucking put that motherfucker up in a special hotel suite somewhere, dressed in all white, and have him teaching the fucking masses. But black people don't value the greatest minds amongst them. They don't. It's a waste. It's a waste. They're too distracted by what Hollywood puts in front of them with Netflix. I don't know, whatever the fuck black people watch. The Grammys, the BET Awards, or who got what fucking Grammys. Like, we give a fuck about a Grammy. How the fuck could you give a fuck about a Grammy? I don't understand that shit. That's a different sector of black society that is still heavily invested in awards from white people. That's the truth. That's the truth. Jay-Z, with all due respect, Beyonce, get a Grammy, don't get a Grammy. The fuck that? White accolades don't trickle down to us. You understand what I'm saying? And the one thing I do try to do, with all due respect, I stay out of rich folks' business. I ain't pocket watching nobody. Like when a certain actress was crying because she wasn't getting paid. How much you got? You got what, 12, 13 million, whatever the fuck it is. If you got $1 million or more, I don't want to hear about it. I don't care. Right? That $1 million that you got should be able to help you solve all your motherfucking problems. If you can't solve all your problems with $1 million, you deserve those fucking problems. And don't bring them to us. That's how I look at it. Just don't bring it to us. That's it. And you got to be careful when you listen to. Remember, they're professional actors. So don't be getting caught up when motherfuckers start acting during interviews. You understand? Like, hey, yo, did I see how many of these I get? Right, look at this shit. Motherfuckers is more interested in my lock than what I'm talking about. I cannot wear the lock. I'm not allowed to wear it right now. I got to wait. I have to wait maybe 5 or 6 years. I don't know. Right? Hey, look, I've been saying that. Hotep Jesus shouted me out on there. I showed y'all people was talking about me, hearing my name. A lot of white people discovered me through Hotep Jesus shouting me out on the Joe Rogan show. He was telling everybody, you need to check out Shakka-Ahmose. You need to be Shakka-Ahmose. So white people went looking for me. They found me. They was like, oh, yo, he's dope, So I know this ain't who I think it is. I don't know. Nah. Is this Dr. Ma'at? Let me find out that's Dr. Ma'at. Is that you, Dr. Ma'at? Let me know if that's you. All right? Because people be trying to sneak watch me. I need to know what's really good. Okay? Tell me if that's Dr. Ma'at from HOK. Formerly a former community member of HOK. Let me know if that's you. So let's get back to the text. Because we teaching here. And we should be concluding pretty soon. All right, here we go. So I just wanted to stop this bullshit of people saying, when I look at the hieroglyphs, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. All of y'all need to send him an email and tell him, stop saying that shit, and then send him a copy of this video. But I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't do it. So so he continues. Look at all of this beautiful knowledge that I highlighted for you. He continues. Public, hey, yo, listen, Damon, Mr. You never seen the word school. Listen. Listen, Damon, listen. Listen, Linda. Remember, listen, listen, Damon, listen. Public school education was known in ancient Egypt as from the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. Oh, God, hold on a second. Hold on. Damon Dash, formerly of Rockefeller. You running around sitting on Diary of a CEO, and you sitting on the Willie D show talking about you never seen the word school in a hieroglyph in the pyramid. But here you have documentation telling you that public school education was in effect from the Middle Kingdom on in Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt. How could you shortchange your own people like that? You think white people created school? And that's what's at the heart of your ignorance, Damon. You think white people created school. You probably think white people created books. You probably think white people created the public school system. This is what I mean when I say black people don't know their own history. What do you think you was doing back in Africa? Just running around playing drums? That's what you think you was doing? That's all we was doing back in Africa. Just running around playing drums. Why you got that ankh on your shoulder if you think all we was doing was running around Kemet playing drums? We had a public school system in effect where we were teaching and reading books in schools in the Middle Kingdom. Bro, the Middle Kingdom is closer to the building of the pyramid. In fact, they were still building pyramids in the Middle Kingdom. So you want to talk about you ain't seen the word school and pyramids? Well, guess what? When this public school system was in effect in the Middle Kingdom, in Africa, in Kemet, incorrectly called ancient Egypt, they were still building pyramids, my brother. Oh, you didn't know? Look it up. Go look at one of my other presentations. Hold up. You said you want to see me in white? You want to see me in white? Hold on. I'm going to show you me in white right now. You want to see me in white? Here I go on white. There you go. That's Shakka-Ahmose in white. Make sure you go to kemetville.com and make sure you check out my short film, The Last Night of R.S.I. It details the last evening of the god and goddess, R.S.I. and Aset. And yeah, it's that short film means a lot to me because every time I watch it, I feel it gives me something that I need that I can't explain, you know? And I just wanted to share that with people as well, right? Facts. Facts. Absolutely. This is real. I like this. Hey, Joe. We got a real sponsor of the show here, folks. Hold on. That's a real sponsor. You know what we do here. Anytime we get a real sponsor, we celebrate them by doing this. Teachable moment with Shakka-Ahmose. Why? Because without them, you would not be seeing me. Right? You would not be seeing me. Do you know what it's like when somebody who formerly was a perfect stranger believes in what you do so much, and you say, yo, bro, I'm doing this website. And they're like, yo, how much you need? I'm gonna show you real black people. How much you need. And then bro shows up with an envelope, takes you to dinner, and says, here you go. And there's a few grand in that envelope. And never once said, how am I going to get that back? Or are you going to give that back to me? How do I get it? And when I explain to them, this is not an investment, meaning that I'm not taking investors and backers, because if I did, I have to explain to you how I'm going to pay you back. I can't explain that to you yet because I don't really know. There's so many things going on with the platform. I really don't know how this thing is going to get to where it has to get. I just don't know how in the particulars because we're still putting it all together, right? But when I told him that, this brother, where he at? Right? When I told him that, he said, I don't care. He said, here you go. Let's eat. Let's talk. Let's dine like brothers. That's how this brother did. You understand? He's not the only one, but he's one of. So on days when I want to quit, on days when I want to be like, fuck this is never going to happen, on days when I'm just like, you know, black people don't give a shit about this. They'll be moving on into fucking technology and artificial intelligence and whatever or the new rappers, whatever that shit is, right? Who's Diddy fucking or whatever, right? But when I think of people like this and people like Leah and Hillary and people like Undulugani and people like Raymond Hardman and like the list, there's more people there. When I think about these people, that's what keeps me going. Because all of them have said, what do you need? You don't understand, there's serious black people out here. These black people ain't know me from nowhere. I'm not part of their family members or anything like that. I ain't know them since I was young. These are people that have seen me up here for years doing what I do, and I put the word out, hey, I'm doing this and I need help. I need serious black people to put some wind under my wings so I can accomplish this thing. Right? So I can accomplish this. That short film wouldn't have got made without them. This web series will not be getting made without them. Right? And it ain't like these people got money just sitting around like that. No. They gave me that shit and then shared some hardship stories that they were going through at the time. And in my mind, I'm thinking, you going through that shit? And you giving me this? I'm just like damn. It makes you look at yourself like, what kind of black person am I? Because then you say, shit, would I do that? Would I be having financial issues and turn around and give somebody $2,000 or $3,000 at the same time? I say to myself, probably not. But watching their example, then I had to say, maybe I would. Right? I had to say, maybe I would. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Very much so. I'm going to let y'all read some of the fan mail that's going to bug y'all out. I just can't. Y'all want me to read some of the fan mail to you, some of the reviews of the film? Let me know. If you put a yes in the chat, I'll show you one or two. If you put a yes in the chat, I'll show you one or two. Like I keep telling y'all, there's just so much going on. I can't do everything, and I can't show y'all everything, and I can't teach y'all everything. I just try to fit shit in. Right? So far, I've been in here, 4 hours and 38 minutes? I went over my time. You know, I don't do more than 4 hours. I ain't supposed to be. You heard? But yeah, that's what's up. Facts. You heard? That's what's up. Yes. Tabitha says she looks Habesha. She is Habesha. She's actually from Djibouti. That's where she's from. She's from Djibouti. And I'm her biggest fan. That's why I chose her for the part. Right? Absolutely. That's why I chose her for the part. Here we go. So if I see a yes in the chat, I will let y'all see it. But if you know, Myron see no yeses down there, I ain't gonna take time to do that. So here we go. Let me see. Present. Let's get back to the teaching. That's what we're here for, to teach. Hold on one second. That's what I want. Okay, cool. It's done. All right. See, I have fun up here today. Y'all can't get me the way I be having fun because I just like keep going. Let's go. All right. So where we at? All right. So let's listen. Let's learn about this culture of teaching in schools and books in Kemet, and then you could go send Damon Dash. My audience would be dope. Now this would make me happy. If how many people I got in here? I think like 100 and something people. If all of y'all went to Damon Dash's email and sent him a message about what you learned here in this presentation, and y'all told him to watch it, that's power. That's power. But if y'all not built like that, then I don't know what to tell you. I bet you if I was one of them white power organizations and I told my followers to do that, they would do that shit in a heartbeat because white people don't fuck around. You understand? White people don't fuck around. Here we go. Look, so let's read this. I just had to stop at this part here when it says public school education was known in ancient Egypt as from the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. That's 2052 through 1778 BCE. You hear that date? BCE. You're in the third millennium BCE, Damon Dash. In the third millennium BCE, we had a public school system in Kemet in the Middle Kingdom. How dare you sit on those platforms and say, I never seen the word school. I never seen the word school in the pyramid. I never seen the word school in the hieroglyphs. You ain't never seen no hieroglyphs and no pyramids. That's the problem. Before then, now listen. Now look, this is where Damon was correct. Remember he said your parents should be teaching you. That's why I said he's wrong and he's correct. Listen. It says before then, the education and training of children was almost entirely the responsibility of fathers. You hear that? Think about it. In America, the parent that's mostly involved in the child's education is not the father, it's the mother. We backwards in this country. We doing shit white people style. In African style, the parent that was responsible for the education of the children was the father. How you trying to produce great results following people that are not reflective of that greatness? That's an ass backwards hustle. Or what was that? That's a back assward, right? Yeah, that's a back assward hustle. Yeah. You putting the caboose at the front of the train and think you're supposed to go forward. The fuck is wrong with you? When you get back to organic and leave the GMO shit down that you learned from your slave masters, and you get back to the organic forefathers of yours that was building pyramids and shit like that, it's the father that's in charge of the education. Before the public school system, it was the father. It didn't say mother. It was the father that was shaping the human beings that were coming up in the family. How could the mother not benefit from that? All she's getting is a psychology that is all bent to protect her all the way around, whether it be sons or daughters. Because what is the father and husband's primary function at the end of the day? To protect his family. The problem within the family system as you see it now is you got too many mothers suing for power because of all of this feminist bullshit. So you want to be men. You want to be fathers. Okay, then be fathers. Don't complain. What the fuck? Right? 1 second. Let's get back to it. See, I'm real with this shit. I ain't sparing nobody. Right? The text either tells you that you're telling the truth or the text tells you that you're a fucking liar. So it's one or the other. It's not in between. Okay? Let's get after this. I don't play with this shit. I play with a lot of things, not with this. Okay? It says, before the public school system, the education and training of children was almost entirely the responsibility of fathers. Now listen, school teachers, you heard that? Damon Dash, school teachers. There had to be schools if there were school teachers. School teachers were civil service officials who had previously been trained as scribes. Now, Damon Dash, please pay attention to the next sentence. There was a school textbook entitled Kemet. So not only was the name of the country called Kemet, but they had a textbook called Kemet. It was used for teaching, reading, and writing. It came into widespread use in the New Kingdom. So we had a textbook from 1567 through 1085 BCE in the New Kingdom called Kemet. And by the way, that textbook lasted all the way down to the end of the history of the country. Kemet. So when you use the name Kemet, not only are you referring to the name of the country, the black city or the black town, Kemet also refers to the name of their major textbook that came into being in the New Kingdom, used to teaching basically the liberal arts. This is documented history. Now you're learning about black history at the university level. Okay? Mr. Damon Dash? I got way more respect for Damon than I got for Stacy. That's for sure. Way more respect for Damon. Okay? So, but did y'all see that? I can't believe ain't nobody commented on that. Right? I can't believe nobody commented on the fact that we had a textbook in the New Kingdom that was called Kemet. That's something to highlight. That's something special. Where we at? I got 105 people in here. I expect to see 105 people hitting up my Cash App. Number one, it's at the top of the link in the YouTube chat. All you have to do is go to the very top. No excuses. And make sure I have 105 likes, please. And 105 people need to click that bell so they can be notified when I come on to do the other parts of this series. And then lastly, I need you to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Okay? So I always tell people, if I tell you that the price for this presentation is $10 and you got to go to my Cash App and pay it, and you don't pay it, then this knowledge that you're getting from me, effectively, it is stolen knowledge. It's knowledge that you stole, and you will never benefit from stolen knowledge. Okay? So let's go. Make sure you see that Cash App. Here we go. But sometimes I just put it on the screen because people just want to see it, and it is like, well, motherfucker, put it on the screen. Well, wait a minute. You ain't got to see it on the screen. Hold on a second. I don't have to put my Cash App on the screen. It's on the freaking PowerPoint. So, no, I'm not putting it on the screen. Okay, I'm going to put it on the screen. $sign Shakka-Ahmose. Okay, that's it. You seeing it. $sign Shakka-Ahmose. Now let's get back to it, right? Boom. Here we go. Present, right? Now, see, if I did this shit private on Zoom and I promoted it and said, but you got to pay to watch, right? Then I'd be wrong. right? Then many of you would be missing out, okay? So the one thing that I don't like about those that don't pay while others do is that you're letting someone else pay for you. And that's not good karma that you're putting out there, right? If anything, you should be trying to pay for someone else that can't afford it. So let's go. But ain't nobody can tell me they can't afford $10, not in this motherfucking society. Here we go. Let's hit it. That's right. Yeah, I ain't gonna be fucking out in the street with a tin cup because I was trying to teach black people. Fuck out of here. Not happening. I love my people, but I don't love you like that. If you want me to do that, then that tells me you don't love me. And if you don't love me, then fuck you. All right, there you go. So, there was a school textbook entitled Kemet used for teaching, reading, and writing. It came into widespread use in the New Kingdom, 1567 to 1085 BCE. Other subjects such as mathematics, sculpture, and painting, geography, and sport were also taught what, Damon? At what, Damon? Say that word, Damon. At school, Mr. Dash, Mr. CEO. Mr. When I look at hieroglyphics, I never see school. I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. That's because you didn't, I don't know, did you go to school, bro? I know you're a hustler. I don't know. Discipline in the classrooms were strict. Well, they had to be a school, Damon, because they had classrooms. And they had discipline in those classrooms. Discipline in the classrooms was strict, as the following passage from the Papyrus Lansing, a 20th dynasty document attests. This is what it says in the document, in the Lansing Papyrus. Because you beat me on the back, your teaching entered my ears. They didn't fuck around in the schools in Kemet. They would beat your ass if you wasn't paying attention. And that's all throughout the literature when you study it. It was a very common occurrence. If you were not paying attention in class, if you were fucking around, they would beat your ass. You would get hit on the back with a stick or on your feet. Because you beat me on the back, your teachings entered my ears. Confirmation comes from a different document, a 19th dynasty, what? School notebook. Damon Dash, I'm not letting you off the hook because I know you're strong enough to deal with this fire. You a general, so this ain't shit for you, but a learning experience, right? Because it says confirmation comes from a different document, a 19th dynasty school notebook. Now, if you got school notebooks and you got classrooms, how the fuck can you, and you got school, how the fuck can you not have schools, Damon? And and they're reading it from a primary source. This is from a papyrus, Damon. That means it's in hieratic. And look what it says in the other one. I strike you 100 times, but you pay no heed at all. That's a teacher beating his student ass who refused to listen. Was that you, Damon? Refusing to listen? Get hit on the back with a stick? I don't know. The above excerpt from the Papyrus Anastasi IV is exceptionally eloquent. The images it employs to describe the schoolboy playing truant are unusually vivid, hot, and indeed raw. So the reason that the student was getting beat on the back is because he was playing hooky from school. Come on, Damon, that's Black history. Why you don't know it? CEO Dash, General Dash, why you didn't send one of your foot soldiers to do some research to make sure that when you're on these interviews, you sound intelligent, you sound well-read, and you sound highly educated and informed. There's nothing wrong with those things. If you want those things for your son, you should exemplify those things. I want those things for my son, so I'm going to make sure I exemplify those things. I'm not going to get on a platform and talk about a subject matter that I don't know shit about it as if I do. And that's the one thing both Katt and Damon are guilty of, but I got their backs. Yeah, I got your backs, bro. I know you might say, oh, Shaka, you talking shit about me. Nah, bro, this is how we get down when it comes to history. Like how rappers get down when it comes to rap, how these comedians getting down when you see comedy ain't all pretty. You see how they going at each other. Right? Well, history is, look, you see what, look, people go to war over history, real war. Bombs get dropped over history. If you don't believe me, ask Ukraine and Russia. They're fighting over historical precedences. Russia is claiming that Ukraine in history was part of Russia. So history, people drop bombs for history. Y'all can't come in the history lane and talk shit. This is the dirtiest lane of all of them. Why? Because you got to stand and deliver at every turn. There's no gray area here. You either know your shit or you don't. You either study hardcore or you don't. You're either a fucking special education moron or you're not. So which one is it? Because I know which one I'm seeing from both of these brothers sitting on these platforms talking shit about Egypt when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Neither one of them. I can say that because I have the authority to say it. You want to meet me in person and have me say it? I'm quite comfortable doing it. Yes, very much so. And gladly incur the cost. But I always let you know, hey, if I got to pay, other people got to pay. That's only right. Yeah. Look. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to talk about ancient Kemet and you're going to talk about ancient Egypt, just know what the fuck you're talking about. That's all I'm saying. And I have every right to say that because of who I am. I pay dues to be me. Katt Williams paid dues to be Katt Williams, so I respect him. Damon Dash paid dues to be Damon Dash. People who pay dues respect people who pay dues. I pay dues to talk shit in this lane because when I talk, it's not shit. I don't talk shit. I talk receipts. The difference. All that shit Katt was talking about ancient Egypt on every platform he was on, that's not receipts. That's shit. Shit talk. Right? That shit that Damon Dash be talking, we talk about ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, incorrectly taught ancient Egypt. That's not receipts. That's shit talk. I'm talking receipts. I won't open my mouth if I don't already have the receipt. In droves. How many primary sources have I already read from the entire time I've been up here? You've probably lost count. How many different papyruses have I named? I showed you one in the museum on the wall where it says school in hieratic. But I know you don't know what hieratic is because you really don't give a fuck about ancient Egypt, nor do you care about Kemet, nor do you care about black history, nor do you care about black people. You just pretend that you do. You want to showboat. Because if you cared, my phone would be ringing and my email would be popping off. Shaka, we want to get with you. We want to learn. We want to bring that real shit to our platform. But you ain't going to do that. You ain't going to do that because egos will always prevent black people from getting where we need to get. Now, I can't bring this nigga. This nigga shine like, oh, yeah. You don't think I had to deal with that shit from this dude who calls himself Pharaoh and all this other? I had to deal with this shit from SETI, all these assholes. I had to deal with that shit. I left that platform I was on because it was dealing with too many stupid motherfuckers, bringing them through like they're scholars. And I'm like, these niggas ain't scholars. With all due respect, these brothers are not scholars. They are conspiracy theorists. They are motherfuckers who read a little bit, but they're not scholars. To be a scholar, there's a certain rigor of work you have to subject your mind to. It's not pretty. It's not fun. You have to be obsessed. Like obsessed. While everybody else is partying, you're studying. People are fucking, you're studying. People are eating, you're studying. People are hanging out. I have literally not been outside my house in probably 9 days because I've been studying. Like yesterday, I had to go to the post office. I'm going to be honest. I had to go to the post office. I stopped at the supermarket to grab something. It was right back in the house. But it was my first time outside probably in 9 days because I'm studying. I don't have time to break my train of thought because I might not get back to that frame of mind. What did it take for me to get in that frame of mind to get that knowledge? I got to stay there. And while I'm there, get everything that I can. That might take a week, a month, 5 days. I don't know. My ankles might be swollen from sitting too long. I deal with that a lot. So when I get out of here and I get off camera, I jump into bed and put my feet up on the wall and just chill for a few hours and let the blood run above my heart just because I study like that. I study like that. What I need is a beautiful person to rub my ankles and my feet when I'm done with shit like this. I need that in my life. But I guess I got to earn that. I don't know. Maybe I think I'm going to go to the old folks home and find a woman who's just tired of being up there and be like, sweetie, just come and rub my feet. You chill here. That's what I might have to do. I don't know. But let me see. Yeah, can you imagine this? But can you imagine that? Right? Dame Dash and Shaka-Ahmose together was look. Blow people's minds. My little girl watching, stop cursing, brother. Oh, my bad. Okay. See, I like that. I like that. That was cool. That was fly. I'm going to take a picture of that. Hold on 1 second. He communicated to me. He put me on game and let me know that someone important is in the audience and they're watching. So I got to switch up because he got his little girl watching. So on behalf of her, the rest of this presentation will be clean. Will be absolutely no profanity coming out of my mouth. Thank you so much. That was dope. That was probably the dopest comment I've ever seen. Why? Not because he asked me to stop using profanity, but because he has his little girl watching. For that, I'll go put on a tie. For real. And I don't wear ties. I own very expensive ties, but I don't wear them because I don't like them. They feel like nooses around my neck. I don't play that. Right? I love this. This is my favorite comment. At first, I thought it was going to be this one because I really appreciate that because it's a great idea. I always felt Damon Dash was an underdog and all he needs is just the right person next to him and he can shine again. But I don't know. That's probably not me. He got some certain brothers around him now who are supposed to be conscious. I don't want to be the one to have to tell him, but I'll let y'all tell him at some point. I love this. My little girl is watching. Oh, I'm going to clean it all up. First, I want to apologize to her for using that kind of language. I was under the impression that I had only adults in the audience who are accustomed to this kind of language. And I felt I could be free with my speech, but I prefer to respect her young ears. So, again, I apologize, young sister, young star. I don't know what your name is, but right now you are the star for the rest of this presentation. So, on her behalf, let's get back to the teaching. Yes, and that's part of the problem. We think white people created school. We think white people created school books. We think white people created public education. We think we are in a white thing. We created it. We created it. I just documented it for you. Right? And look, and he got beat for playing hooky from school in Egypt, in Kemet. Not Egypt. There wasn't no Egypt yet. Egypt does not come until much later. It's the same place, the same buildings, but it's not the same country. It's not the same state. Okay? Says it right here. I strike you 100 times, but you pay no heed at all. The above excerpt from Papyrus Anastasi IV is exceptionally eloquent. The images it employs to describe the schoolboy playing truant are unusually vivid, hot, and indeed raw. A son, listen closely, a son badly reared by his father is a statue of stone. This is reading from the text. A son who remembers what he is taught and has a strong desire to learn has a splendid destiny. His character will help bring blessings upon him. This is from the text. Now, this is from the text. He's continuing. Where the learner's attitude is hostile, no instruction can succeed. That's why when you idiots are in the chat trying to teach me something, because your learning attitude is hostile, no instruction can succeed. You can't learn. Because your ego. If a child's character is wanting, it is because he is disobedient. Right? So that means that the child is responsible for their own character. Not your mother, not your father. You, child, you, young lady, you are responsible for your own character. Don't ever forget that. Thoth, who Katt Williams loves so much. See, we don't pronounce that word thoth. That's the Greek word. We pronounce it correctly. Tahoti. Tahuti. That the correct pronunciation of that word is Tahuti. You read it Latinized as thoth. But if you read it correctly, it's Tahuti. Tahuti. Okay? Tahuti, the great god of writing, gave the earth the whip to help educate fools. That's in the text. Why you think I'm not nice when I do this? Because in the schools in Kemet, they were not nice. If you got caught playing hooky, you got caught not paying attention, you got whipped. And they said that the whip came from Tahuti himself. You got whipped on the back and on the feet. And it stung bad. You didn't want to get that again, so you paid attention and you focused. You know what they call that today? Parochial school, where the teacher had the right to spank you and whip you if you're not paying attention. And back when we were growing up, those were considered the good schools, the prestigious private schools. That's what made private schools famous. The teacher was allowed to whip the student. What you thought? You thought it was higher education? No, it was reinforcing focus in the student. That's what made private schools prestigious. Yes. A teacher can't say anything to a student in these public schools today. So y'all don't know history. You're historically illiterate. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, flight doctor. Very much so. Yo, I ain't gonna touch that one. I'm gonna leave that alone. I still love this one right here. I love this because of the idea that there are young ears listening and young eyes paying attention. So I gotta do this for her. Okay? Moving forward. Okay? This book for the on Amazon. Oh, yeah, the price of this book is $500 on Amazon. Yes. Facts. I'm gonna leave that on the screen so I can go back so you can see the book. Hold on. Yeah, it's a $500 book. Y'all think I'm reading you from cheap stuff? No. This is a $500 book. You ain't know that? Hold on a second. Yeah, this book is $500 on Amazon. The book that I'm reading from right now is $500 on Amazon. $500. And y'all watching dummies on YouTube channels that's reading from $10 books, $25 books. That's why your knowledge is nothing, because you read and understand cheap stuff. I have to say stuff because I got a precious baby watching. If I'm going to educate my people, I'm bringing them the best, period. That's like inviting you to my home and I'm going to serve you cheap food, fast food, McDonald's or something like that. Imagine that. While I'm sitting over here eating organic food and drinking organic beverages, and I'm going to give you McDonald's. How I look? So why would I ask you to come to my platform, contribute to my Cash App, and I'm going to read from a $10 book? If y'all giving me money, the least I could do with the money is go get expensive books, $500, $1,000, so that you can get the best possible education you can get. But I can only do that if you go to my Cash App. You see what I'm saying? That's real. Come on, Soulja Boy can't be the only one with the money. You know what I mean? Come on. You understand what I'm saying? I know Dame went to private school, but I also went to private school. I went to Horaceman. The school that I went to was in the same neighborhood that Neil deGrasse Tyson grew up in. And it's an area in the Bronx that's rather Jewish and prestigious, and a Horaceman is there. It's a prestigious school for mostly, white kids, But I went to that school. Yes. I went to that school. Oh, somebody just asked me for my PayPal because they're in the UK. Boom. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. Right there. That's my PayPal. forevershaka@gmail.com. Very easy. Thank you, and I appreciate you. Right? Thank you. Charles, I appreciate you, Charles. Charles Daps. I appreciate that. Here's the dap. I appreciate you. Very much so. forevershaka@gmail.com. Right? I'm not bringing y'all no cheap stuff. I ain't bringing y'all no fugazi stuff. No, I'm bringing you the stuff that most people, unless you're going to spend $500 to go to the store and buy the book. and you know you're not, right? Hold on 1 second, right? Here we go. Boom. Here we go. That ain't the one I want. That's like the old one. Oh, nah. That ain't the one I want. Oh, they're trying to sell you the old. They're trying to sell y'all the old one. Yeah, this one I got is hard to get. Hold on 1 second. It's hard to get now, right? Hold on 1 second. Aviglacio Benga. What is it? What's the name? Hold on a second. I want to see some. The pharaonic period. Here we go. Oops. Let me see. Philosophy. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Yeah, they trying to jerk y'all. Yeah, that's it. That's my. All right. So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna share my screen so y'all can see what kind of information is Shaka bringing us. Well, we're gonna take a look right now. Okay. Y'all saw the book that I was reading from, African Philosophy by Obenga. Okay. I'm gonna show y'all something. There it is on the screen. Okay. If you go to Amazon, you see the price? $482. And they got it used from $482. Okay, I'm not reading y'all no cheap shit. And that's probably why Damon don't know. Maybe he don't want to pay $500 for a book. I got books that cost $2,000, easy. $500 is like the bottom rung for the books that I got, that I use to teach. So you can't tell me it's wrong for me to demand for those people who are receiving my wisdom to go visit my Cash App and do the right thing and give me my hedge. I earned my hedge. I came up here to earn my hedge. I didn't come up here to ask or beg nobody for shit. Give me what's rightfully mine. If not, then you willing to steal from me. If you willing to steal from me, then I know who you are. I got 114 people in here. There need to be 114 people at my Cash App. And I am not shy about saying that shit. I'm not doing a private course where you had to pay first and then come get the knowledge. No, I'm up here just giving it to you. Oh, I got to watch my language, right? Forgive me. If I said any profanity, excuse me. Sometimes I forget, right? So I love the fact that he got his, but that's real. That book is $482 on Amazon. You know how many people that hit me up in my DM about a year ago trying to get that book? He was like, Shaka, it's like $500. If actually they brought the price down. It was $585 before. They brought it down to $482. Yeah, it was $585. About the same price. Now it's at the same price as the Elephantine Papyrus, which is about roughly $482, about $480, right? But I think they even bought that. They may have bought that down. I'm not sure, right? Facts. Look, facts. This is facts. This is facts. Like, ain't nobody lying to you about shit. Excuse me, but nobody lying to you about anything. We don't have to lie about anything at all up here. This is all authentic, right? You got dudes that want to teach you from a $10 Quran or a $10 Bible or some little TikTok video they saw or some lecture they watched, and they want to come because they're afraid to do real study. They're afraid to really, really put in that work. And it might be because their reading comprehension just is not there. A lot of that stuff is not easy to read. The Elephantine Papyrus, if you do not have patience, you are not, and I read the entire thing. You got to have time on your hands to read the Elephantine Papyrus. I can tell you that one tested my patience. And I have a few other ones that tested my patience. This one did not test my patience. This is the reading I love because the way Obenga writes, he's very straightforward and he always has his sources in the back. And you don't even have to really look for his sources because he uses them right inside the main text. And he'll source it for you right there. He even gives you the transliteration at the front of each chapter. Like, who does that? Come on, that's real scholarship. So, nah, you come to me, you getting top of the line. Like, really top of the line. It don't get better than this. Okay? Here you go. So let's continue to read. A child who stared, so it continues right here. It says, so they're still reading from the text of Kemet, where the learner's attitude is hostile. I'm pretty sure it's the text of Kemet. Where are we? Which papyrus are we reading from? See, I hate when he jumps out of a papyrus and then jumps right back in because you don't know. Oh, we're reading from the Papyrus Salia, yeah, which is the satire of the trades. Okay, so they're talking about the importance of learning, right? It says, Toti, the great god of writing, gave the earth the whip to help educate fools. A child who steers clear of scandal will never be hit a regrettable blow. No child dies from a beating given by his father's hand. I repeat that. No, that's where you got in the Bible, spare the rod, spoil the child. It comes from this. No child dies from a beating given by his father's hand. This text raises a number of serious educational issues. Listen, this is what Damon was trying to teach everybody. Now I got to give him his credit. I can't beat up on him and not give him his credit when he's 100% correct. Damon said the parent. Let's go back to what Damon said. Because we can't just only highlight where he's wrong. We got to highlight where our brother is correct. What did Damon say? We're going to go right back to it. Damon said, I think parents are supposed to teach their kids. But if you're trained to give your child away to an adult, that you don't know, to teach your kid how to survive in life, that's what Damon was trying to explain to his son. But Damon did not have the correct requisite text to show his son that Damon was actually correct. He said it here. I think parents love their children the most. No one's going to love their kids more than the people that made them. Those should be the people teaching them. Let me show you how correct Damon was. And that's why I love Damon, because he's so truthful from his heart that even the texts from ancient Kemet agree with him. Watch. This text raises a number of serious educational issues. Parental authority in the education of children. Isn't that what Damon's talking about? Character training for children enforced by whipping where necessary. Now listen, the responsibility of children to follow different forms of instruction prescribed for them. Did you hear that? The responsibility of children to follow different forms of instruction prescribed for them. Where the learner's attitude is hostile, no instruction can succeed. That means when you go from different instruction to different kinds of instruction, you have to adjust your attitude. You say, I'm only strong in this subject matter. No, you have to adjust your attitude for each subject, okay? It was the duty of, now listen, this is what Damon is trying to teach dumb motherfuckers without him even being, it's in him as an African. That's how you know this is your culture. Listen to what Damon said, or what the text says that backs Damon up. It was the duty of the parents to teach children the system of social ethics inscribed in the educational curriculum. Shout out to my motherfucking brother. Sorry, I apologize to the young lady. I got to get that under control. All right, I'm sorry. It's the street in me. I apologize to you, young lady. In fact, I got a new system. Every time I use profanity, I got to send her $5 in the Cash App. Okay? Every time I use profanity, I'm going to send her $5 in the Cash App or to her father. Okay? I apologize for that. Check out Damon Dash and his instinct, how he knew that the parents were supposed to be involved, intimately involved in the education. That's dope that he knew that. He was wrong about school, but he was instinctively right about the role that the parents are supposed to play. Watch. We're going to get back to it. Watch. Okay, watch. I want to get to this part because I don't want to just stop in the middle of it, even though I went well over what I was supposed to. But I don't like to stop in the middle of a ride. If I'm riding, I got to ride it out. Okay? So, that's the beauty of having your own platform. You ain't got to worry about nobody else. Just do what you came to do. Right? So, look. Where are we? It says, now he's breaking down the educational system for you. He's telling you it wasn't just school, but that the parents played an important role. It was the duty of the parents to teach children the system of social ethics inscribed in the educational system, in the educational curriculum. So what you have to understand is that the educational curriculum was not just academic, it was social in nature. So what do we know about success? Networking. Networking deals with social. It's an important part of the education. But this comes from the parents. It's very intimate, right? Now look, this was based on the philosophy of Mayat, the combination of truth and justice, which was supposed to regulate social behavior, thus ensuring success and prestige in individual life. See, it ain't necessarily what you know about math and numbers, and it's about your behavior. Your behavior can get you kicked out of a room full of success, or it can get you pulled in based on your character and how you behave in life. Here we have a profound concept of children's education. See, this is pedagogy based on the idea, listen, that children need to be initiated into adult society. That's not what happens in this baby culture that we live in this Eurocentric culture that we live in. Children are not initiated into adult society because there are no adults to initiate them into it. You think we got adults here because we got people that are old? You ever hear the saying, this person grew old but never grew up? That's us. People grow old but they don't grow up. There are no adults. There are very few adults in our society. And so because there are very few adults, there's no one to initiate children into adulthood. This is the truth. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just telling you what's true. The only way you could be an adult is you had to be initiated into adulthood. Who initiated you into adulthood? You can't do that by yourself. Why do you think so many adults are still trying to wing it and still trying to figure it out? Why do you think so many of us and y'all end up alone? Yes, this is why. Because the social part of you is retarded. The social part of you is underdeveloped. The social part of you is unevolved. The social part of you is still back there somewhere trying to work out things socially, so you don't even know how to operate successfully in a relationship. Yes. Who cares how big your bank account is if you can't even manage a relationship successfully? I tell men all the time, avoid women who were not raised to know how to socialize with a man successfully. Yes. Most women who grew up without their fathers don't have that experience. They don't know what it's like to communicate effectively with a man. And most sons who grew up without their fathers don't know how to communicate successfully with a woman. Now imagine these two things both being centered on the father. And look at the state of the father throughout the Black community in Black homes, where you have Black females who think that a father in a home is unimportant. How deep is that? Because she's been sold a bill of goods about the role that her mother plays. She's watching a lost boat in the ocean trying to figure it out and work it out in the name of having a good time and artificial faux freedom. It's not real freedom. How is that freedom? You're not free to be happy. You're not free to be protected. You're not free to be nurtured. You're not free to be cuddled and loved and taught. So what kind of freedom you got? To go on vacation with your girlfriends, to go to Mexico, Cancun, that's your freedom? To go get the nice lace front wigs and travel to Dubai, that's your freedom? Think you're doing something because you're in a fancy hotel, wearing some clothes? You're a clown. I hate to say this, you're a clown. Because I'm thinking about certain people that come to mind that I see on YouTube all the time. They're clowns. I'm just telling you the truth. They're clowns. Shout out to the woman that figured it out, how this thing really works. Because they're a rare breed now. Real talk. They're a rare breed. I would strongly recommend a sister who I love watching. Her name is Danica. Right? What's the name of her thing? Something Talk. Can we be in it? I forgot the name of her program. I love her program. I love her platform. I'll tell you what it is right now. The name of her. I mentioned her on one of my other presentations. But people like that, there are a lot of people who I admire and respect that probably would not like me. It's called Dope Discussions. I highly recommend people watch Dope Discussions on YouTube. Her name is Danica. Go to Dope Discussions. I will show you her platform. Hold on one second. And I love her because she is a medicine that a lot of sisters really need. Right? Here she is right here. Danica Marie, Dope Discussions. Check out her platform. I am bigging her up. Danica Marie, Dope Discussions. Check out her platform because she is a woman that is really healed inside herself. Women who are looking to heal do not need to be listening to women that are not healed. Like men who want to heal don't need to be listening to men who are not healed. You don't. There was a time when I realized, because I had to suffer a social media attack a few years ago, I was really angry at females for a long time. And I had to realize I don't need to be giving advice to males right now about females because I got a chip on my shoulder based on what happened, right? I'm a human being. And so I had to wait until I got past that, where I could get back to maybe perhaps giving healthy counsel to a young brother who might be trying to work out male-female relationships. So I'm at a good place now. So I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not mad or angry or hold grudges, and I'm not none of that. You understand what I'm saying? People do what they feel like they got to do because they, I don't know, maybe because they genuinely feel they've been wrong. So it's like, okay, I respect that. I can't get in somebody's mind. Let me see. Well, remember I said before, we got to be careful. See what this person said here? Fathers need a sense of honor and balance to teach. If not, they'll lead the youth astray. Yes and no, right? Yes is the obvious, but let me explain the no. It goes back to that same principle of Dr. John Henry Clark saying, part of the reason that Black people fail and don't achieve things as a collective is because they have the unreasonable need to have perfect leaders. There's nothing perfect in the world. And that includes the head of a family, a father. He's not going to be perfect. He's going to have faults. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to error. Some of them are going to be bad mistakes, big mistakes, whatever. It's part of the journey. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about, I know some really bad men that can have some really good advice for young people because they know what to tell them. Like, look, stay away from this. Don't do that. Don't do this, that, and the third. Hence the old saying, and I hate to sound hypocritical, but hence the old saying, remember what our parents used to say? Do as I say, not as I do. We all grew up with that. Wrong or right, we all grew up with it. Do as I say, not as I do. Why? Because you don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Because there's an unspoken rule, and I'm going to say it. The only thing that transcends that which is right is that which is necessary. And sometimes your parents had to do what was necessary so that you wouldn't have to. That's why they say, do as I say, not as I do. It's an old saying. Eventually, though, because of human beings are the way we are mimics by nature, we do as people do. So parents, yeah, we have to be careful, but, it is what it is, right? Absolutely. Thank you to those of you who came. Hey, Marty Middleton, good to see you. I didn't know you were here. So those of you who come, I outlast people who come and go. So there's people who come and go, and I'm still going, right? Yeah, because I got that stamina, and it's from this knowledge, man. Like the knowledge will do that to you. Not only that, I think that how often do people of a greatness like a Damon Dash and a Katt Williams give us the opportunity to make these subject matters important? So that's why I'm celebrating both of them while we're doing this. But right now, we on it about where Damon Dash was right about the parents and the children. So let's continue. Right. Here we have a profound concept of children's education based on the idea that children need to be initiated into adult society. Let me make sure my screen is correct. Hold on one second, people. I just want to make sure that I'm where. Yeah, I am. Okay, I'm right here. I'm right here where I'm supposed to be. Cool. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Yeah, I feel good because I feel like I did my job today. This is what I came to do. Okay. So, where we at? So it says right here. Here we have a profound concept of children's education based on the idea that children need to be initiated into adult society, where in due course it will be their turn to assume political, administrative, religious, and other responsibilities. Pharaonic education based on the philosophy of Mayat also made a significant contribution to the greatness of ancient Egyptian civilization. Okay, now here we are in James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian. Okay, you know what? Watch this. Hold on one second. Now, being that I showed it to you already, you can see it. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm still here, so we got to go through it. So this is from James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian. Now, Damon Dash, you said you never seen any of this in hieroglyphs. If you want to learn to read the right hieroglyphs, buy this book, James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian, An Introduction to the Language and Culture of Hieroglyphs. Train yourself to read and write it if you don't want to take classes. That way, then you can say, I've never seen the word school in hieroglyphics. And unfortunately, you might be surprised. Or fortunately, you might be surprised. James P. Allen out of the University of Chicago Metropolitan Museum, which is a few blocks from where I live. See, all of these people work and teach right in the area where I live. In an institution that I frequent very often, quite often. Okay? So let's read this. Since he said he never seen the word school. Insofar as their works are known, the famous writers mentioned at the end of the last essay were all authors of the kind of text that we call wisdom literature or sebayet. This genre, which the Egyptians called sebayet, instruction, seems to have been the most popular form of literature amongst the Egyptians themselves. More composition of this type have come down to us than any other form of ancient Egyptian secular literature. So that means the majority of their literature was instructional, didactic, meant to teach. Although we have only one copy of some wisdom texts, most survive in more than one copy, from several to more than 100. Some of the copies we have were written on papyrus by accomplished scribes for preservation or perhaps for their own pleasure. The best of these date to the Middle Kingdom. There we are, back at the Middle Kingdom, right? 3rd millennium BCE. Most, however, were written on flakes of limestone called ostraka, singular ostrakon. Here it is. They were written by New Kingdom schoolboys. Now, this is from a different text. We're not even reading from Obenga anymore. Now we're reading from Dr. James P. Allen, University of Chicago and Brown University and Metropolitan Museum of Art. He's telling you, New Kingdom schoolboys, Dame Dash, Mr. I Never Seen School in the hieroglyphs, and they were copying a master text or taking dictation from their teacher. Being school texts. Do you hear that, Damon Dash? We're reading at the university level now. Being school texts, they are often full of errors, and this makes the understanding of many passages conjectural or even impossible. But they also provide a witness to the affection and reverence the Egyptians had for this particular form of literature. Did you see that, Mr. When I look at hieroglyphs, I never see school? I never saw school in any pyramid or any of that. Damon, what private school did you go to? I want to know. $ Shakka-Ahmose, everybody. $ Shakka-Ahmose. Are you ready, Damon? Because you said you never saw it in hieroglyphs, right? Well, let's look. Temples also served as the focal point of Egyptian intellectual life. Their libraries. Are you going to say they didn't have libraries too, Damon? Their libraries held not only the scrolls of liturgies, hymns, and and by the way, you said they were not in those. I think it was Katt Williams. You said they were not in the temple singing and reading from books. Because I'm going to get on you too, Katt Williams. And I'm going to bring this back. Their libraries held not only scrolls of liturgies, but they had hymns and other sacred texts. You said they were not in the temples. It says temples at the top of the sentence, Katt Williams. You uneducated motherfucker. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. Sorry, young lady. I apologize. Okay. I got to send her $5, so send me the cash app. Okay? My bad. Damon Dash, Katt Williams, I heard you in the Joe Rogan interview. You said they were not in the temples singing and reading from books, when that's exactly what they were doing in the temples. This is what I mean about uneducated black people trying to teach black people about black history they know nothing about. Temples also served as the focal point of Egyptian intellectual life. Their libraries held not only the scrolls of liturgies, hymns, and other sacred texts, but also collections of literature. Several Egyptian texts describe how the king had these libraries searched or searched them himself to find the proper rituals for a particular ancient ceremony. Now listen, Damon Dash. Schooling, this is from James P. Allen. Schooling also seems to have been a temple function where young men and perhaps also some women, young lady watching, if you're still watching, forgive me for my profanity, were taught to read and write in the what? What is this? The Yat Seba'u, the room of teaching, or what? The Yat Seba'u, school, from page 508. The word is school. Yat Seba'u, school. Go to page 508 in the text, Middle Egyptian. If you go to page 508, you will see the word Yat Seba'u in hieroglyphs, Medunecha, not even in the hieratic, in hieroglyphs. Damon Dash, this is what ignorance does. It makes you tell lies when you don't mean to. Damon wasn't trying to miseducate nobody. He just didn't know where to look. He just didn't know where to look. Come on. He just didn't know where to look. It don't matter. Okay, somebody said something stupid. Blue Star said something stupid. You're out of here. Goodbye. Talking about he didn't know what temple he was talking about. Get out of here with that dumbness. Okay? You say something stupid in my chat and you try to defend somebody in my chat from me, you're gone. You are gone. I would not go through the time of how many hours? 5 hours and a half teaching nothing but receipts. to have a moron show up in my chat trying to defend somebody when they had enough cojones and balls, excuse my language, to go, not just one interview. I can see if you said it in one interview. You are literally going on a tour misrepresenting us from the IQ perspective, from a cultural perspective, from a history perspective, and we just supposed to sit there and say nothing? Because most people ain't qualified enough to say something? At least I'm not just saying something. I'm showing receipts. And I'm pointing out that Damon was correct. The parents played an important role, and they were supposed to. That's where the disconnect is in our educational system today. The parents are not involved. They don't know what their role is supposed to be or what part of the educational curriculum they fit in at, which is the part that deals mostly with success in life, which is not academics. It's behavior. It's behavior. Yes. And I never understood that that's why my mother my mother always had an issue with my behavior. Because I get amped. Like how you see me get amped here, like my mother always had an issue with that. And I understand now. I totally get it because I'm very much like my father. my father was a piece of work. Okay? My father was a piece of work. I don't discuss him. I miss him very much and I love him very much, but my father was, woo! My father was a piece of work, people. Y'all don't understand. Like, to understand my father, you got to understand these. Like, for real, for real. Like, for real. He wasn't happy if this was not going on. So what I try to do was I try to take that part of my father because I got that same part. I got that same issue too. But I try to apply it to studying because it's a certain level of intensity. So I try to apply it to studying so I don't use it in a destructive way. You understand? So... but that's real. Damon Dash, how many people took the time to show you the word school in the hieroglyphics after you have run from interview to interview saying the word school is not, I haven't seen the word school in the hieroglyphs. But I could tell you from an ego perspective, you wouldn't send me an email saying thank you. You wouldn't send me a text saying thank you. I probably don't deserve it from all of the smack that I done talked in this presentation. But I don't care. I'm still going to be a fan. I'm still going to be a supporter. And that's just what it is. But not if I see you running with them certain individuals I see you've been running with lately and aligning yourself with. I'm like, I can't do that, bro. That's going a bit too far. You as the individual, yes. But, we all judge by the company we keep. So if I see you running with fugazi dudes, then I'm like, oh, he really is not sharp like I thought he was. Oh, they will learn. Oh, there's no question. They will learn. But here's the thing. They probably won't learn because that learning is not what stupid people do. See the irony in the whole thing? They going to learn to leave Ahmose alone. He's surgical. If they was paying attention all this time I've been teaching, they would know. Let me keep my mouth shut. This dude does not play. They would know that. I mean, you're gonna walk. That's like you're gonna walk up to Mike Tyson, and I almost got into a fight with Mike Tyson once. I think I told that story before. I had a security team that I was working with in Club Cheetah. From Club Cheetah to Club Amnesia, that same Club Cheetah that Jay-Z was rapping about. And people came to me because there was a fight getting ready to break out on the dance floor. Nobody told me it was Mike Tyson. I'm like, how could you send me over there to break with that fight and it's Mike Tyson? So I grabbed Tyson by the arm. Dude turned around and swing on me. And I was like, yo, dude, I'm managing this. And he actually apologized to me. And that's how we became acquaintances. Like he would greet me in other places and whatnot. And I always appreciated that. But you ain't gonna walk up to Mike Tyson and throw your hands up. So don't walk up to me talking smack about knowledge and that you don't know nothing about. Don't do that. It's the same thing. I'm gonna put it on you. Okay? So, facts. Like facts. I literally just proved them wrong. So I don't I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't Of course, yes, exactly. They give y'all public school views. The stuff they give you, in fact, the stuff most of these idiots give you on their channels, it's not even good enough for public school. It's TikTok shit. That's what I call it. It's TikTok knowledge. That's it. You know, TikTok knowledge is for entertainment. Right? If you want to be entertained, go watch them. If you want to learn and be taught, come see me. I don't do TikTok knowledge. I do this. Right? I don't play with that TikTok knowledge. Okay? Because that ain't even knowledge. All right? That's entertainment. So let's get back to it. Okay? Now, them dudes that Damon Dash running with and all them other people claiming to be teachers, they're not reading, they don't even own this book. Because they don't understand the importance of it. Okay? It says right here, on page 508, I went and got this just for you, Damon Dash. School 508 in the hieroglyphic metal nature. Right? Ain't nobody gonna send this to you. Let me just keep it moving. You probably won't ever see this. Right? Then he says one of my favorite things. Egyptian myths. Now, Egyptian myths are, now listen to this. On page 46, Egyptian myths are the counterpart of our scientific textbooks. Both explain what the world is like and why it behaves the way it does. Egyptian hymns, prayers, and offering rituals had the same purpose as our genetic engineering and nuclear power plants. Both are attempts to mediate the effects of natural forces and to turn them to human advantage. That's powerful. That's powerful. I ain't gonna even repeat that. If you got it, you got it. If you didn't, because the powerful people got it. Now, Damon Dash, you said when I look at the hieroglyphics, I never seen school. I never saw school in any pyramid. We are going in the Vigus Dictionary, Middle Egyptian 2018. Look at this word, Damon Dash, so you can never say that shit, that thing again in an interview. Yat Seba, school, schoolhouse. There go the gardener signs for you. Right? Yat Seba, school. There go the gardener signs for you. Yat Seba, school. There go the gardener signs for you. Yat Seba, again, school. These are all the different renditions of school. Page 237 in the Vigus Dictionary from 2018. Come on, bro. A teachable moment with Shaka-Ahmose. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay? You just got hit up by what? A teachable moment with Shaka-Ahmose. You have been successfully taught. So Damon Dash, my brother, don't you ever, as long as you are black for the rest of your life, and long as some young black person might be listening to what you're saying, don't you ever go on a platform and say that you never saw the word school in the hieroglyphics. Because I just showed it to you. Page after page after page after page after page after page after page. Receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt. And if you need to get on a plane and go over there and see it, or you need to go in a museum and go see it, then take you and your posse and go get on the plane and go see it, because you're going to find it there. Go to the museum and see it. You're going to find it there. Just make sure you know how to read the Medu Neter or the hieratic. Okay? That's it. Or get responsible English translations. That's it. Or just sit at your home and go on Amazon and just look at the sources that I just showed you and go get it. But don't sit on Diary of a CEO again and say, I've never seen the word school in hieroglyphics. Have you? And then Willie D going, no, I haven't. Come on, Willie D. You ever studied the hieroglyphs, Willie D? My brother? You ever studied the Medu Neter? My brother? So why you telling Katt, no, absolutely not? You look like an absolute fool when you do that. And I'm telling you, as your brother, with love, respect, and appreciation and affection, because I genuinely feel that way about Willie D. I have a genuine, healthy amount of respect for him. As a black man, I do. But we don't really give passes in the history lane. That's what makes the history lane a little different. Other lanes, people might extend you a pass. We don't extend passes in the history lane. Like, we leave blood on the floor, figuratively speaking. Why? Because in real life, people drop real bombs over history. People commit genocide over. Look at what's going on in Israel. Genocide over history. Look what happened in Rwanda. Genocide over history. You don't get to be wrong about history, dude. History is a matter of life and death. Why do you think the Supreme Court passes law on case precedent? Case precedent is nothing but history. That's all it is. What do you think lawyers do? They study history. Case precedent after case precedent after case precedent. And they cite it. That's it. It's just history. History is a matter of life and death. It could spare someone the death penalty or they can get it. So Damon Dash, watch your mouth when you're talking about history, especially about ancient Egypt and Kemet. Katt Williams, watch your mouth when you're talking about ancient Egypt or you're talking about Kemet. Watch your mouth, because it's a matter of life and death. That's it. I still got love for both of you. I'm still a fan of both of you. I will see you, meet you, and ask you for your autograph. Ask you to take a picture. And I don't ask celebrities to take pictures because I've had personal relationships with many celebrities who they have a certain respect for me. So I don't run around bragging about my celebrity relationships because they're not really important. I have relationships with them because we just have relationships. You understand? That's it. So I'm just Shaka. If you link up with me, it's because you link up with me because you respect and appreciate me. And if you don't like me, I respect that. Sometimes I could be a not likable person. I get it. But it comes along with what I do. It comes along with what I do. We take no prisoners and we show no mercy. You don't step in this arena talking like you know history and you don't. Especially ancient Kemet. Especially Kemet, or incorrectly called ancient Egypt. You don't step in this lane doing this. Nah, bro. Nah. No. Too much sacrifices going down to create someone like me. Jane Small created me. Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen created me. Dr. John Henrik Clark created me. Sheikh Enta Diop, Defalo Benga. These people created me. Frances Cress Welton, she created me. May she live forever in power. They created me. You understand that? You really need to understand that. Because these people created me. It's not just me. This is tons and tons of years. Mercer Cook created me. Y'all don't even have the respect of knowing who Mercer Cook is. Y'all don't even go look up the man's name. He took the time out of his life to translate the African origin of civilization from French into English just so we could be educated outside of what these white people were teaching us in the classrooms. And he did that in 1974, 73. And how dare you not say his name? Let me put it on the screen. How dare you? How dare you let that man be forgotten about? How could you do that? Where's your racial respect? Right? Look him up. I don't know if there's an E on the end of his name. There might be an E on the end of his name. Look him up. Mercer Cook. Right? That's the man. Yeah, there's no E on the end of his name. Right? Look him up. That's the man who translated the African origin of civilization, myth or reality into English just so niggers in America could read it. And most of y'all don't even give it the respect of knowing that it exists and pumping it and pushing it out there. Why are you not doing that? Because you're not worth what he did. This is him right here. Mercer Cook, this might be his son. This is Mercer Cook right here. He was John Kennedy's ambassador to West Africa. This is him. And he translated the African origin of civilization from the French to the English just so we could read it. Come on. How you gonna let that man just disappear in history and not hold his name up? You talking about Black History Month. I don't celebrate Black History Month with y'all because y'all don't know about Black history and y'all don't care about it. Who was he? He was a diplomat and a professor. He was the first American ambassador to the Gambia after it became independent, appointed in 1965 while also still serving as ambassador to Senegal. He was also the second American ambassador to Niger. So he was an ambassador to 3 African countries under the Kennedy administration. He was the United States ambassador. That's the man. Are you talking about they teach you history in America? That's a joke. He worked as an assistant professor of Romance languages at Howard University from 1927 to 1936, getting his doctorate. He became a professor of French at Atlanta University from 1936 to now. All this education from this black man, and y'all don't know nothing about him. You know about Jay-Z and Beyonce. That's disgusting. No white person deserves to respect you. None. Because you don't respect yourself. No white person deserves to respect you. You let a black man like that disappear into obscurity after he took his time to translate from the French the African origin of civilization, myth, or reality, so you could read Shakka-Ahmose Diop's work and your children could have their minds free from this Jesus story on the slave plantation, and y'all let that man disappear into history? No white person deserves to respect you. Zero. And that's how I feel about it. You don't want to support me? Don't. Get your act together and start celebrating black people that deserve to be celebrated and remember black people that deserve to be remembered. I got a zero tolerance policy for Negroes. And most of y'all are Negroes out here running around worried about Soulja Boy, Snoop Dogg, Martha Stewart, or who did whatever to. Cassie, and all these other stupid people. I ain't got I got zero tolerance for it. Zero. And I don't respect it. That man what book are you talking about? Let me put it up here. You got to be out of your mind and thinking I'm gonna just be okay with it. No, I'm not okay with that. I don't rock with that. Man, come on. Here we go. Okay, let me put it on the screen for you, okay? So you can know what book is he talking about? What book is he talking about? Right? I'm talking about this book right here. The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality by Shakka-Ahmose Diop. Editor, Mercer Cook, the man I just showed you. The black ambassador who was teaching Romance languages at Howard University from 1927 to 1936. And all y'all talk about are Michael Jordans and Scottie Pippins and all these nobodies. Ain't do nothing for black people. But a man like this, Mercer Cook, who translated this from the French so you can free your black mind from this white nonsense, y'all let that man disappear. Y'all don't have a Mercer Cook Day. Y'all don't have y'all talk about Juneteenth. You're disgusting. No white person should respect you. None. I don't care if you don't like me. Don't support me. Don't watch my channel. I don't care, but I'm on it like that. Period. No, that's how it is. Why should we be respected when we don't respect the greatest ones amongst us? We let white people tell us who to respect. All we respect is this. If they rich That's that Superfly stuff. When they made the movie Superfly and all the black men in the communities, they went from wanting to be good fathers and upstanding citizens to wanting to be a pimp, like the Mac and Superfly. That was Hollywood that got you. Hollywood got you. And we didn't ever recover from it. We didn't ever recover from it. Because our idea of a man became diluted, became undermined. And then the worst part is you got black females throughout the popular mainstream holding those kind of men up as if that's the thing to be. Yeah. Be a misogynistic rapper, which, you know, they push that pimp whole lifestyle. Don't Snoop Dogg do that whole pimp thing, right? He got the brim hat, long coat, right? I love Snoop too, but I'm tired of these black men that have access to these great platforms that don't do nothing to bring real black history, the real black identity to the forefront. And I think it's because they fear it, or maybe they just got too much invested in their white relationships. I don't know. I really don't care. You know, I'm just on it like that. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just on it like that. That's just what it is. You know? That's just what it is. So, folks, I did what I came to do. There's a lot more coming. There's a lot more on the way. The only thing I ask is that if y'all really got love for me, let people know this is where they need to be. If you really got love for me, let 10 to 20 people know. Yeah, I'm just sending you a text. Check out Shaka-Ahmose. Check out A Teachable Moment with Shaka-Ahmose. Send them the link. You know what I mean? Show me, you got love for me? Show me like that. Go visit my Cash App, right? Go visit my website, Shakka-Ahmose.com. My Cash App is at the top of the chat. It's $ Shaka-Ahmose. You already saw it on the PowerPoint. I ain't up here to play with y'all. I got a web series to produce. I ain't got time to waste time with people. I'm up here for Kemetville. Do it for the Ville. That's what we say. Do it for the Ville. Shout out to my villages, my real villages. You heard? Do it for the Ville. My contacts is in the description. I don't want no excuses for people who talk about, oh, I wanted to contact you. I get contacted from Japan every day, Africa, the UK. I get contacted from all over this world. Hong Kong, India, all over this world. So don't tell me you couldn't find me and da-da-da. I got my Facebook fan page. I got my regular Facebook page, which I do not accept friends from because what we gonna do? People send you a friend request just to get in your business. That's all they do. They just want to see, oh, what do you got up in here? You ain't really trying to be my friend. Would you even know how to be my friend? Right? When you want to be somebody's friend, you talk to them and get to know them to understand what they need in a friendship. So I'm very leery of people who present themselves as wanting to be my friend, but I haven't seen any effort on you trying to get to know me. You understand? So that's just what it is. I love you all, believe it or not. But sometimes I just feel what I feel and I let it show. You understand what I'm saying? I let it show. As black people, we could let a man like Mercer Cook just disappear out of history like he was never here. Then we don't respect nothing. Zero. All bets are off the table. Dear white people, don't worry about respecting black people because they don't respect themselves. They'll sit on podcasts and tell people that we never saw the word school in hieroglyphics. We never saw the word school in the pyramids. They'll sit there and talk about, they broke the noses off the statues for racial reasons. And while you got Roman noses, which is broken off of the Roman statues. So I guess that's for racial reasons too, when it's clear that these are white people, right? Stuff like that. It's, or that, Egypt was black. Egypt was not black. And I explained that if you go back to part 1 and part 2, Egypt was not black. Kemet was black. By the time it became Egypt, it was Greek. That's why I had a Greek name. Egypt is a Greek name. And it wasn't even Egypt by the time it became Greek. It was still Kemet. But they took the T off and put the Y on, Kemi. They lessened it in status. Kemi, that E sound made it small. Okay? The E sound in Kemet, in actual words in Kemet, always meant smallness. Okay? U meant plural, many. E meant small. So when they put Kemi, it was because in status Kemet had come down, but it doesn't become Egyptus until the Romans come in. When Egypt or Egyptus becomes a Roman province. All right, and I'm still waiting for somebody to send me Egypt in the Ptolemaic text. In the Rosetta Stone, it probably is Egypt. I got to go look at it, which means that might stand out as a Ptolemaic rendering of Egypt, but Egypt is not a translation of Kemet. And being that, here's where you got to remember, the Rosetta Stone is back translated. It's written in Greek, and then it's translated into the Demotic, and then it's translated into the Medu Neter. This is what they say. Now, because of the time period and when it's written, it's probably true. It's probably true. But we have to see what word did they use for Egypt in the Medu Neter. They could not, in the hieroglyphics, they could not have used the word Egypt. There was no word in the hieroglyphics for Egypt. The only word for the name for that country in the hieroglyphics was Kemet. That's it. Okay? And so at this time, it's Kemi. But because it's because of the type of stela that the Rosetta Stone is, it was a royal celebratory stone. Then they may have used the official name of the country, which was Kemet. Okay, so we got to go back and look at that. So all right, let me do this again because everybody's saying that. Hold on 1 second. Let me help y'all out. Right? Here we go. There you go. Bam. Okay. There you go. Bam. That is my PayPal right there. For those of you who want PayPal, right? There you go. PayPal, forevershaka@gmail.com. There you go. I don't want to prevent you from being able to show your support, right? Kingdom said that's more like it, right? So there you go. All right. Forevershaka@gmail.com. All right. I'm going to leave that up there for a few more moments so that those who want to get it can get it. And when I come back, we're just going to keep this moving, right? There's a lot of teaching that needs to take place because a lot of people been sleeping. I don't know. It's like people are playing games. I'm like, sometimes I watch people and I look through YouTube and I'm like, I just be looking for something to watch to entertain me. I can't do that these days. Now, everything that I watch now is just strictly all 100% about crowdfunding because I got to become a master at that. So because I got to produce this stuff, whether I done stepped in it, I'm already in it. I can't step out of it. We're too far into it. So I got to master this stuff. So right now I'm just preparing for the pre-launch to start the crowdfunding campaign for Kemetville. And I have no idea what that looks like or what the outcome is going to be, but I got to do it. So, it's a mantle that I picked up. And so if I didn't want it, then somebody tell Rick Ross to send me 30,000 so I could do this web series. Tell Baby from Young Money and Rick Ross chipping 15,000 a piece and we can get this web series going. Or tell 50 Cent, right? There you go. They could do a 3-way split. Imagine that. 3 rappers, a 3-way split, and we got ourselves a dope black web series, right? And they don't need that. Or 15 grand, they blow that in the club. Right? So tell each one of them, send me 15 grand, or not 15, 5 grand a piece, right? That'll get us to 15 grand. So yeah, we're going to need a little more because we got to get to 30 grand. 30 grand for 10 episodes. That's what I'm shooting for, right? 30 grams for 10 episodes. So that's what the breakdown is. And that's what's going on. So I appreciate you all. I love you all. If I offended you, it's okay. You'll survive. I'm here to teach. And as a battle historian, which is what I am, I define myself as a battle historian because that's how I came up. As a battle historian, we're not nice about it. You feel me? We're not. We're not nice about it. So if you open your mouth about Kemet, you open your mouth about ancient Egypt, just make sure you know what you're talking about. If not, yeah, you're going to get checked. Period. That's the way it's supposed to be, you know? But you're going to get, depending on who you are, you're going to get checked with love and respect. Damon Dash, Katt Williams, Willie D, these are black men who have, as far as I'm concerned, they have proven themselves as far as just being in this world. Because being in this world is not easy. So being in this world and being successful, can you imagine what kind of good, bad, and ugly you got to go through? So these men have earned that respect. And so because of that, I'm going to put some respect on their name. On some real. I had to deliver this the way it had to be delivered. But in the end, ultimately, I'm going to put some respect on their name because I have great, deep respect for them. And I would want you to as well. Don't judge them too harshly. Just understand how serious the stakes are when you don't know what you're talking about and you're making proclamations and statements. And remember that white people are watching us and laughing at us. And you got to remember, these are the same white people in these universities pushing these documents that saying that black people have low IQs.
Katt Williams on Joe Rogan is going crazy viral, and there is a very important truth that many people will miss. Check this out, but listen and watch closely.
This is what the Anunnaki said. Yeah. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right? Right. People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So is
that a ship wheel?
I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that have that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping compass.
Did you get that? Stop smoking weed.
You see that little laugh at the end? You see that little laugh at the end? White people take pride in that. That little laugh at the end is large and part of a much bigger tapestry that you find when you get to Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Boston, Brown, right? Oxford. How you expect a young black person to show up at these places with their pride intact, already being accused of being there for affirmative action? And they tell them, you're not here because you have a high IQ. You have a low IQ. That's what the documentation says. You're here because of affirmative action. We'll prove it to you. Katt Williams, who is supposed to be this brilliant, well-read person he's presenting himself to be, he's running around on social media speaking on subject matters that are taught at the university level, and he's saying first grade shit like that. First grade stuff like that. Nah, that's not a good look. Academia is my thing. So I can't sit on the side and just be like, oh, well. No, did you see that laugh? It's that laugh that gets me. I want to wipe that laugh off his face. But you can only wipe that laugh off his face from here. You can't do that with this. This don't solve everything. It don't. This solves everything. 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 This. You understand? All right. Oh, we already know this. That's a given. Zachariah Stupid introduced this Anunnaki nonsense and was exposed as a Freemason. He could not even speak Sumerian. He was an idiot. He was an idiot. Zachariah Sitchin was a straight up idiot. Straight up. Straight up idiot. Okay? So, with that, I love you all. I see you. I appreciate you. Dr. John Henry Clark is all over. Yeah, you're right. We don't hold up Dr. John Henry Clark. There's a lot of people that we don't do, but we're gonna get it right. Everything went to the time. First, Kemetville. We gotta get Kemetville up. I don't care about nothing else. You ain't talking to me about Kemetville, you ain't talking to me about nothing. I don't hear you. It's just that simple. That's the truth of the matter. Right? That is the truth of the
We
matter.
can't admit that all those wonderful things that we got from Egypt came from Black people. If you admit that, then you cannot continue to support the myth of white superiority. So we simply move Egypt into the Middle East so that we don't have to admit that we got all those wonderful things from Black people.
I am a Black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. The ancient Egyptian civilization was a Black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were Black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars. Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century. And the scholar who is responsible for this is Seligman, the noted anthropologist from England, Seligman. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. White supremacy had one dilemma until Seligman came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that, including Aristotle and Plato. 10 of them said that in writing. They had this dilemma. Ancient Egyptian was black. So if blacks are inferior intellectually and are incapable of building a civilization, how come the ancient Egyptians built a civilization? Seligman found the solution for this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the Hemite theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hemites. So Seligman saved white supremacy from this dilemma, and all the white scholars followed him from that time on. This was at the end of the 19th century. And since that time, white scholarship says that ancient Egypt is white.
Don't play with me. Stop playing with black people. Dear Hollywood, dear Walt Disney, dear Pixar, dear Egypt. How dare you be upset at Kevin Hart for saying that black people created Egyptian civilization? He should have said Kemet civilization, because Egyptian civilization was a Roman affair, a Greco-Roman affair. We created Kemet. When you talk about Tut, you're talking about a black person. You talk about Akhenaten, you're talking about a black person. You're talking about Ramesses, you're talking about a black person. You're talking about Nefertari, you're talking about a black person. You're talking about Nefertiti, you're talking about a black person. These are black people. I'm not claiming Cleopatra. She was much darker than they would have you believe, but I'm not claiming Cleopatra. I'm just not. Her claim to fame was having sex with two white males that wanted to dominate Egypt. Caesar and Mark Antony. She didn't do Kemet or Egypt any favors. She didn't. And not only that, one thing I never understood about black women, because they so caught up in their ego. Why of all people would you want to celebrate the one person who lost the country on the throne? That's who you celebrate? You that desperate for self-esteem that's why my issue was with Jada Pinkett. If you was going to do a queen of Kemet, you got so many to choose from. Why did you choose the loser? What, do you have a secret affair or secret fantasy of being between two white men and being fought over by two white men? Is that your idea of the greatest value of a black woman or a proposed black woman, that she's being fought over by two white men? Really? Is that Scandal 2.0? Shonda Rhimes 2.0? No, I see no value in that. You could have did a documentary on Nefertari, two Nefertaris. You could have done a documentary on Hatshepsut, on Tai, on Ankh-Enesamen, on Medit Aten. The queens are so many. Nithotep. I could go on and on and on about the different queens, and you're talking about a civilization of 3,000 years, and the only one you could pick is in the Ptolemaic period, when these people were corrupt, dysfunctional, sexually and otherwise, because they aspired to Greek behavior. No, you don't get no points for that Cleopatra joint. I'm sorry. I respect that Jada had the gumption to do what no other black person would do in Hollywood. But I always say, you can't win for losing, and you don't get any points for doing so. That's how I feel about that Cleopatra joint. But I would certainly welcome her presence on Kemetville. Oh, no question about it. I would work with Jada in a heartbeat like this. Her or Will. Any black person that has ways and means and access that wants to get with me to make Kemetville a reality, I mean, you'll just be freeing me up from the hard work of doing certain parts of it so I can focus on the cream part of it. That's why I put that out there like that. I would love for somebody to just bring along, like, Shaka, what you need, 30 G's? Here you go, I got you. Boom. I'm like, right? Yes. And that's going to happen. How much you want to bet? You want to lose a bet? That's going to happen. Absolutely, no question about it. Right? No doubt in my mind. Basically, because the people want it. I already know that they've spoken. When you see the reviews, when I show you all the stuff that people are talking about Kemetville, they spoke. They want this. So, you know, I have basically just okay. All right. So anyway, let me go. I just wanted to share that with y'all. And I'm going to go eat because I'm hungry. I've been on here all day. How many hours did I do today? I did 6 hours, almost 7 hours. It's nothing for me. It's just really just hanging out and spending time with y'all. But I wanted to just get this off my chest and show some love. And that's it. Okay? Go to Kemetville.com. Make sure you get your Kemetville t-shirt. Make sure you get the Kemetville black t-shirt. Make sure you watch the film. Make sure you book a 30-minute session with me. And thank you for spending time with me. I appreciate you. I didn't come to waste your time, and I hope I didn't waste it. I hope you don't feel it was wasted. All right? Remember, this was a $10 presentation. Go see my Cash App and do the right thing. All right? Support real black stuff. Don't just be black during Juneteenth and all this other. Support real black platforms. You heard? Real talk. All right. With that, I got to do this. I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe. Very much so. Absolutely. And to you, Kingdom L, I send that right back to you. I wish that for you because it's a beautiful thing to have. Peace and love are beautiful things, right? And we all want that. So I wish that to you. Get in the fair. That means good night. And Uncle Jasineb, I'm out. Peace. Okay. When I come back, my next presentation, right before I go into the Joe Rogan, Katt Williams interview, I'm gonna do my comments, responses to my comments, because this is part 5. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 got a lot of comments. I want to respond to people. So it's more of an engaging thing, a community thing. I don't want it to be just a one-way thing. Like when I'm teaching, it's a one-way thing. But once I'm off and I can really see, what people are saying, their feedback and whatnot, I appreciate you. Then I appreciate that. Then I'm going to come back because the comments are interesting and my responses are dope. So I want to share that with y'all. And that's it. Yeah, the Joe Rogan joint that I'm gonna break down. You're gonna see. All right. So I celebrate Katt Williams. I celebrate Damon Dash and Willie D. Thank you guys for giving us something exciting to talk about. And thank you for allowing me to be in teacher mode, or what we call saber. Saber is the word for teacher. Thank you for allowing me to be in saber mode where I was not so kind. And you saw what it said in the text. You're supposed to get hit on the back with a stick. So that's what I did. As the saber, I hit you on the back with a stick. So y'all big, grown, strong, tough men, y'all shouldn't feel no kind of way about that other than show gratitude for the correction. That's it, because I got your backs. And I ain't gonna let black people out here look like we got low IQs, because we don't. All right, we with the shits when it comes to that. Okay, before I said I wasn't with the shit, now I said I wasn't with the shit, but we with the shit. All right. So with that, Hotep, Uncle Justin, that peace, love you all. Absolutely. Hey.